Good morning and welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We're just in the second day, looking to start the second day's play of this match between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. At this moment, we would just like to look at the highlights of yesterday's play in which the TNT Red Steels scored 243, 47 for 3. Driven down the ground, and that was O'Shane Thomas by Cephas Cooper. Driven down the ground again, the other pacer, Kelvin Pittman. So good start. Fall stroke by Gooley over the top and all after Evan Lewis had retired hurt due to a ball striking on the foot. Pulled away. Gooley on the go. And O'Shane Thomas makes the first break, had Cooper out for 6 with the score 27 for 1. But Jason Mohammed, he came in and he really belted the bowling around, batted well for his franchise. And then Gooley, trying to go big on the second occasion, caught by Pittman off the bowling of Ken Pennyfeather. Then O'Shane Thomas, having induced a false choke, and O'Shane Thomas getting his second, but Rakeem Cornwall came on and just was not tight. As the usual, Rakeem Cornwall, Django on the go. Django has been really a thorn in the Leeward's flesh. 8 boundaries from him. And his captain, Josh De Silva, also joining the party. Hammering boundaries, pulling and cutting. And not even the captain, Justin Graves, could have stopped the flow. The two amassed a partnership of 132 for the 4th wicket. Django really getting 8 fours. De Silva also 8 fours. In the latter part, a bit of tight bowling between Kareem Gore and Kofi James. Tighten things, but the score remains Django on 69 and De Silva on 72. This partnership continues. Denmore Roberts is beside me. I'm Seth Burton. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Seth, and good morning to all of our listeners. We're here at Antigua Recreation Ground. The sun has finally come out, as warm as we've seen it for the morning. Have a little bit of an overcast condition where overhead there are some high clouds, no immediate threat of rain, but the forecast is that rain could be possible throughout the day. So the Leeward starts with O'Shane Thomas, and Trinidad and Tobago gets their day underway immediately. Django gets on top of a short pitch delivery without any real pace to it and gets the first run of the day.
Partnership of 133. And just to let listeners know, the sessions would be, the first session from 9:40 to 12. The second session from 12:40 to 3:10. And then the final session will be from 3:30 to 5:15 with an option of an additional half of an hour because the aim today is a maximum of 98 overs.
Yeah, that middle session is going to be an important session. It's a longer session today, and it's going to be very important in terms of the context of this game. The original start time this morning was supposedly should have been 9:30 in the morning. However, the umpires had a little bit of an issue with some overnight sweating from the covers. There are 1 or 2 little areas that the umpires felt looked a little bit moist, and so they decided just to give the pitch an additional 15 minutes after the roll-in would have ended this morning, just for it to dry out. But it looks a hard surface when we went out there and have a look at it this morning.
Second delivery. third delivery and already a no ball from O'Shane Thomas. And this is a problem, a huge problem.
O'Shane Thomas seems, Seth, like if you look at how he's running in at the start, he looks almost as if he didn't warm up properly. So he's running in, almost ambling in.
In fact,
and that is what is, it seems very early in his spell is when he oversteps, because he's not in rhythm, he's not warmed up, and it just looks
unprepared.
Yeah, unprepared.
So he has to do some early morning preparatory work. And you saw that he withdrew from his second over when he was striding in, second delivery. And that is something that has to be worked on, because naturally he is a rhythmic bowler. And when he loses his rhythm, then it goes awry with no ball or ill-directed deliveries.
I'm thinking, Seth, that this morning, I'm sure the captain would have already said to him prior to them coming on.
The 250's up then more.
Yep, 250 for 3 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Fort in after 64.2 overs. 250 for 3. But I'm saying that the captain would have spoken to him prior to, play being called that you're going to start this morning. And he should have been prepared.
I'm not sure if the fact that they were bowling all day yesterday or in the field, maybe why as much work was not done. But that's no excuse. That's part of the process.
Yeah, but he had the whole night to make sure that he gets good rest. And the thing about it is that nowadays, with the new rules, you can warm up on the square.
Precisely.
They have 2 pitches that are prepared, that if you need to get your run warm up and so on, you can actually do it physically. So for me, no excuse for not being ready to go.
That's right.
When it's time.
Yesterday he bowled only 8 overs, and I said only because in the first game between the two teams at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, in the first day he had 3 spells, and those 3 spells were about 13 overs. So it's not to say that he would have had a hard long day of 16 overs like you would have seen other fast bowlers may have. So should come out prepared, and I think that's what he needs to work on. I think he needs a very strict training regime, and he also needs to just handle that no ball issue. But he's coming along nicely.
Beautiful shot, just pushed back past him and races into the mid-off boundary for 4.
Django at his best, just allowing the ball to come through him and just playing through the line upon the offside. And he pushes now past his captain. Nice stand, look, shuffles a little bit. Good trigger movement. And that's all, a very still head. And Django has really been on top of his game. Has a huge average, has not yielded his wicket easily. And in sight of perhaps his second ton of the season. Float, wow. Well, that one really went away from him, and he was flirting with danger there. Denmore could have gotten an edge to it. It was wide outside the off-stump.
Always those early times. We spoke about after break. This one wider and through the batter tit. Django early days in his innings, and he would want to get back into that compact situation that we saw him yesterday. Can't, because if he flirts with those deliveries outside the line of the off stump like that, he's given the Leeward Islands an opportunity to try and dismiss him.
Yes, and that came close. So we need to just refocus. It's a new day. We say after sessions or at the start of a day, it's as though you're starting again. Looks like Kareem Cornwall is going to start, the big guy. He's going to start from the southern end here at the at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. It's called the War Memorial End. Cornwall 11 overs before this, all yesterday, none for 26.
I think today is going to be an important day in Cornwall's career. We can almost say. And when I say that, because he has to come and do the job for his team once again today.
Usually dictates what happens. You realize they were a bit flat on the first game because he did not deliver the usual wickets. And so many times he has literally carried the team on his shoulders. In the second game, the Pacers took charge before the abandonment, so he didn't have much to do.
Didn't have much bowling to do.
So on this occasion, he has already had 11, and given his strike rate, should have already had a wicket this time. Josh De Silva works it nicely into the straight mid-wicket position. Big run around from the fast bowler.
They're gonna get 2 runs there. That was well placed, and something that we saw yesterday as a trademark of the Trinidad and Tobago players. They were very good in finding the gaps. Yesterday afternoon we spoke about it intently. And again, just that delivery there yesterday has been the one that I have had a problem with Cornwall. That one that starts very straight and turns towards the leg side. It's always an easy single.
And I think, though, because of the nature of the batter, Josh De Silva has that capacity to look as though he's coming forward, and then he just transformed the movement back onto his back foot in a flash. And he has very good wrist work. So he makes that one look easy. Other batters may have challenges with that.
Cornwall continues, and he's bowling around the wicket since yesterday to the left-handed Amir Django and over to the right-hander. Good start, though, against him from the Trinidad and Tobago team. They were able to get runs off his bowling in his first over. And like I said, today is going to be a critical day. I think he's going to be a critical aspect, a critical part of how if the Leeward Islands is able to either dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force or to limit them to a reasonable total. I think the Cornwall and others are going to have to really play a big role. They're going to have to find 1 or 2 of those magic deliveries and try and prize out a couple of wickets, because in speaking to Captain Joshua De Silva after the game yesterday, he wants a big score. And he's driving beautifully. First delivery for 4. Pitched up to him by O'Shane Thomas, and Joshua De Silva was only too happy to accept that one.
It was a class shot, no doubt. Stood his ground and just a little bit of movement from the front foot. Very well, delicately placed. It was deserving. It didn't have a lot of pace on, and it was in the slot. And De Silva picking the right spot through the covers.
Driving again, out to mid-off once, and then they decide against the single. They were just exploring the possibility of going for it. Ball traveled quickly out to Penny Feather, who is out at that mid-off position. Interestingly, Seth Carlin Bowen Tuckett has come back out this morning as the substitute wicket keeper, so still no sight of Jamal Hamilton back after being struck on the finger yesterday. Better delivery that by the fast bowler O'Shane Thomas. has not gotten up to pace yet this morning. Still looks a little bit labored when he's running in, almost as if he's really ambling in or struggling to get up there. Just looks a little bit tighter than we've seen him. Doesn't look as loose as we've seen him, especially when he was bowling very quickly up at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He looked a lot more relaxed, a lot more loose. This morning he looks here is that one coming off the leading edge, but it goes down to a backward point position away from Kofi James, who's standing in that little wideish gully position, and that one took the leading edge off the bat of Joshua De Silva, but he survives. Single more to his total, takes his personal tally on to 81, so he's getting ever so closely to that century mark, and but 262 for 3.
That was a beautiful delivery. That one definitely got up and was leaving the right-hander. O'Shane Thomas on the mark. What saved De Silva is that there was only the backward point. There wasn't a gully along with it that Kofi James could have had more space, and it went into open space. Down the leg side, loud appeal from O'Shane Thomas, but not out, says the umpire. The ball may have been just going down leg. Yes, pitched outside leg. It was coming in, but definitely pitched outside leg. So umpire Reefer was on the ball with that decision. So we have seen a more pacey-like O'Shane Thomas in this over.
Yes, he needs to get up to speed, get up to the pace very quickly, because when he's up to pace, he is more effective. Outside the line of the off stump, a better delivery, better bounce, better carry, better line on that occasion. End of another over from him. He has 2 for 56 so far off of his 10 overs. 262 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings.
Yes, a good start to the morning. Josh De Silva, who resumed overnight on 72, has moved to 81. And he's making a statement, because last season he scored 583 runs and was second in the batting as top run scorer, second only to Jason Mohammed, who scored 679. Jamal Hamilton was third in that. None of those three got any look in.
Yeah, got a look in.
So,
that's interesting.
You know, it's quite something. So he's now making a statement. Can he claw his way up among the top contenders? And he has.
And that too brings back to the question that I was asking yesterday. What is it that the selectors are looking for?
Well, they need to tell us. There should always be some KPIs, and one of it may be, well, all of it, as I mentioned, is not necessarily statistical, even though, yes, they must be measurable.
Because remember yesterday you were speaking about quantitative versus qualitative.
Yes, you can always measure the quantitatives. You can say, okay, if it's amount of runs, those in the top, it is averages. If it's, those are some of the things. Quality, you're looking for consistency, because let's be fair, a player can have a huge 100 and then nothing else, and then he's up there. Another player may have 450s of 5 games. You may want to scramble to determine which one is truly in form.
This one is sweeping. He's going to get runs here. He's running down to that fine leg position, and Kofi James pulls it up just short of the boundary, and they're able to rush back for 2 byes. So byes given, no contact made. Thought that he might have just tickled it. The left-handed Amir Django didn't make any contact.
And the other issue, maybe outside of that, you want to look at the game situation. How did he play in chasing down those runs? How did he play in setting?
Django gets another easy single as he works Rakeem Cornwall delivery into the leg side. And One more to the total, 266 for 3. So the runs are pretty much coming easily for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force this morning. They have been able to...
Yeah, 19 runs in 4 overs. Pretty much a good brisk rate. So when you look at what is happening, as I mentioned, the situation in which a person scored the run, the team was in trouble, you brought them out of trouble. You know, the quality in terms of partnership building, but I think one of the essential may also be, you know, how adept the player is
but do you feel
against pace and spin. You know,
but do you believe that not necessarily knowing what the matrix is, that the selectors are using, doesn't it put doubt in some of the players' mind?
Well, I am not quite
what
sure.
What am I supposed to do? I perform, I get runs, and I'm not getting a looking.
The question would be, do they have briefing with the players maybe prior to the season? That I don't know. And if they do and say, these are what we're looking for, these are what we're expecting, you know, those are some of the factors that we don't know.
Pittman is back. First delivery. Good delivery outside the line of the left-hander's off stump. Allowed to go by into the gloves of Carlin Boyne-Tuckett, no run.
In days gone by, there was a man, Sir, well, I call him Sir, but Reverend Wes Hall, still alive and up. And Sir Wes used to say there are some issues set that you may not be seeing in the scorebook. And he may start to tell you desire, attitude, you know, and he lays them out, and then he say, okay, so how do you determine desire? And he says, a person's capacity to want to be there and not feeling that you own, you know, and those things. Mike Finley was pretty similar. You could.
This one is cracked away, but straight to Gore at that point position. More of a cover position than point for Gore. No run.
Because there is also Joel Andrew on the deep backward point boundary.
Yes.
But I remember also Mike Finley was similar. You would go with a case and you say, I can't understand that versus this. And then he justifies it with his metric. And he said, listen, I had a conversation with, and those things were at your fingertips.
Worked
in
with
other
Mike
words,
Finley over there in St. Vincent.
A wonderful gentleman, as is Wes Hall.
Delivery just played away off the body a little bit of
it hurried him.
Yeah, a little quicker of a delivery from Pittman onto that body of Amir Django, and he was just fending it off the body and gets a single. One of the things that I noticed in that second game up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is that the additional pace, especially when Pittman was going into the body of Amir Django, sort of had him a little bit discomforted. And we've seen that early on, anything that is outside of his body that his arms can extend, he's fine. Pittman is right up to Joshua De Silva, plays a defensive shot.
Although it's just his first over, you already see a difference in his approach this morning.
Yes.
Compared to the 6 overs he bowled yesterday.
And that's probably one of the advantages of having somebody like Sir Kurt Liambus as a mentor around, that overnight, maybe this morning, you know, they could have a little chat as to what is it that he needs to do so that he can have a different effect than what he did yesterday, because yesterday he was all over the place. Effort there, no one came through, but you can see that he was striving for a little bit more pace on that occasion.
Not afraid to work hard, has been a hard worker coming up in the under-19s and really blasting things out well for Bethesda in the local competition. Announced himself very well and very early, went on to the national team, and also had a couple of look-ins at the CPL in fact, playing for the Patriots, St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. And I remember in one game against the Trinidad and Tobago franchise, he accounted for the 2 top players. So he's known, Kelvin Pittman, you know, and, you know, prior to this.
So far in this over, he's looked a lot better, a lot more comfortable than he did yesterday, bowling a good over to start his spell this morning. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 267 for 3. Joshua De Silva is on 82 and Ame Django on 76, both trying to see if they can get onto that century mark.
20 runs have been added so far for the morning, 5 overs, so they're going at just a rate of 4. It is also clear from the indication of bringing in Pittman that the Leewards will be content perhaps for spin at the southern end, Kareem Cornwall preferably, and then the Pacers rotating in short bursts because they were only 2 overs to O'Shane Thomas. And then we saw the emergence of Kelvin Pittman. Thomas really was not living up to the billing expected, and Pittman came in bowling with more pace and at least a better direction.
And that's why I think Cornwall has to be a little tighter in his bowling, because I think that's what the captain wants. He wants Cornwall to hold down one end, maybe restrict the scoring, keep the scoring rate in check, and then try to see if he can get, short bursts from the pace bowlers at the other end. But if they are able to pick off Cornwall and continue to just keep the scoreboard ticking over, that strategy might not work.
It's getting a little more bounce on that one. Cramped the Silva a bit.
Some good deliveries in a row from Cornwall. And again, what they've done very well is that they've found a gap. Good work in the outfield there. Looks to be Penny Feather. Yeah, really motored around there, just preventing the Trinidad and Tobago batters from seeking a second run. So just 2 runs coming off Cornwall over, 269 for 3. De Silva is on 83. And Django moved to 77 in that over.
So a race, perhaps. It could be a slow-pace race between these two in terms of getting to the century mark. Django, as we noted, would have already scored 100. In fact, he had a double in the first game of the series, batting well and scoring 203 not out in the first innings. Josh De Silva, on the other hand, he would have had his half century. In fact, during the series, he would have had 2 half centuries, but has not had a century. And he thinks, I know he will know, that a century gives a different impression. It's part of the statistical analysis that will come into play. In the end, that may determine some people's fate. Depends on the perspective of those who are the decision makers. And he looks confident. He looks always looks competent. And as we mentioned, was in fine form last season. Second in the run scoring table, 583, but did not get a looking. Good bowling on the part of Pittman. The Silva remains steady. Django also looks steady. Django's average coming into this because of his not out. Unbelievable. He had 2 not outs. So his average prior was reading 285 because his 2 innings were not outs. This one is driven. In fact, not out. He was dismissed on one occasion, but had his 50. So now, Ame Django may be challenging Kevin Wickham, who is at the top of the chart. Wickham with 371 runs. And Wickham has 3 centuries. That is consistency beyond measure. Wickham with an average of 123. And his average of 123, his highest 153. Did not get that many. Good delivery, that one. Drag back at him.
Striking him on the pad, but umpire not.
We heard two sounds, though.
Yeah, there seemed to have been a double sound. Let's have a look at it again.
Ooh,
maybe
height
as well.
But that one
it hit above the the pads. Maybe
but it was between
thigh, but it
pitch between middle and leg, and coming back.
Yeah, I believe mostly
it may be height.
Height.
That's the only thing could have saved him. There. Pittman looks good.
But De Silva is able to get off strike once again. But Pittman has bowled a lot better this morning than he did yesterday.
And that one that crashed into the pad, that was a very good delivery. It was a quick one.
And that is what, those are the deliveries he was bowling up at Surviv. He had that delivery that was coming back sharply at the right-handed batters, and then he also had one that he was able to shape away as well from them and brought the slips into play. So he has to use those deliveries to his advantage, especially with his additional pace.
Not a good one. Going down the leg side to end the over. 270 for 3, 71 overs. Completed 7. Completed so far for the morning. 23 runs scored from those 7 overs. So Leeward's tightening things up, trying to bring that run rate down, and they have succeeded to some extent, because yesterday it was motoring at 5 and then 4, and towards the end of the day's play the spinners were able to get it down below 4, and now we see the spin and pace combination of Cornwall and Pittman. Prior to that was the big guy O'Shane Thomas. They have been able to keep things rather tight.
Cornwall continues from the southern end. Starts with a nice loop. But then again, Joshua De Silva is able to get off strike with that delivery that he's just easing out into the offside field for an easy single. Still questioning the reason for that man at a deep point, the backward point for the off-spinner Cornwall to the right-hander. Continues to try his best here, Kareem Cornwall. Bowling some good deliveries right on target to the Trinidad and Tobago batters this morning, and you are correct, they've been able to stem the flow quite a bit. Cornwall continues to just be meager, just a single off that over 271 for 3. O'Shane Thomas, 2 wickets, a wicket for Penny Feather. But if we look at the bowling card, all the Leeward's batters have been subject to some expense. They've been rather expensive, some of them.
Yes,
they're trying to pull it back this morning.
Not being as penetrative, but as you mentioned, they're working hard. It's work in progress. And I think Pittman is really trying to work up pace and trying to secure a wicket. He has not had one so far.
Pittman continues to strive for that first breakthrough this morning for the Leeward Islands. Maybe just need to pull that length back a tinch. It's a little bit full, especially to Amir Django. And I found that Amir Django has been a lot more uncomfortable, especially when the ball is lifting into his rib cage area. Maybe a couple of deliveries there just to test him out and see. But good work there by Kareem Gore in that cover region. That one was cut hard and cut well, and Gore sprawled to his right, which is his unnatural side, and then had a good throw at the stumps. That
He would
could
have been
gone. He would have been gone had that hit, and it was millimeters away. Very good cricket on the part of Kareem Gore there on that occasion, saving runs to his right and then almost effecting a run out.
One of the better fielders that you'd see anywhere in modern day cricket. Kareem Gore prides his fielding.
Outside the line of the off stump again from Pittman. When I was saying that Pittman needs to try a couple of those short of a length deliveries, not wide though, because when he's gone wide to Django,
bread and butter.
That is Django's bread and butter. What he wants them to do is start about leg stump coming into the rib cage area of Amir Django and see how he handles those types of deliveries. Maybe using one or two as a surprise delivery. With good pace outside the line of that off stump again. He's looked a better bowler this morning than we saw him yesterday. Whatever the overnight conversation was, it has worked on Pittman because he's given a good effort this morning.
That was good bounce and good carry. And you can see that he has the pace. That's the sort of quality that you want to see. And the consistency comes over time. He's definitely running in with more confidence. The difference is coming from that northern end. I always figure is ideal.
This time, again, Django is driving and Kareem Gore, this time to his left again, saving runs.
Yes, Kareem Gore, I said, one of the better fielders you'd see anywhere. I'm telling you, in the Caribbean, I know recently we would have had about two. Hayden Walsh Jr. among them, who is in fact his colleague in the Liberta Blackhawks
club level
team, and Fabian Allen, the Jamaican, who really those two
hasn't heard much about Fabian Allen recently.
Well, that's part of it. I am not quite sure. I can't say as much. But those two have been fielders who can save you 20 runs, even in a T20, and can do anything astonishing, not just take catches, effect run out, save. But Kareem Gore, who is less known, is a fielder of that same magnitude. He has not really graced the international scene for that accolade be given. We have just had one international match, but at the same time, he's a really special fielder.
He is a special fielder, and we've seen him even when he got that opportunity on the international scene, taking a magnificent catch. We remember that catch over there in Nepal that made quite a bit of the reels, quite a bit of the highlights, Kareem Gore, and he's had two important runs saving stops this morning, because instead of Django getting 4, which would have been on both occasions, he ended up with no run. Joshua De Silva trying to just, again, nudge one down on the offside. Kofi James, though, was alert this time.
And if that sort of enthusiasm comes into play with all the fielders, it would have been a different complexion in terms of the current state of the game.
And Joshua De Silva is able to get off the mark, recognizing that he's driven it out to mid-off, but it's O'Shane Thomas who is posted there and was easily has easily come through for that single. O'Shane Thomas just looks a little bit slow in the outfield, if we are totally honest.
Really is.
His delivery is cut away as Django is backing away to one that is bouncing outside his off stump and was able to get a single down to deep point or deep cover, who is on the boundary. Cornwall to the Silva. The Silva is sort of jabbing at that one. Ball probably just hustled onto him a little bit more. Again, just trying to target that ball that's coming back at the right-handed Joshua De Silva. A little bit of flight, and again, driven straight to O'Shane Thomas, but the Joshua De Silva recognizing, and that's important in the cricket, that you recognize who the fielders are, what their abilities are, and whether or not you can take the risk. And Joshua De Silva has decided that anything that he hits to O'Shane Thomas in that mid-off region, he's going to run.
And you can't blame him for that because he knows the players. Rakeem Cornwall's 16th over has been completed, his 5th of the morning, and on for 32. When in fact Kofi James, who is coming in now, is it? Going to be replacing Kevin Pittman. And I thought Kelvin Pittman had a real good burst. I know they want to have short bursts, but I would love to see him coming back.
Yeah,
I think they have missed a trick here.
Yeah, I thought that they would have probably given him another one.
Yes, definitely. He has been really presented some pressure for both Josh De Silva and Amir Django. And you would need to keep him on. 2 overs before he had one that went to the right of Kofi James. Even that presented the pressure that could have brought that run out. So Kofi James comes in, flights to the Silva.
Silva gets his 89th run very easily. So he's just creeping up closer to that century, almost unnoticed by anyone. He's just going merrily along his way, prodding along, just making sure.
He really wants it, and everyone would believe that he wants it.
So they get one of Kofi James again. And interestingly, just now in the field placement, O'Shane Thomas and Rakeem Cornwall ended up within close proximity of each other in the field. That would have been interesting if a ball going that direction, both have to run to chase. Kofi James again, good drive, nice firm shot by Joshua De Silva. That ball is timing off of his bat beautifully. That seems to have been the bat that he changed yesterday, and that one came out with something beautiful in the middle because those balls are traveling off of it quickly. They're going to get another single. That one was driven hard by Django, but not fielded by Kofi James in his follow-through. It was driven hard back to him, but James couldn't stop it, and the ball ended up down at the mid-on region. So just one more. Joshua De Silva is back on strike. He's on 90. So 10 runs away from what would be a century for Joshua De Silva.
We don't want to call any mouth on him, because I remember Akeem Ogis was motoring onto his 192 here just a week ago. And then when it looked as though it would have been a flawless 100, just threw his bat at one and was trying to come down here. And as a result of that, he was dismissed in his 90s. In the 90s. So Josh De Silva, he is on 91. Amir Django. Django has been batting well. He's on 80. And Django would have tasted of not only a century but a double century Josh De Silva, having 1/2 century prior to this game, said this is his second yet. In spite of that, he is featured in the top 10 of the batters.
And if he gets to this 100 here, where he's on 91, it would be the 9th of his first-class career.
Yes.
He also has 20 50s to go along with it. So far in his first-class career, 4,223 runs.
And he's
with
just
the highest score of 152. So he's just 9 runs away from what would be the 9th century. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, though, would like to stop that. And we've seen a couple of batters recently fall in the 90s, the nervous 90s, as they're referred to. And as you can see, Joshua De Silva just trying. He's had a change of glove, just still looking around, almost looking as if he's recognized that he's in the nervous 90s. Gets a delivery from Cornwall that he's just playing.
He doesn't need to change anything. His composure, his approach, his calm.
And he's just continued in the way that he has played. Gets an easy single out into that forward square leg region.
He has scored 20 runs so far for the morning. And as you mentioned, you have not seen it when I say he was not trying to superimpose his authority on the players.
Django has a stifled appeal from Kareem Cornwall as he was looking to turn one on the leg side. Ball just taking the edge of the pad and falling away on the onside. Cornwall with not much of a run-up, just maybe 2 steps, and then he does a little shuffle of his feet and delivers another single to Amir Django. He too creeps up. He's into the 80s now. He's on to 81. The Silva faces, and he's coming forward to a flighted delivery from Cornwall. None for 39 in over number 17 for Cornwall. And Da Silva is going to get another easy run. Once more, just playing it into that vacant square leg region. The field is on the boundary, and it was Casey Cart who was running back to do the field, and he was able to just come through for an easy single. He's on 93, and the total on 283 for 3. 76 overs bowled in this innings by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Remember yesterday the Leeward Islands Hurricanes won the toss as we started late after the lunch interval, and they decided that they're going to bowl first on a pitch that, when I observed it yesterday morning, looked very flat. Looked like a well-done concrete road. Maybe you would see somewhere in Europe or some of the others. It was very flat, very shine as we looked at it. The umpires, though, had a little bit of an issue with some spots. They said looked a little softer than others. Joshua De Silva gets his 94th run off the bowling of Kofi James as he just eases one out into that offside field. So just one more to him, one more to the score. James has a delivery that is having Amir Django on the back foot and defending, no run. A little bit shorter and cut away, and a tumbling save by O'Shane Thomas in that backward point position.
To the deserved applause of his teammates.
Yes, he was just falling there and stopping that one. This one is driven into the offside field. Can't beat Joel Andrew, though, who is standing at that straightish cover position. This time again, he's trying to pace the infield. Joel Andrew Moves quickly to his right. Quite nimble-footed, Joel Andrew. This one is played defensive. Yesterday we saw Joel Andrew being favored more on the boundary, but today that task has gone to another of the Leeward's players in Kareem Gore, who has a very strong arm off of that boundary, as well as did Joel Andrew. But Andrew a little bit closer in today. Fielding.
So they've scored, what, some 37 runs this morning from 13 overs.
They continue. They started pretty positively, and early on with O'Shane Thomas just not finding his rhythm, they were able to score pretty quickly, but they've slowed them down quite a bit. The Leeward Islands, the last few overs have been what? Maybe singles and twos the most.
They're building pressure.
Able to forget, so they're trying to build pressure. The Silva is on strike on 94. And recognizing that he was hitting the ball to the mid-off region and taking the run, captain has made the change. So Penny Feather is now at that mid-off region. And
O'Shane Thomas has been pulled out to long on the long on boundary.
And I think that's a good move.
Very good move.
Because, again, recognizing what is taking place.
That may have been a single, but it's not.
That would have been a single if it was going to O'Shane Thomas, because they would have risked it. But now that Penny Feather is there, a younger, faster player, they won't take the risk. But they're going to get runs here. This one is played down to wide third man, and the fielder, they're coming off the boundary. Pittman, again, just a little bit slow in reacting, and allow Joshua De Silva to rush back for his 96th run. He's on 96. The total on 286 for 3. Here at the ARG, just showing you some of the sights that's happening around the location
on the northern side,
on the northern side. If you look ahead, above us, though, there's just a lingering dark cloud, so we're not having the effects of the sunshine right now. Kofi James starts, and again we see Django playing that cut shot on the offside.
You spoke about placement. Joel Andrew at point, Kareem Gore just forward of point on that boundary.
Kofi James is worked away into the leg side for a single.
It is clear that there was a team meeting and you're really seeing a different Leeward side, not only in terms of the bowling of Pittman and the spinners this morning, but also in the field. Someone may have just taken hold of things off the field and say, enough is enough. It's time to get it right.
This one is turned away by Joshua De Silva, can't score. So James sticking around the wicket to the right-handed Joshua De Silva. And he's able to get a single as he drove that one out to the long-on region. Sort of interesting field placement there, because the fielder was standing at that short mid-on position and still had Pittman out on the boundary. Django is sweeping, gets it down to Louis on that deep square leg position, and just a single. So the captain, the Penny Feather, is standing there in that short mid-on position, hoping for maybe a little bit of a lofted drive, but the captain has also maintained protection out on that long-on boundary. so that it doesn't give anything away.
Good
Joshua
over.
De Silva is on 97, 289 for 3.
Good over on the part of Kofi James, keeping things tight. De Silva would realize I'm 3 away from 100. He may not even be paying attention that he's 1 away from 200 runs so far for the season. And once he gets to 98, he will join the 200 club that only has 6 players so far. Savory with 208, Mackenzie with 280, Django, who has gone inching closer to the 300 club. We'll get back to that.
Down the track and hitting this one in the air and straight down the throat of O'Shane Thomas, and Django has given it away. Amir Django trying to go down the track, a loop delivery from Rakeem Cornwall, hit it right down the throat of O'Shane Thomas. He goes back for 83. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing their 4th wicket.
Look at it. He went down for it and then trying to hit it over long off. O'Shane Thomas was comfortable and he was away from the bounce. So clearly Django did not get the full flow of the bat on it.
Didn't get to the pitch of it.
And also Cornwall, once he floats the ball in the air, it has some revs on it. So in picking it up, the contact, and he goes, unfortunately, for 83, adding just 14 runs overnight. And I was just calling his name and saying that he would be slipping over to the 300 club. But in fact, he would go, to 299 so far for the season. And he would be in, 2nd place behind Kevin Wickham with 371, just ahead of John Campbell with 298. But out comes Evan Lewis, and I'm happy by this because I was very concerned about his injury the 2nd time for the season. And I'm saying to us, he has not registered a lot of runs as expected, but his goodwill to decide to come and play first-class cricket, I think, is a noble sign from him and for all TNT and all the Caribbean. He's back up and he will be facing Rakeem Cornwall.
And this would actually be his very first delivery. Right on target, Rakeem Cornwall to Evan Lewis, and saying that it is his first delivery because he was injured yesterday without facing a delivery.
The 2nd ball, he was running for a single and was struck by the return from Penny Feather.
Gets a delivery from Cornwall. That's a little bit flatter, but right up to him early on. Evan Lewis just trying to see his eye in. Cornwall continues to bowl well, and I've been saying earlier that I think Cornwall is going to be an important aspect of how the Leeward Islands contain or whether or not this match gets away in terms of the runs. And he's been holding one end very well.
And that is important in what we say. They were applying pressure. They started to, and that sort of changed the rhythm.
I think that's what got Django too. He's bouncing one outside the line of the off stump. Is Rakeem Cornwall. End of the over, 289 for 4. And
let us also give credit to Captain Justin Graves, because 2 things worked for him. He was able to move O'Shane Thomas from mid-on, and he had Penny Feather there. So that free single, almost free single, where they were rotating most of the strike, that was stopped. So hence they couldn't get anything. And then what? O'Shane Thomas took the catch on the long off bounce. You're seeing the Andy Roberts stand. That was the stand in which we had a lot of action in the early days. Just before that, it was called the Rude Boy stand, from which Mayfield and Gravy used to operate before Gravy got his home in the double-decker stand when the Andy Roberts stand was installed.
Yeah, when it was a much smaller stand.
Yes,
in those
it
days.
was about the size, a little bigger than the Sir Sidney Walling stand.
Correct.
And it is a very historic ground, the Andy Roberts stand. That was where I would prefer watching cricket when I, on the other occasion that you don't have to do. You didn't have to do press work or broadcast work.
That now that regional cricket has returned to the ARG and it's an option, that maybe the folks who listen to us in authority would probably do a little bit of an upgrade, especially to the seating.
Well, they
areas.
do listen, or they will be fed with the information.
So I'm just hoping that that could happen, because I think a little bit of an upgrade in terms of the
Yes,
slip
it
can be
definitely
done.
needs it. In fact, well, I won't go into details now because O'Shane Thomas, the big guy, is back after that catch.
I think this is a good move as well from the captain. First delivery of his new spell. O'Shane Thomas is played defensively by Joshua De Silva. No run. De Silva is on 97, 3 runs away from what would be a good century, a well played century. I mean, Django was also trying to get to triple figures, but Django, I think, just lost patience, because for several overs he's just been he was playing shots and not pacing the infield, and he just got a little bit impatient. He saw one looped by Kareem Cornwall and his eyes lit up and he gave his hand away.
Ooh,
And he's getting a delivery to lift to Joshua De Silva.
I liked it.
We'll just have a look at that one again if it's possible. Maybe, not sure. But a lifting delivery there. And I think it's important to bring O'Shane Thomas back, especially early now that Evan Lewis is in.
Yes, they have had their contest.
Because the thing about it is that they've had their contest. Evan Lewis is coming back with an injured
foot.
So again, maybe not moving as freely as he might, be concerned about it. So maybe some quick deliveries at his boot and so on could be a way of trying to unsettle him. But let's see what the approach is. 2 slips now in place and the gully. Nice quick delivery outside the line of that off stump.
And he's flowing in well. He's looking now. You said earlier when he started up to the second over, he was just lumbering in. No flow, no impetus. He was as though he was struggling to get to the crease.
Maybe that catch that he took out on the boundary would have given him a little bit more motivation. Just brought him back into the game a little bit. He was looking a little bit labored, but that last effort there, he was really charging in.
And he's attacking him from over the wicket. And based on Lewis's stand, which is always just outside leg, he could be attacking the line of the body some more.
Lewis gets another short of a length delivery, gets on top of it, plays it into that extra cover region, or maybe you could say a wideish mid-off position. Kareem Gore is up there, no run.
And these two players, you would easier hear of them in T20 cricket, both Thomas and Lewis, because they have played most of their cricket in that vein. And Thomas getting a good workout. He needs to get a good workout, just only in his 11th over. And I think he's so accustomed to those little 4-over bursts, or 2-over bursts. Evan Lewis, with all his experience, they still have something to contribute.
He's getting one, trying to get off the mark, but can't. Pushing forward at one and playing it up to Kareem Gore again. Gore is quickly in, prevents the possibility of a run.
When I saw Evan Lewis the first time, eons ago, I said, that youngster will make West Indies team. He just shaped up like a player who could play cricket in a very quick time. And it didn't surprise me how he progressed. The only thing really disappointed me a few times, he may have had injuries or he may have opted out of the team. Those reasons have not been or were not communicated very clearly. So you were wondering about his commitment or whether it was his physical challenges. But now you're seeing, even at this stage of his career, commitment to the cause.
He's in outside the line of the off stump. Batter not offering a stroke, just allowing it to go by to the gloves of wicket keeper substitute Carlon Bowen Tuckett. The end of the over. Joshua De Silva is on 98. Evan Lewis returning is yet to score off 9 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 290 for 4. So they're also approaching that 300 run mark, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So the captain is almost up for a milestone. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team also trying to get to that 300 mark. And it's a double change that is going to take place because Pittman is also going to come back. But he's coming back from this end.
I have my concern. I don't think this end has been helpful to Pittman, to be fair to him. He bowled from this end yesterday and he was really looking way below his best. And you've seen him from that northern end, which is always your prime fast bowler's end, and he's looked so much a different bowler.
Starts bang on target though with this one.
Not saying that you should be a one-end bowler, but the faster bowlers, as you realize the wind situation here, you did mention that the wind has been blowing much more than we have looked at throughout this game yesterday and now today, and I think that helps him. Also, he's a very rhythmic bowler, Pittman, coming down what I call the hill here, the northern end, racing from that Viv Richards Players Pavilion end, may have given him more momentum.
He's short of a length, and Joshua De Silva remains at 98, 2 runs short of a century. Doesn't look to be very nervous though.
No, he's not. He's always that solid player. When he played for the West Indies, he was always looking in command. Yes, maybe few disconcerting moments because he's a compulsive hooker or puller. He likes that shot, but he has worked on it, playing it down. So that's the nature of the man.
Here is he driving, but knocked down by Pittman on his follow-through.
Good bowling on the part of Pittman, keeping Josh De Silva locked on 98, not giving him any free bees or any free run. That one was outside the off stump, a bit wider. The previous 2 deliveries, they were dead on stumps, and they were well lined, good length, and this one just outside the off stump. Now he was sort of caught in the crease, perhaps anticipating a shorter one or a similar to the first 2.
Joshua De Silva is going to get his 99th run. He wants to come back for the second,
trouble.
and it's going to be trouble here. Evan Lewis is run out. The second run was never on. Joshua De Silva wanted to come back for it, but when he looked up and recognized that Jeremiah Louis was quickly onto that one, he sent Evan Lewis back. Evan Lewis had come back at the point of no return, and he is run out without scoring.
And that is a tough one for Evan Lewis because he was committed. The captain did call and turned, and Evan Lewis was committed to the call, recognizing that the captain was close to them. Mikael Louis picked it up, and it was an easy throw direct to young Tuckett. And Evan Lewis will be disappointed. He's very disappointed.
He would be
about
very disappointed.
He would have sacrificed his wicket to ensure, hopefully, that the captain would have gotten his 100. And now it's a tough one. You came out yesterday after 2 deliveries, a ball being thrown into your ankle, and then you couldn't resume until the next day. And now you come out, you couldn't add a run, and then you run out. A tough situation, but good one from the Leewards. And we spoke about building pressure. And I think a lot of pressure even being built by Kelvin Pittman during this over, forcing Josh De Silva into calling for that second run that was not on.
So they're going to take a break just to refresh the players. We'll take some drinks on board, and we will also take a very short break, and then we'll bring you back to live action here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. And we're back here at the ARG. Still bright, still overcast. We do not have the sun with us this morning. We saw it for a short period and then it has disappeared amongst the clouds that are overhead. We are still just looking around to see if there is any threat of rain. We don't see any movement at all from the groundsmen here. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing 2 wickets in quick succession. Seth Burton and the Leeward Islands would feel a lot better about themselves. They would have gotten that wicket. Kareem Cornwall dismissing Amir Jangu. And then we saw the run out of Evan Lewis without scoring. But Joshua De Silva is still there. He's on 99. And Terrence Hines has come out. First delivery is driven and dropped at that mid-off position by Pennyfeather.
Yes, it was really a good delivery by Pittman. And Terrence Hines thought that he had space. The ball rushed him a little bit and came from the bottom of the bat. And it went straight into the hands of Pennyfeather at mid-off. Look at it. Thought he had time. The ball came onto him, in and then out. And this is really sad, disastrous for the Leeward.
That's a poor effort there by Pennyfeather. You would expect him to take those at this level.
The ladies may be coming in then more. They would not love to see that drop catch.
Not at all. Not at all. Because that would have put the Leeward Island Hurricanes right back in this game.
Precisely.
And Cameron Pennyfeather is not going to get an easier catch in a regional game. And no doubt we can just look at Pittman. Pittman is looking very disappointed because he would have worked hard today.
Well, not only Pittman, but the entire team. You're just seeing the back of the ARG, the Factory Road end. In fact, it has been renamed the Sir Sidney Walling Highway and Sidney Walling. We'll get back to that. Sidney Walling is, well, the late Sidney Walling.
We'll ask Seth because there was a little bit of confusion as to where Sir Sidney Walling Highway starts, because we're told that Factory Road, this is still Factory Road.
That's correct.
And Sir Sidney Walling Highway starts up at the gas station by where I think we call it Sprugoos. They're going up towards Tranquility Park Cemetery. So we'll clarify it.
So the Factory Road starts right here at the War Memorial and it intercepts with Independence Avenue. And that would have been Factory Road, and it goes right up past the Antigua Sugar Factory.
Correct.
And ends at the junction that would take you up to the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. So when that name was given, I am sticking to what it was. You know, you're living in a nation and a region where oftentimes everyone has their interpretation for what is.
Certainly. 291 for 5. Hines, after being dropped on his first delivery, still there, not out. Joshua De Silva 99, and the Leeward Islands just taking some time to make sure that the fielders Pennyfeather had gone right back on the point boundary, but they've brought him in now because Joshua De Silva is at 19 and they want to keep him there. And Just Silva gets the one that was short and plays it down to the fine leg region. And was that buys signal by the umpire?
Yes, it really came. It was heading down the leg side. It was a bit quick. I thought he got a bottom edge onto that.
He might have, but
let's see it again. I'm not quite sure.
We saw buys signaled by the umpire.
Yes, but that.
And yeah, nothing has changed in terms of his score with the scorers. So
he's just on the brink of his ninth first-class 100.
That was quick, though.
It was quick.
From O'Shane Thomas.
Because he rushed him with one in the previous over towards the chest that he jumped and took evasive action from. Perhaps he was attempting a similar delivery.
He's cutting, and good stop in that point position by a tumbling
Pennyfeather. He would still be thinking about the catch that he dropped off Hines.
Yeah, because it was very easy. It was a straightforward catch.
I think maybe a bit relaxed, maybe overconfident, because when the ball got from his grasp, he attempted the second attempt very late.
Pittman had peeled away
Well, the rest of the fielders
celebrating, and then had to look around in shock when he realized other players were bowing their heads because Penny Feather had put it down. And the Silva turns one on the onside. He's sent back. Again, wanted a run to get to his 100.
He's definitely under pressure.
Yeah,
he's
under
pressuring
pressure.
himself.
Yep, he's now calling down Hines because Hines, he probably thought was not backing up enough because that one
that
went
would have been a disaster.
To the right of that fielder who is in that forward square leg position. That looks to be Kareem Henry, who is on the field, and Joshua De Silva thought that he had the opportunity.
He would have gone in the same vein as Evan Lewis. That would have been an easy run out. So needs to calm his nerve. The century is there for the taking.
Edging, and this time he's going to get to 100. It goes past the stumps and the wicketkeeper and runs down to a fine leg position for 4. Joshua De Silva signals to his dressing room 100. He's on to 103. Well played 100 by Joshua De Silva, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain.
Certainly getting his 9th first-class 100 here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Perhaps he never dreamt that he would have played at the Antigua Recreation Ground, a venue that is hosting only its 2nd game in 17 years, was not in control. It was a ball that really jogged back at him. He was prodding forward, and it went too far to the left for Carlton Bowen Tuckett to even get close to it. He gets his
and I
4.
I think what is important there too is the pace. It had a lot of pace from O'Shane Thomas. So it missed the stumps and it went quickly down to fine leg for 4. He now gets a run as that man who was brought in to the closer when he was on 99 is now placed back on that point boundary. So he's able to get on top of one from O'Shane Thomas and gets a run and brings up the 300 for Trinidad and Tobago of 82.5 overs. 300 for 5 of 82.5 overs.
And De Silva, meanwhile, pushing to over 200 runs so far for the short 3-match bilateral series. He, in fact, moves to 6th place on the chart.
And Hines is with him. Remember, Hines got a century in that first match.
Yes, certainly he did. Which
Hines playing more as an all-rounder in the Trinidad and Tobago team. He comes in and bowls some medium pace after the 2 opening bowlers would have gone off.
But a good over by O'Shane Thomas. In spite of that 4 coming off, it was 4 in the dark, but nevertheless, it was the 4 that put the spotlight on Josh De Silva, who gets his first 100 of the season and would like to go on and on and on. He has gotten past those anxious moments, including the run out of Evan Lewis and what could have been the run out of Terence Hines. And he has batted through a very tough period this morning where the Leeward's bowlers have been on top.
Pittman is going to continue. Short delivery that is pulled away for 4 by Terence Hines. So Pittman guilty there. Hammering one into the pitch. Correction, it looks to have been Joshua De Silva who is on strike.
Joshua De Silva, that's right.
Yes. And he was quickly onto that one and pulled it away into the square leg region for 4.
Yes, it was not, to me, the effort delivery. It was short, but it wasn't short and spicy. It was not rearing above the shoulders. It was pretty much one, just above waist height. And not at the Kevin Pittman top pace. But Josh De Silva is very good at pulling the ball.
He's going to get more runs here. Joshua De Silva, this one is stayed away down to a wide 3rd man boundary, more of a backward point for 4.
Consecutive 4s from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain, showing that he's adept on both sides of the pitch, pulling the one previously, and on this occasion had width, and he steered it nicely. Kareem Gore on the backward point boundary. He could not motor himself to stop that. It was really...
Yeah, had a lot of work to do to get across. That had to maybe run 30, 40 yards to get close to that one.
Good batting by De Silva.
And De Silva, after getting that century, has quickly added 10 more runs to it. So he's now on 113, because that
10 runs in 3 deliveries.
Fortuitous boundary got him to that century to 103, and since then he's had 10 more runs added. So he's quickly on to 113, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on 309 for 5.
They have added 62 runs so far for the morning, losing 2 wickets. Should have been 3, could have been 4, but 1 drop catch.
Yorker length delivery to Hines by Kelvin Pittman is a dugout, no run.
And they're going at a relatively good rate this morning in terms of over rate. We're in the 20th over of the morning. This is primarily so because we had the spinners doing their trick earlier. O'Shane Thomas only had 2 overs in his first spell, and then Pittman 2. Then the spinners, Rakeem Cornwall and Kofi James. Good one from Pittman, left alone by Hines. And then they have brought back the Pacers. Pittman and O'Shane Thomas. Pittman had Terence Hines dropped off of his first delivery. That was immediately after Evan Lewis was run out. Earlier you saw Django. You would think maybe giving it away. Wanted to hit Rakeem Cornwall over the top.
Here is Hines flashing at one outside the off stump from Pittman. Hines has come out and has come with a mentality that he's going to be playing his shots. I think this is a moment for the Leeward Islands, because I think the mindset of Hines.
That's Curtly Ambu's walking around.
Can never miss him. He's always there. He's in place because I think he's going to be speaking to Pittman at the end when Pittman gets down into that fine leg position.
And it's good to see this. You know, you may see that. Some folks may see the coach or the bowling consultant interact during T20 matches. But it's really good to see the former legend, in fact the legend, the former West Indies fast bowler, man who took 405 test wickets from 98 test matches, just at that average of 20.95, he would tell you. He would say, it is not 21, it is less. I think
O'Shane Thomas and Joshua De Silva looks a lot more relaxed now that he has gotten to those 3 figures. He's gotten back into that frame of mind, that mode that he was before. Just being casual, being calm about his approach. Just saw a little bit of anxiety just before when he was on 99. Evan Lewis running out Evan Lewis, and then almost had a similar situation with Terence Hines. But he's back to being settled now, and I'm sure he's going to be speaking with Terence Hines and indicating to him the way that he wants them to go about their innings today. Ed, wow, going
what a
close
delivery
to the edge there.
What a delivery. That one pitched and bounced and left the right-hander. Terence Hines was prodding forward. And just like you, I thought Carlton Bowen Tuckett has a catch in his hand, but it is a dot ball. But just good real bowling from O'Shane Thomas. In fact, himself and Pittman now bowling, they're showing that the pitch has substance for fast bowlers.
It does have.
It does have
something in there. If we were able to do the pitch report this morning, you would have said that if the bowlers had put in effort, there was something in it for them. It's a nice flat track.
Ooh, that's one. Oh, he played an involuntary stroke. A no ball signal by the umpire, but that one rushed him. He was trying to pull away, and the ball took him high up on the bat and then died. Yes,
Yeah,
stepping
right
over.
over.
Look at this. He's stuck. He wasn't sure what to do, but
Yeah.
he fell short and still has been adjudged a no ball. So O'Shane Thomas has to work on that, because too many times it could be a wicket, a difference between a wicket and not getting a wicket.
And on that occasion, you could see that he was right over.
Really
good call by the umpire with that no ball. Good camera work to our cameraman picking that up.
Yes, those guys are on song always, as usual. Ooh.
Wow, and that one again hammered into the pitch and flew over the top of
everything.
Everyone. Flew over the
though
top of Hines, flew past wicketkeeper Kareem Gore and took it down to the boundary for 4.
And signal wide, look at it. He really hammered it at that one. It also went rapidly. And it's really good to see. I remember my first time I really saw some, express fast bowling here. It was Michael Holding, Andy Roberts, now Sir Andy Roberts, Malcolm Marshall. I'm talking about Test cricket because I saw ODI here in my very tender age. And Joel Garner, they were flying the ball. I remember Mahinda Amanat from India, 1983, hooking at Holding. Ooh, oh, lovely delivery, beat him, but then Tuckett has to hold those.
Yeah, he has to hold on to. He has to hold on to those
fiery stuff.
Yeah, he's really fired up. O'Shane Thomas there, and bowling very fast. He's really putting in the effort, and Terence Hines is seeing a motivated O'Shane Thomas, who is trying to run in and really bowl fast here today, but he's going to definitely need the support of wicketkeeper Bowen Tuckett. The slips feel as if anything comes their way, and let's see if Terence Hines has any counter-attack in him as well against O'Shane Thomas. Gets a fuller delivery that he's playing out into the offside. Hines not at all looking to come forward, just standing on that back foot and squeezing it out to Mikhail Louis in the covers, no run.
This is what you call getting something out of a player. I can see the Leeward team getting something out of O'Shane Thomas. It may not have been all success in terms of the statistical side. That's why I say you have to put it in context, because you may not see the wickets representing the performance. Yes, you're seeing the no balls, which is a demerit, but you're really seeing someone who has risen, and has improved his stature.
And this one, he's looking to get it down to a fine leg position. Just badly lined by O'Shane Thomas. Just looking to fan it away, but good stop this time by Kareem Gore and Tuckett, going to his left, able to knock it down and prevents the possibility of any run. 315 for 5, 2 wickets this morning. Amir Django holding out to O'Shane Thomas on the boundary, and then Evan Lewis run out, trying to come back for a second run to try and get Joshua Silva onto 100. And Mikhail Louis was quickly onto the ball and had a good throw back that Evan Lewis didn't even feature in the frame. Another short delivery, this time just swaying out of the way, is Terence Hines, taken down the leg side by Kareem Gore and Tuckett to end a fiery over from O'Shane Thomas. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force there 316 for 5.
Yes, O'Shane Thomas at full throttle. I don't mind. Well, even the no ball created problems for Terence Hines, and the first bouncer, though it was wayward, you like the intent. And I think these two have really been bowling well. The Pacers, they're showing that in spite of the placidity of the pitch, that they can extract life. And Josh De Silva now, though, must be thinking that he can push as far as he can beyond 114, which he's on, and see what he gets.
He's cutting past the diving fielder at point and down to the point boundary for 4.
Kofi James was diving, but it was, I guess, maybe a few feet away from him, but good effort.
Short and wide, just too wide, allowed him to free his arms. And once that one got past Kofi James, it really got to the boundary very quickly.
Good pace and good shot. Josh De Silva using the pace well and being authoritative there. Kofi James would have had to come up with a blinder.
This one,
Pittman
gets it. He knocks it down with his, picks it up with his arm and was trying to flick it back at the stumps of
He
Joshua
must be
De
saying,
Silva.
I have had no reward, and he really should have had some. At least one that was straight forward into Kenneth Pennyfeather's hand when Terence Hines came in with his facing his first delivery. That was unfortunate for Pittman. There were a few little opportunities as well yesterday when Leewards would have had a sort of ragged day in the field. But this morning you've seen a different level of intensity, both from the bowlers and the fielders, or the drop catch being the only blemish of the morning. Good stuff. That's good stuff. Bouncing well and coming back into Da Silva and really cramping him, hitting high up on the bat.
That is something that he's done well. When he gets it on the right line and length, he has that ability to drag it back at the right-handers. And every time he's done so, he's had Joshua De Silva looking as if he's in a little spot of bother. Oh, right up to Joshua De Silva, almost Yorker length, but De Silva did well and was able to squeeze a single out of it.
Good change up on the part of Kelvin Pittman. The partnership of 30 has been solely dominated by Josh De Silva. Terence Hines has not contributed to it, but the extras may have been also part of that.
Remember, we've had what, 2 or 4 buys.
Yes, and one of those would have been a wide added to it, and then one no ball. So it has been dominated by Josh De Silva, but good bowling from Pittman. It was a slower Yorker, change of pace.
He's pulling this one in the air and dropped down at fine leg by
O'Shane
Thomas.
He was attempting a one-handed catch. I thought maybe he picked it up late and may have thought that it was going towards the boundary. So he tried a one-hand attempt, and it took him, and he lost his balance as well in the process. So Terence Hines living a charmed life. 2 drop catches.
Yeah, dropped twice.
Off the same bowler.
In his innings, twice off Pittman. He's on 1, so gets off the mark. Finally, Terence Hines. Fortunate to still be there.
Keep focus. Keep focus. Don't worry,
Here is delivery right up to Joshua De Silva. He's looking to drive, beating him outside the line of the off stump into the gloves of Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 322 for 5. Joshua De Silva on 119. Amir Django getting 83. 47 to Jason Mohammed. We should also remember that Jahid Ghuli also or Jed Gooley. He got 30 odd, 36 I think in his innings.
I think I really enjoyed that over from Kelvin Pittman. Troubled Josh De Silva. He could have had the wicket of Terence Hines dropped on the long leg, on the fine leg boundary. Then he had Josh De Silva beaten outside the off stump with the final delivery. He just has to have patience.
Yeah, it's going to be important that he stays patient, does not get frustrated by the happenings around him. Shane Thomas starts a new over, one that is badly lined. Jumping inside the line, was looking to nudge it around, was Terence Hines. Shane Thomas, even though he's trying to bowl fast, he has to stay consistent and bowl the good areas to Terence Hines. Can't allow Terence Hines to get away, get off with any of the freebies, so he has to stay consistent, bowl in those good areas. He's getting on top of one, looking to steer it down into the third man region. Kofi James tumbles to his right, makes the stop, no run.
Consecutive deliveries in that vein, just wide outside the off stump, the ball angling away. He's getting good movements, getting good lift from this surface here. Has to toil. Has toiled well. 2 for 69. The figures may not reflect the performance. Had about, well, this is his fourth spell, short burst.
I like the fact that he's continued to try and bowl fast in these spells. Important short burst spells by the captain. Haven't seen the captain bring himself on for the day. They're going to come through for a quick single, and Kareem Gore again not hitting the stumps as Hines was scrambling for that leg by towards the non-striker's end. The ball backed up by Casey Carty.
But to be fair for the captain, that his tactic this morning, I think they were good. He realized the importance of applying pressure. He had the spinners on, and they sort of brought things together, had some short spells with O'Shane Thomas and Kelvin Pittman, then brought the spinners in, snuffed up the pressure, then Cornwall had the breakthrough, then the run out, then he brought back the pacers, and though some runs would have been scored, with all commendation to Josh De Silva, the pacers have been on top, and with the pace that you've seen from them, he would delay his arrival.
Good single again, good cricket by Joshua De Silva, getting on top of a short of a length delivery from O'Shane Thomas dropping it on the onside and having the presence of mind to call Terence Hines through for a single.
And you've called the captain on, and he's got to come on. But what I would have done differently, the only thing that I would have done differently, I would have kept both Pittman and O'Shane on for a couple more overs, let them have a good stretch. And also, in spite the fact that the Red Force are well on top on 224 for 5, earlier in the morning when the Pacers came on for their second short burst, I would have loved to see a forward short leg. We have not seen that employed all game, and that is a demerit, I think, against the leadership of the Leeward Islands, because we have seen on a couple of occasions batsmen, Josh De Silva, finching from short delivery, Terence Hines having one. We have seen Django at times a little suspect to that one in the rib cage area.
We've seen though that Captain Graves doesn't seem to be one of those aggressive type captains that.
But you have to be, especially
putting in the short leg, etc.
But you
First
have to be.
deliveries outside the off stump, no run.
You have to be. I'm not saying for his pace you don't have to be. But when you have Thomas firing in, when you have Pittman firing in, especially when you have seen signs of the discomfort, batsmen getting disconcerting deliveries and actually playing with the eyes off the ball. And we saw already for the morning at least 3.
Well, the only time that we've seen the helmets brought on to the field is when the spinners are on. So he has no inclination with that short leg. Joshua De Silva is going to get another run as he hits this one hard, but there is cover on the boundary. One more to him. I'm just hoping, and I'm thinking here out loud, set that the captain coming back on at this stage might take a little bit of the pressure off Terence Hines, who had looked a little bit uncomfortable.
That's the point.
Against the Pacers. We saw him.
Well, he gave 2 chances.
That attempted hook shot off. Pittman was never in control. Looked
really on the pressure from both ends, because there was Pittman who presented both chances, and there was Josh De Silva. One sparred in front of where short leg would be, another one dropping just in front of where short point would have been. So he has never looked, he has not looked comfortable in this innings against those guys who are really striding in.
The faster bowlers. But he'll feel probably a little bit of an opportunity here with the slower Justin Graves. He's again just allowing one to go by outside his off stump. No run. What are your thoughts on Carlin Boyne Tuckett, what you've seen so far?
Well, he's a work in progress. As a youngster, as a wicketkeeper, he would learn the important balls that you want to take. One that almost took an edge. You know, he dropped it. It was chest high. Those are the ones you need to take. Some early movements, I think. We would look at his keeping at this stage. His hands, I'll get to that. So that's a good delivery and good appeal. But his hands are on his knees up to the time the fast bowler is running in. And then he removes the hand and walks in. There has to be something technically wrong about that. You're to the fast bowler, you need to be in the medium fast or whatever. The key about wicket keeping, your balance. You got to be grounded. You got to know wherever you are, that position that you take. In fact, there could be an infringement really for moving behind the batter while he's bowling. So you're seeing some of that. And then you're seeing the same thing. Your position has to be a fixed position. And that is determined from the beginning of the...
Doesn't seem as if he's ever gone all the way down either.
Precisely. And for a young keeper, he's efficient. He was one of the top batters last season. We give him the credit. But I think, these are some of the things that can be picked up. Because when you're a wicket keeper, your base is important. And once you're shuffling, once you're moving, when the bowler is in operation, then there is a problem, and that has resulted in, well, we saw one drop catch yesterday, you know, just to his left. So if you're not in position initially, once you have shuffled and then you wait, anything low could present a problem, because if you're down, you're down. If you're up, you're up. But that movement, I think, you know, needs to be sorted. And the ladies on the outside who perhaps are looking to get in. Denmore?
Free to come in. So we encourage folks to come in. Double change though. Penny Feather is back.
Ooh.
And that one just coming down and trying to work it away was Joshua De Silva, almost chopping it onto his stump.
That's right. In fact, he was trying to cut at that, and that one came back, took the inner part of the bat.
I think what he was doing there,
and went
if
into
you
his
look
pads.
at it, he was sort of walking down to Penny Feather, knowing that Penny Feather is a brisk medium, as I call him. You used the term yesterday, brackish. Brackish medium. There are folks that did not agree with us. Some of the folks out there said that they would love to see a speed gun on Penny Feather because they believe he's faster than we're letting it appear.
Well, we're dealing with what he was yesterday. He may be faster normally, but yesterday he really wasn't up, you know, to that mark. There was a gap, significant gap between O'Shane Thomas, Kelvin Pittman, and himself and Graves. There may have been the odd delivery, but we can only call it how we see it. We can't call it from what he would have been a few months ago or the last season or the other. We're calling it from what he was yesterday. The current situation.
Continues with his medium outside the line of the off stump. Gives us an opportunity to check in on some of the other matches. Joshua De Silva continues to rotate the strike. A lot easier now with the two medium pacers on in Penny Feather and Captain Justin Graves. Windwards, they're 82 for 1. And Jamaica Scorpions versus Barbados Pride. The Pride, when we're looking at it, 364 for 6. 366 for 6 now. It just flashed over. Ruston Chase, your good friend, he's not out on 83. Hines is looking to force one away on the offside. Ball that is bouncing up at him. No run. Nico Boucher, the wicketkeeper batter for Barbados, he made 50. And yesterday we were talking about wicketkeeper batters. And so your friend Akeem Ogist only made 2 yesterday for the Windwards. Stefan Pascal is not out on 41 and Kavem Hodge on 34.
You look at young Pascal, I know he's not playing in this game, and you may wonder why we say the issue. He was actually out of the Windwards team in the last game. He came in as a concussion substitute when Alec Atenes had a ball struck into his shoulder on the previous day. So, and you wonder, when you have these young players around with the capacity to do well, why keep them, you know, out of the team initially? And those are some of the things I think are worth looking into. But the over has come to an end. It's a little refreshment time. So at this moment, we just have a short break. 3:28 for 5. De Silva on 123. Terrence Hines on 2. say that. The boy ball faster. So, man.
Start of a new over from Justin Graves and Joshua De Silva, who is on 123 of 200 deliveries. He would feel good about himself getting that 100. Terrence Hines has faced 25 deliveries for his 2, and he's been dropped twice in his innings so far. It was dropped the very first delivery that he faced, which was a very easy catch. Should have been an easy catch for Cameron Pennyfeather. They get another run as Joel Andrew just taking his eye off the ball at that critical moment. And the ball was able to just run past him, but they will settle for just 1 run. So we have a sprinkling of spectators about the ground. A few in the Andy Roberts stand, and there were a few of them down in the Sir Richie Richardson stand. It's delivery down the leg side, going past the bat of Hines. A couple sprinkled maybe in that area where we had the double-decker stand in the days of Test cricket here at ARGs. The double-decker stand has since been dismantled, and it's more use of a parking area now. I had seen at one point set that they had plans for that area there to build something, but we haven't seen anything happen of it. And Hines looks a lot more settled now that he's facing up to the medium pace of the Leeward Islands bowlers in Captain Justin Graves and to some extent Pennyfeather, Cameron. Or they say Kenneth Pennyfeather, his official name.
Well, you get Cameron Kenneth Pennyfeather, and you get Kenneth Pennyfeather. So you have to choose which one you go with.
Yeah.
Sometimes we ask the players and they would tell us. So Trinidad and Tobago would remember everyone says Gus Logie, but he's Augustine Logie. But everyone says Gus Logie. Now Joshua De Silva, we know he's Joshua, and some of us say Josh De Silva. We may say Ken Pennyfeather. There was a Ken Pennyfeather in Antigua football fame.
Football, yeah, he's a football
both
referee.
as a player and now as a referee. Kenneth Pennyfeather comes on the team sheet. On the site comes Cameron Pennyfeather,
yes.
and on another side comes Kenneth Cameron Pennyfeather and Cameron Kenneth Pennyfeather. So the official one we would use is the team sheet. But these are always situations. Vivian Richards has been Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, but he's known by his first name, Vivian Richards. And then we take off all the others and say Viv.
We've even called him Sir
and
Viv.
Then we call him, before Sir Viv, we used to call him Vivi.
Yep. So instead of even referring to him as Sir Isaac, nobody refers to him as Sir Isaac.
That's right. It's
Sir
Viv.
Should be his official designation.
Yeah, so I don't get into that.
But we call him Sir Viv.
And then you have Richie Richards. His name is Richard Richardson, but it is Richie Richardson. So there are so many things. So sometimes we don't sweat over that.
No, you don't sweat over that lots, because in Antigua, most people are not called by their real name.
That's right. So sometimes you ask, who is that? And
we just want to say condolences to the family of Stanley Warner.
Yes, I heard of his passing.
This one is struck away high over the mid-wicket region.
6 runs.
Yeah, it has gone all the way for 6.
He has this peculiar way of playing. Watch it. Still standing there. Delivering the slot.
Yeah,
and he
pitched
just
right in his slot, and he didn't
picks it up nicely.
didn't try to keep it down, went with it, and hit it hard over that straightish mid-wicket region in the direction of Andy Roberts' stand. And
That smart batting by Terence Hines. He allowed the ball. He got it on the rise. And once you get it on the rise, it's up and over. He has very strong, firm wrists.
this is why I was saying earlier that he seems he's going to be a lot more comfortable now batting
With
against the medium pace, because
that's right.
that aspect of the quick deliveries, maybe short of a length, pushing him back, has been removed.
And here is where I think they have missed the trick. I said it. Instead of a double change with both medium pacers, I think one of the pacers should be on. And if anything, keep rotating either or. Either or. When I say either or, Shane Thomas, Kelvin Pittman from that end. Because especially that end we have seen O'Shane Thomas getting the ball to jump on the batters. And I think neither Hines has not been comfortable with either Thomas or Pittman.
Is he pulling again over the mid-wicket region? Is it going to be 6 more? Yes, it is. 6 more. This time a little shorter, but the same result. Pulled it forward over that mid-wicket region and picked up 6 more.
50
Hines.
partnership comes up. He just stood his ground, full length of the bat. And that one landed between the Andy Roberts stand and the western bleachers. He is motoring on. It stayed a long while to get off the mark. And now
he's moving
he's on
quickly onto 15.
2 sixes in 2 deliveries. He was shuffling across the wicket on this occasion. Pennyfeather saw it, went wide outside the off stump. And I think the point that we were making, or you say we may have come under the gun for suggesting he wasn't bowling that way. I think those 2 shots sum it up. I'm not saying Thomas or Pittman would not have gone for 6. Yes, that will be. But the batter literally just stood his ground and lengthened his bat into them. There was no adjustment because the pace was not there to push him back. On other occasions, he was either rushed to be playing early, getting an edge down to fine leg, hitting one to mid-on and looked in trouble. Better
2
delivery.
deliveries outside the line of the off stump in a row.
Better delivery this one. More pace and going away.
Seems to
from
take
the right
a little
hander
bit of a roughing up though.
to get into his own.
Get Cameron Pennyfeather, because we remember that very same reaction in his first spell when he was being roughed up by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters, and then he was able to start to concentrate a little harder.
So yes, some people take a little shaking up to get into their own, maybe a bit casual at start or be comfortable.
Maybe underestimating Hines as well.
That's right.
Having
Hines.
not played against Hines in that, he wasn't in the squad in that first game where Hines made 100 up at Coolidge Cricket Ground. So he probably saw the way that Hines was batting early on with those 2 chances and sort of underestimated him. And Hines has made him pay.
Better delivery. Stayed out into the offside. Kofi James Fields. The over comes to an end. Over number 91 of the innings.
Yeah, and today we're going to have 98 overs, Seth. So
Yes,
we just
interesting.
look and it says that it's quite a number still remaining in the day's play.
Well, we're expecting to have a maximum of 98. 98
73 remaining
in the day's
in the
play.
day's play.
Yes. And we have had what? We started at 64, so we have had 27 overs so far.
Which is pretty good for
Yes.
the Leeward Islands.
With the
Starting 15 minutes earlier today. So they probably are just about on pace. And I think at that one point when they had the 2 spinners in operation, they were able to bring that ball in
See Josh De Silva again with another quick single.
Yeah, this time he hit it to Penny Feather out at that mid-off region, but Penny Feather was a little bit deep and was a little bit away from him. And Josh De Silva was adamant that he wanted that single, so he called it immediately, and Terence Hines responded well throughout the stumps. Didn't hit, so they were able to get the single in the end. Takes his personal score to 125. Hines, who is number 15 of 35.
Well, he has already scored, Josh De Silva, 53 runs so far for the day's play. He was overnight on 72 with a mere Django on 69. Those two have really featured together well for the Red Force. They do have a chemistry, an obvious chemistry in their batting. Amass a huge partnership, a partnership worth 174 runs. Took the score from a position of 115 for 3.
So the captain has now literally spread the field to Terence Hines.
I think defensive play now because Hines was in full flight against Penny Feather in the previous over.
And he's pulling one out to the square leg region. The field is posted there on the boundary, so they get just one.
Hines loved gamesmanship. You can see that. When he saw the field spread, he backed away, had one foot pulling out in stylish manner, and then, yes, executed the pull shot. But you're making a mark. He would not have had time for that against the pace that was served up. And this is why I am still thinking that at least 2 more from Thomas and Pittman during that spell.
And it's interesting that the captain has a more attacking feel to Josh De Silva,
who's well set,
who's 125. Sort of a strange strategy for me. The one is well wide outside the line of the off stump and called wide.
I know Josh De Silva, I know Justin Graves is not pleased with that.
Yeah, but that's wide. That was wide.
It is wide, but what we have seen is a bit of inconsistency because we have seen some right at the line and close, not in this match, in other matches that have not been called.
So we can't call from what
yesterday.
we've seen in other matches.
But I'm speaking about the issue of consistency.
I just find that the umpires have been very very nice. I would put it.
Accommodating.
Yep, to some of these bowlers.
That's right. So you look at trends.
They're running for one. He wants a second, but Josh De Silva was never interested in a second run. Casey Carty doing the work off the boundary. And
now the point you're making about this adjustment is it's amazing because the point you're making, Josh De Silva, who is well set from yesterday, you have the conventional, more attacking feeling now, but they're still playing in the mind that Terence Hines struck 2 sixes, but against a different bowler from a different end.
So they have a man down at third man. There is point on the boundary. Raheem Cornwall has moved from slip to gully.
Jeez.
One that is hammered into the pitch over the top of Terence Hines. No runs.
Well, one over the shoulder signaled by umpire Butler, rightly so, because that one was definitely over the head of the diminutive Terence Hines.
So then he has the traditional mid-off and mid-on. He has a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, Kofi at forward square, and then O'Shane Thomas down on the long leg boundary.
Good testing one, I would say, though it was not directed at the body. The umpire showing that, okay, you have had 2 already to this batter above the shoulder, but it was closer. And I think the intention here by Graves, he's trying to trap him. Remember, he was dropped down at fine leg by O'Shane Thomas. As Thomas is there, he has Carty just backward of square, and he has Louis forward of square. So 3 on the boundary. So perhaps he's trying to set him up. It didn't work. That one was wayward, and that was a bit wasted. So the trap.
If you're going to set the trap set, you have to bowl the ball that the batter can play it.
That's right. You have to place the bait in position if you have the trap set. Can't be a trap without the bait. So Justin Graves missing the trick on that occasion. And the Leewards here this morning, they are, well, we will have lunch at 12. But remember, we would have had the extra 15 minutes. So they have pushed the number overs being bowled to what, 28. And Penny Feather is the man set to continue. Penny Feather has had 1 wicket, which he had yesterday. And O'Shane Thomas has his 2 from yesterday. So the only player to have gotten a wicket this morning would have been Kareem Cornwall, that wicket of Amir Django for 83, and the other player falling was run out, Evan Lewis.
Joshua De Silva is whipping one over the mid-wicket region for 4.
Yes, it was up in the slot, and it deserved the treatment. He didn't really time it as well as you'd have seen Terence Hines timing those that came into his arc. But he was very clear in his mind that he wanted to go at the bowler, and he went after him, and the fielder at short mid-wicket really was not a threat.
350 has come up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 350 for 5. They now get the 351st run. So Penny Feather has not been very penetrative against this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting. And every over he tends to bowl a ball or 2 into the slot, and then after being struck away, we then see him trying to pull it back a little bit more.
And what is strange about this now? Now Terence Hines comes into play, the same man who struck those 2 sixes off Penny Feather. There is no mid-wicket. There is only the forward of square and the back of the square.
He's cutting at 1, going quickly down to the point region just for a single.
Micaiah Louis, the man being employed there, has been placed on the boundary. Fielder who has the capacity to do many things, because at times whenever the helmet comes out, as tall as he is, he's the man under there. That's Ian Tittle, former Antigua and Barbuda batter.
Joshua De Silva is going to get another boundary here, right up to him, and this time he hits it into the stands. 6 runs.
Penny Feather has been really mistreated this morning.
Yeah,
once again in the slot.
This double change has not worked at all for the Leeward Islands.
And the timing of it was totally off. We said it before, we called it before it happened, that Captain Justin Graves needed to be careful that he didn't miss the trick, because O'Shane Thomas and
could
Kelvin
it be
Pittman
that he was a little bit rehearsed? I'll tell you what I mean by that.
12 runs off the over so far.
Gets the 13th run. Joshua De Silva, just another single to him. He's now on to.
Yes, you were speaking then
38
about being rehearsed.
I'm thinking that the captain might have come out and say, look, we're going to bowl O'Shane and others in 3 over spells or 4 over spells, whatever it is, and whether or not what is taking place, he's just sticking to that script.
It has to be.
Because it just appeared so, because at the time, Thomas and Pittman, they were running in, they were having Terence Hines in a spot of bother. And
even Josh De Silva.
Yeah, out of the blue, a double change, 2 medium pacers come on, and they've quickly gotten a partnership here going for this wicket. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 359 for 5.
The busy scenes of St. John's, well, portions of just the street back of our broadcast box, close to the fire station. And then going towards the CUB, Caribbean Union Bank in that area, and the archives on the other side. Good breeze. We're a few meters above that, I reckon, on this broadcast end. The players are well below us, so we're literally looking down on them. Broadcast booth, I think, was built around just before what? In the second renovation of the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
There is one that is going past the edge of the bat of Joshua De Silva. He was pushing at that one, taken eventually by Carlan Bowen Tuckett, but again, bubbling.
Juggling it 3 times.
What should be routine takes.
This is the 30th over of the morning, meaning that to get 30 in a session is expected, but remember this is sort of an extended session.
Again, going past the bat of Joshua De Silva, 2 good deliveries in a row in that same zone there.
Same zone. The previous one, the length was held back a bit and it had more pace. This one, same vein, just a bit slower. So the captain is thinking, he's working out his bowling well. Josh De Silva would be thinking that I want to be in at lunch. I don't want to be dismissed, and this becomes a critical period for him. Another 5 minutes before lunch, so possibility of another over after this. Went right across the stumps, exposing his leg stump. Perhaps Justin Gray saw that and went towards leg.
Yeah, he was just trying to compensate for that one that Justin Greaves sort of fires in to his legs to try and maybe play it over the mid-wicket region. Joshua De Silva maybe just thinking that he needs to push on a little bit, especially if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have any plans of winning this game, because they also have to think about the situation in terms of the overall point standing. Because they would want to win this match against the Leeward Island Hurricanes and probably get as many bonus points as they can from the system.
Yes,
so
because Guyana Happy Eagles, in terms of, points, are above them, and also the fact that they would have had, 2 wins, as well as the bonus points. So a win here is important, and they can't pull it back because the Happy Eagles, they are not in a dominant position against the Volcanoes in this round. So they would need to do that, and I think Josh De Silva is very clear that he wants to bat as long as he can. And looking at the weakness of the Leeward's batting, at least shown for the season.
But he also looks as if they just want to push on a little bit to maybe give themselves an opportunity to probably bowl at the Leeward Islands today.
Certainly that is on card. And it would have been on card in the Leeward's favor had they taken that catch penny feather of Hines and then get into the lower half of the batting. And one of the run-outs that I thought, well, you can't say they missed the run-out because it was really an excellent effort from Kareem Gore, diving and then firing. It was a close one. But that period when they would have lost 3 wickets in a clutter, it could have changed the complexion of the game.
Yeah, but they were let off.
Hines, his gamesmanship, he drops on the ground and just having fun.
Just having fun. That one was well over the top of him. No threat to him whatsoever.
The 30th,
94 overs ball.
The 30th,
360 for 5.
30th of the day. and the Red Force are looking good. Terence Hines, I read an interesting story about him. That's in fact the northern end of Antigua Barbuda. That's the area where Sir Curtly Ambrose resides. Sir Richie Richardson also resides in that area. I'm not going to point out and tell anybody which is which, but that's north of where we are at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. However, as we assess this situation, if these two bat until lunch, then we have also a second extended session, and that would pose a challenge for the Leewards in terms of the fact that they would have been on the field for 2 days, even though not full days. If they even go through that session and the Leewards have a chance to bat, which we're conjecturing, they would be tired legs going out there. Kofi James is coming in.
And Joshua Silva immediately is driving him beautifully through the extra cover region for 4. I was looking to see if there was anyone posted on the boundary, because that was driven sweetly and nobody moved. And 4 runs to start.
Well, Louis is at deep backward point, but that was away from him. And it was really brilliantly timed, well executed by Josh De Silva. He saw it and he went after it, placed it nicely, and Kofi James will come again.
This one is played quietly into the mid-wicket region, no run. Gonna get another run here. This delivery goes past Kofi James, goes out to O'Shane Thomas, out at that long off position. Just one more run. De Silva goes to 144 and he's approaching 150. I think his highest score is 152 at this stage. James continue to try and prize a wicket out. Again, just working this delivery out into the offside field for an easy single for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And it's lunch here on day number 2 of this bilateral series match in the CWI for the championship. TNT Red Force versus the Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at lunch, 366 for 5. Joshua De Silva goes into lunch, 144 not out. And Terence Hines goes in on 18 not out. The Leeward Islands having a little bit of success and then also a little bit of disappointment as they had some drop chances that could have had a different situation. We're going to take a short break here from the Antigua Recreation Grounds, and when we join in about 40 minutes or so for more action in this CWI 4-day regional encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes. Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shiv, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100. Yeah,
I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left, and I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first Test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd played, I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kareem Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kareem has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of yours journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kareem Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kareem Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kareem Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just want to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and this was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sledge the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have, and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
who is it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to like, I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like, that period is like, I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, started with you, Corey.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubt, I like people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times. Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know this one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad part. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur, yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Well, you still play. You can
he has 16. I mean, right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
He has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time, in the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the
that.
four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably was not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, you know. And to me, it was just a fascinating career to know that I went at stop at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest, you know. Playing around the whole
Welcome back to play at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. It is the second session of the second day of the game between the Trinidad Red Force and the Antigua and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Here are the highlights.
Yeah, some good stroke play we've seen this morning compared with some good bowling in parts. Kareem Cornwall was toiling away, got his reward when he induced Django to hold out to O'Shane Thomas, but Captain Joshua de Silva continued on his way to a century. Played some really good shots, especially to the short pitch bowling. Anything outside of his body he was quite severe on. And played on both sides of the wicket. We saw him pulling, now cutting. And then when one strayed on his legs, he also helped it away over the boundary and had a good morning. Ended on 144 at lunch. And he is back, and he is be hoping probably go past his best first class score. I think his first class best is 152.
That's correct.
That will be his first target. And then probably think about a double century. What do you think?
Well, he has doubled up his score, so that is possible, because overnight he was 72 not out, and now he's 144. That's exactly twice the score that he had last evening when he went in.
First ball after the break is cut away down to deep point on the boundary. The field is very well spread on the offside. And
I would also remind us that Josh De Silva, among his 9 first-class hundreds, which he has had his 9th now, he also has a Test 100 against England, right, back in, 2022, Georgetown, Grenada, and he is not just a wicket-keeper, but a batsman. We like to marry the two and say wicket-keeper-batter, but he has been one who has been very consistent, and his omission last year was controversial.
And there are some folks that have asked or have questioned Seth whether or not there was space for both himself and Tevin Imlach in the squad.
Here's my take. I like Tevin Imlach. I like all of them, but I always believe that you have to select on form. And Josh De Silva was the second top one getter, and he was a former player. So yes, you want to continue, but are you continuing on a performance that was irresistible? And I think if it's not a performance that was irresistible, then you must play on form, especially a player who has experience. So mark you, I am very clear. It's not a matter of player preference, because I like both players. And it doesn't matter if, well, I don't know anybody I don't like. I like good performances, and I like consistency.
I will see. He's on 144. Terence Hines was that faced the first delivery. So De Silva now faces up. And just continuing to bowl a couple of deliveries through to the wicket keeper. Almost a deliberate ploy by Captain Justin Graves. He has removed the slip and he's put Kareem Cornwall almost in a gully position, and he has point deep on the boundary. He has a deep cover on the boundary, a short extra cover in Kofi James. He has a man at long off. Long on is 3/4 ways to the boundary, and he has a man at straightish mid-wicket, and then deep backward square on the boundary and a long leg. So very well spread field. 367 for 5, so he's in ultra defensive mode. Again, just delivery too wide to interest the batter into a stroke. Dave Joseph, the former West Indies batsman, has come alongside me for a short while. And Dave, what is the plan here for Justin Graves?
Well, as he said, he's thrust himself into an ultra defensive mode here, and the Leewards are really in that sort of mode. Field widely spread, so probably waiting for Justice Silva to make a mistake.
This one is driven sweetly through the offside and beats the fielder. Diving across, Kareem Gore was trying to make up ground from that backward point position, but it was timed so sweetly that himself and that fielder on that deep cover boundary both couldn't prevent that ball from going over the boundary ropes. Go now just saying to the man at that deep cover, you should have really,
Pittman.
Yeah, Pittman should have really made a bigger effort. Pittman probably had a shorter distance to run to get to that one, but it was timed sweetly, and they get 4 runs to Joshua De Silva. He goes on to 148, and the total is 371 for 5.
Firmly struck by Joshua De Silva, that delivery through the covers of 4.
So he gets an easy single as he plays it out to that mid-on region. That fielder that I said earlier was 3/4 ways, pretty deep. And that ball, once it was played very softly with soft hands, couldn't prevent it. The wickets fell at 227, 88, 115, 289 and 291. And Trinidad and Tobago 372 now for 5. And I should tell you, Terence Hines was dropped the very first ball that he faced. A straightforward catch at mid-off to Penny Feather, who dropped the sitter.
Well, you'll pay the price for putting down catches then more.
Yeah.
And at this level, you should want to take everything that comes to hand.
Certainly, it should have been taken. Kenneth Pennyfeather, as he's listed on the card. We know him as Cameron Pennyfeather around these parts. And then Hines was then dropped again, hooking down at fine leg when O'Shane Thomas tried a one-handed catch and put him down for a second time. He's ridden his luck. He's now on 19 of 47 deliveries, but really should have been gone first ball. It was that easy of a chance for Cameron Pennyfield. I don't think that he will ever get an easier chance at mid-off in his life. One that was just hit straight to him, normal pace, and he just made a hash of it. But it looks as if it's going to be Pittman who's coming back from that far end. So we'll watch him as he comes in. Gets a single. Delivery that was right up to the batter. And he gets his 150 to Joshua De Silva of 220 deliveries. And he continues to bat well here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 150 up for Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, he has continued his fine form. Denmore he's actually come out and put his head down and get himself set, and he's been going from stride to stride. He looks pretty comfortable and pretty easy pace pitch, looks like to me so far. So he has no reason to get out here.
Hines gets a short of a length delivery that he's just getting an easy single down into the backward point region. Trinidad and Tobago, they have done well in this game, is turned the strike over. They've literally, I remember Joshua De Silva moved from 60 plus to 80 almost unnoticed.
Yeah, well, that's as we spoke the first game, Denmore up at Coolidge. The West Indian batters need to learn to rotate the strike, and actually you can say they're improving in that respect, if they're rotating and turning the strike over.
Again, rotating the strike, just getting forward and pushing a full delivery up to deep mid-off and coming through for a run.
Yeah, I would like to see them, put a little bit more pressure on these batters. Don't give them all those easy singles. Force them to play some shots. you know, and look to bowl to one side of the field. As it stands now, you have got, you know, even players on both sides, so you need to look to bowl to one side, you know, and try to contain the batters.
They're going to get another run again as the ball hits Hines on the pads, on the thigh pad region, and just falling into the onside. Kofi James couldn't prevent that run, so just one more to the total. Watching him now for 3 games, Captain Justin Graves, I find that he's a little bit of a defensive captain.
I wouldn't say a little bit, then we're pretty moderate. Yeah, he's ultra defensive.
Yeah,
you can't get people out by defending, you know, the boundaries. You've got to look to attack them in some way.
We saw him yesterday very early, getting rid of one of the slip fielder when we thought that it was still possible, and the bowlers were trying to prize out a wicket and then just didn't get the support at certain points. And then now when it looks as Trinidad and Tobago they are going to try and build a big score, he's gone ultra defensive. He has 1, 2, 3.
If you have 4, you have 5. What is it?
About six men he has on the boundary.
Yeah, but I'm saying now, if you have 3 seamers and your spinner, you should be able to contain these guys and keep bowl some dot balls to them.
Delivery that is struck away. Kofi James was diving and coming across and using a little bit of footwork. That looks to be O'Shane Thomas down there on that boundary. And the batters were able to come back for 2 runs. We had that situation this morning, especially when Rakeem Cornwall was bowling from one end. He was bowling the overs, maybe just going for a run here or there. And then we had the faster bowler coming in from the other end. So we had Cornwall tying up one end and then the bowlers from the other end. And then I think that at one point the captain literally let the take all the pressure off. He took off the spinners, and then runs started to flow for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, but again, then more, if your seamers cannot, you know, contain the batters, I honestly think they don't have no place in this team. You can't be bowling every ball you bowl is a single. You must be able to bowl some dot balls here. That's how you build pressure on batters, you know, and put the fielders in the right place and then let bowl to that field.
I've heard that.
That's a good delivery.
Yeah, short of a length, just rising. The type of delivery that Hines has looked very suspect about, he's looked uncomfortable about.
I think that's a hard call there in terms of 1 for the over there. I don't think that was that high.
Yeah, that one passed just about chest high.
Just about chest high to me.
Yeah. We spoke earlier about...
And Graves is having a laugh.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about some of the inconsistencies we've seen in certain calls by the umpires. Swan is down the leg side. Another short delivery. Maybe rising a little bit more, but it was away from Hines.
Yeah, this looks like a plan then more. At least they're bowling to Hines, looking to get him out, you know, hooking or pulling. The field is in real good position for that, and he has bowled 2 deliveries of that nature, short, to see if Hines will go for the pull shot or hook shot.
That seemed to have been the plan since before lunch. Before lunch, we see him signaling.
He says one more again.
Again, and that one again.
No, that doesn't have the height on it.
Yeah, I'm not in agreement, and you can see that Captain Justin Graves is not in agreement with the umpire on that call.
Well, he's been put under more pressure than more now. He's got to bowl a fuller length. That's what they're saying here now.
He's banged one in, and getting on top of it is Hines, and he's going to get 2 runs as he plays it out into that vacant extra cover region. Pittman having to do a lot of work coming off that deep point boundary, and the batters were able to come back for 2 runs. Thought Joel Andrew might have attempted to go in that direction based on the distance that Pittman is coming from. Joel Andrew here at that mid-off position. He didn't make any movement whatsoever.
Well, based on the shot that was played, it maybe thought he was actually going square, which it did.
Another short delivery banged in by Justin Graves. And
it's another one again.
Umpire signals once more.
Yeah, that one had some height in it. But the previous 2 before that, I don't think so.
This one is jumping at Justin Graves, at Hines from Justin Graves outside the line of the off stump. Hines wanted a call there, didn't get anything from the umpires. So a little bit of inconsistency we've seen in this over, and the over ends with TNT Red Force 380 for 5. Just have a look at their scorecard there. Django and Jason Mohammed also doing well.
Yeah, well, I think there's another length that these guys can bowl Denmore. You know, that back of a length delivery that will actually force the batter to just defend, you know. And I think they'll need to go to that approach. We've got 2 seamers in the attack here. And one to me, Pittman is looking to bowl real full. And Graves bowling, you know, extra short. I don't know if, it's 2 different batters really. As Pittman comes in again.
Delivery that is played away down to a fine leg position. Joel Andrew is there. Good strong throw back to Carlon Bowen Tuckett, who is deputizing or the substitute wicket keeper. After yesterday we saw a ball low down taking Jamal Hamilton on the fingers. He went off injured, and Bowen Tuckett has had mixed results behind the stumps. He dropped one that should have really been taken off Amir Django when Django had not yet scored.
Yeah, well, as I say, you'll pay for those drop catches then more at this level.
This one is cut away, but fielder is posted down on the boundary in penny feather. So just a single to Terrence Hines. Joshua Da Silva, 154 not out. Speaking to him yesterday afternoon, he did indicate to me that he would love to be able to get a big score.
Yeah, well, that's what batters do then more. You try for that, you know, biggest score as you possibly can.
154 is his new personal best, we would say. He's at this level.
Yeah, well, he's heading to a double now, it looks like.
Sure he has that in his mind. Edging through the slip region down to the third man boundary for 4. He had put Raheem Cornwall a little bit wider, and that one took the edge and flew through where the first slip region would have been. Probably would have been a sharp chance. He was flashing and flashing well hard outside the line of the off stump and picking up a boundary.
Yeah, that's a no man lands position there. Cornwall is in.
Yeah.
I don't know about that type of feeling. You'll definitely have to be lucky to have that ball going to that position. What's that? It's like
it's almost
between
like
gully and fourth slip.
Almost like between gully and fourth slip.
Yeah, you're better off putting him on the third man boundary.
Yeah.
At least he probably would have saved that boundary there.
Cutting again and getting one down to deep backward point. Penny feather on the boundary, so another run to Terrence Hines. He's on to 23. The Silva comes into strike. 159 is his total.
Why are they using the same ploy for these two batters? I think you should actually get a slip in for Pittman here, you know, and then maybe a short extra cover and then, you know, bowl a fuller length. See if you can pick up a wicket.
One
There
is
we go.
driven hard through the extra cover region for 4.
Yeah, short extra cover. That's what I just said then. And the ball traveled in the air for some time.
So that one, Hines was leaning into that one and really hammering it past that extra cover fielder and into the boundary for 4. Look at it once more. Right up to him, and he gave it the full treatment. It got to the boundary very quickly.
Yeah, the length that Pittman is bowling then more, you need to have somebody in that area looking to take a catch. You know.
Maybe Rakeem Cornwall would be best in that type of position there.
Rather than being
rather
here.
than in this no man's land position. And then maybe putting in a traditional third man.
Yeah. Just roll the field around to the left. Ooh.
Short delivery, looking
That's a good
to
delivery.
pull. That one went close to the grill of Hines. Doesn't make contact. End of the over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. After 99 overs, they've moved on to 391 for 5 with 33 extras so far in the innings.
Yeah, we see Pittman bowling there just now. That last delivery had a bit of gas in it then more. So it shows that Pittman has something left in him. So he probably needs some support from his captain
Yeah, he has
in terms
bowled,
of the field
he has bowled
placement.
quickly, and he was the one that rushed Hines twice. One that was dropped at mid-off and then on the boundary. So he just feels that he's probably a little bit unlucky in this match against Hines. Just reaching for one that is wide outside the line of the off stump is Joshua Thomas. Joshua De Silva, correction. Joshua De Silva.
And O'Shane Thomas has left the field.
Thomas has gone off.
Yeah, we see Kareem Henry in his place here at fine leg.
I've seen that a number of times here today. O'Shane Thomas has left the field mostly for short periods. The ploy of bowling short to Terence Hines continues. So that ploy there, he set the trap and he's trying to bolt it, but I think he has to get those shorter deliveries more in line where Hines can try and play a shot.
Straight at him.
I think that if it's wide outside the off stump, he's always going to just leave it alone.
Yeah, I would think that line there and the length is a better length to bowl. You know, then the short ball becomes a surprise, as Pittman did in his last over. If everything is short, it's pretty predictable.
Yep.
You know.
Hines has moved to 27. Joshua Silva 160, his best score in first-class cricket so far. Another short delivery, one that hammered into the pitch.
Better line.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had to take evasive action, definitely.
I had a look at that pitch this morning, and it was absolutely flat. It looked like a well-built road.
Yeah, well, you should, as a cricketer, you want to see good pitches, you know.
What we've seen on it so far is that if the bowlers put a little effort in, they get something.
Yeah, it's
the
a
batters can
workable
also
pitch.
play shots. It's going to get another single, Hines, just on the back foot and playing one into the offside field. That is acres of space. Easy run for him in the end. Hines is signaling to the dressing room. He wants something. Probably lost in translation based on the reaction of the person there. Attempted slow Yorker, worked away out to long on for another single. 394 for 5, so they're approaching 400 here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And their batting card looks pretty good. Contributions all around. And it's been a toil for the Leeward Islands bowlers.
Yeah, then I'm trying to figure out, the strategy Leewards are trying to, implement here. We've got an extra cover for Joshua De Silva and none for Terrence Hines. I would think that Joshua De Silva, would be a better player. And then you're trying to tell me that Hines, you're bowling to him without an extra cover and giving him an easy single. I don't know. Unless you're trying to stop, Joshua De Silva from getting more runs.
We've seen that even prior to the lunch and interval, where they had the slip in and so on for Joshua De Silva and then spread the field for Hines. We found it kind of strange. We were just wondering. Just wondering what was the plan behind it.
Well, maybe they have given up on, trying to get him out. That looks like the only ploy. You say, well, okay, we can't get him out. Just, spread the field. Don't let him score fast or quickly.
He's going to get more runs here as he turns one down to a long leg position. Andrew is there. And Andrew, I think, is going to be important that on a good pitch like what we've seen here, playing, that if he gets an opportunity to bat, that he looks to get in and score runs here. We know that in a warm-up inter-squad match that they had played right here at ARG, he scored a double century. Andrew. Kareem Gore also got 150 not out. Pulled away over square leg, 6 runs. Just hammered in and served up. Long hop by Pittman, and the batter was also happy in Hines. He just swung it and it sailed away over that square leg region, 6 runs.
Yeah, as we said then, more if you're going to bowl short, every delivery is going to be predictable. I think Hines just waited and just, hit that so easily over square leg for 6. He doesn't have to think about getting forward. He's just everything short at him, short. You've got to have that element of surprise.
Yeah, he bowled a good spell before lunch, before he was taken off. We thought that he had settled down. Yesterday he was being roughed up like he is today. Then today he came back this morning and bowled a good spell. But then again now that he's coming from the other end, he has been far too short. And I think they know that Hines likes to play the short deliveries, and they're trying to set him up. But in the meantime, he's scoring quite a bit of runs. I think that might be his second or third 6. I'll just check the scorecard.
I think Graves has a better plan bowling to him. If you're going to bowl it short, you got to bowl it high so you cannot, get full control of it then more. Then you're going to have a chance with the ball maybe top edging or something like that. But just to bang it in and let it come up around his chest, that's not going to be useful at all.
He's playing one and looking very concerned that one could have rolled onto his stumps. Terence Hines, he was looking all over, not certain where the ball had gone, but it just spun back in his direction. Better delivery.
Yeah, here we go, Denmo, that's it. So we had the element of surprise coming in there with the ball coming up full to him because all the rest have been short. And he was late on coming forward. And he almost, Pittman almost got through his defense,
I do think, though, that Pittman just needs to hit that hard length, as we would call it.
Well, I'll tell you then more. He has no better person than the bowling consultant to teach him how to do that. He did that very well throughout his whole career. Hit that hard length and don't leave it at all.
Correct, indeed.
I remember him saying to me, when he bowls a length, he's not moving from there then more. The batters have got to try to move him, and if they can't move him, he's not leaving there.
Yeah, and that was very successful in terms of his career. Sir Curtly Ambrose, we're speaking of, the bowling consultant. This one is short and cut away for 4.
Spanked away through the covers.
Short and wide and given the treatment.
Yeah, lovely shot by Hines. As I said, everything he's just hanging on his back foot, and looking to play.
And the 400 is up, 405 for 5, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So they're continuing to pile on the runs here against the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands won the toss yesterday, and I thought when I saw the pitch yesterday, it looked as if it's going to be a runs machine, but they were they were concerned. Getting on top of another delivery is Hines. Gets a single out to deep cover and brings up his 39th run, 405 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I from the time I saw the pitch yesterday, to me.
Then more when last Friday we were here in the school finals, the T20 finals, and surprisingly my team, my captain and some of the teammates, I asked them, what would you guys like to do on this track? They said we're gonna bat first.
Yeah,
and they had no hesitation in saying that.
For me, it looked a good track. From I saw it yesterday morning, the umpires had a little bit of a concern with some spots they thought were wet spots. The same thing this morning. We didn't start at 9:30 but started at 9:45 because the umpires felt that overnight sweating. They said they saw some spots that looked a little bit softer, but for me, seeing that track, I would have batted first.
Oops.
Yeah, one just taking his eye off of it on that occasion.
That looked pretty close to being out for me then more. Let's see the replay.
Is Hines. Let's see. That's the 6 that he hit. Maybe we could see that last delivery. Just checking to see if we, because Captain Graves was interested in that one. He pounded in, didn't go too high, maybe just height.
Just over the stumps.
Yeah, just over the stumps.
Good call by the umpire.
Yeah, good call on that.
Not out. Oops.
Short delivery. Again, he's jumping into it and pulling it down to long leg position. Gets another run. Terence Hines. 40 runs more now than the Leewards should have. He should have scored because he was dropped first delivery. Just drove one straight to mid-off. And if Pittman had peeled away in celebration when he saw it going to Penny Feather, and then he looked up and realizing that all the other players were bowing their heads.
Oh, wow.
Benefit had dropped it. Outside the off stump, steered away down to third man for 4. So that ploy has not worked at all.
No, then I would prefer to see Joshua De Silva coming and trying to hit the ball straight down the ground for 4. Bowl him straight. Let him play straight down. You've got a long on and the boundary here. You're trying to, mix match down at point boundary and short and third man boundary and extra cover boundary.
And with the pace that he's bowling, those are very easy strokes for Joshua De Silva.
Huge gaps.
Wide. I agree with you. Should be a little bit fuller to Joshua
and straighter.
Let him drive. Yep.
Yeah, I've got protection here, straight back, long off, long on. Let him stroke the ball down the ground for 4 if he wants to do that. These gaps here, you can't cover them. You got third man is what? Almost 100 yards, the third man region, then another 100 between.
Yeah.
Almost 50 yards each. No, that's too much a gap for one player to cover.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And we've seen that once you get it placed correctly,
it's gone.
Short delivery again. He's pulling, getting a single down to that long leg position.
Kareem Henry not in the squad today. He's on the field for Thomas.
He's on the field for Thomas. Shoulders look a little bit broader than we would have seen him last season, maybe. Did a little bit of gym work. But he also has to fail in his batting in the first 2 matches.
Yeah, you need some runs.
Yeah, many of the Leeward Islands players need runs.
Shot.
Getting another delivery that he's driving again. Scrape the wicket for 4. That is beautiful.
Shot. Excellent stuff by De Silva.
Pitched up to him.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at it again.
Foot in place. Bat swing very nice through the covers. Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, textbook.
Yep.
That's the photo you take and put in the textbook when you're teaching a youngster what beauty looks like.
Excellent shot.
Joshua De Silva goes on to 171.
Looks like Kareem Gore is going to come into the attack.
And 417 for 5. It's been a while since we've seen Gore. So the experiment with Pittman and captain in Justin Graves has failed. So Kareem Gore, 7 overs for 30 runs. He too, early on, was attacked by a couple of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. And he sort of settled down and bowled some deliveries in the good areas.
Well, he starts.
Flighted delivery to start. Joshua, that's Terrence Hines, gets a single out to long on. 418 for 5. What do you think is a good score for Trinidad and Tobago to maybe declare? You think they'd want 500 like they did in the first game?
Well, I think what's going to happen then more, they look to bat all day today because they've reckoned that Leewards cannot bat a full day. So they'll be able to get them out in the next 2 days twice.
They have 2 days to
get them out twice, yeah.
Outside the off stump from Gore, do you think that with no Jaden Seals, they would be as confident? Joshua James coming in.
I think they're still backing themselves. You know, I think that the Leewards batters haven't shown that they could stand up to the pressure of the spin either. So any which way, I think they'll be backing themselves to get them out twice.
We'll see what it goes, and I think they want to win because if what I'm thinking is correct. I believe Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would want to end at the top of the table so they don't have to play that additional match. And
Yeah.
they would be able to get some rest and wait until
that's a good
the
thing.
finals.
Yeah.
Currently, they're second in the standings when we got the last set of
Points.
point standings. End of the Kareem Gore over, 419 for 5. Joshua De Silva, 172. Django made 83. He's now moved on to 299 runs in total in this competition so far. Trying to get in 108 overs today. And this is going to be an extended period. I think this is going to be an important period in the match. This period goes until 3:10 today.
Wow.
So we have still
an extra hour here.
Almost another hour or so, just about an hour and 50 minutes to go in this session. So tea will be a little bit later. And they made back that time up because of the late start again this morning. More runs here. Gets one. But that's all you'll have as Cameron Pennyfeather gets around very quickly. And limiting Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players to just a run. One more to the Silva's score. 173. As I was walking back after the lunch and interval, one of the groundsmen said to me, "Look at the scoreboard. Double century we're going to have here today."
Yeah, well, it's on the cards. And Joshua is moving up pretty quickly to it.
Hines gets one down the leg side. Eventually pulls the bat out of the way. He thought of playing it and then just withdrawing. He's on 42. He made a century in the first game, failed in the second match. But after being given two opportunities, two chances here, he's hoping to capitalize again. Maybe get to a half century first and then think about a century. Get the feeling that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force want to bat once in this one.
Yeah, well, delivery. On a track like this, then more you wouldn't want to bat a second time. You want to do it,
once.
Lead from in front.
Remember when we spoke to the captain at the toss, he said to us if he had won the toss, he was going to bowl as well. Try and bowl the Leewards out for a small score and then look to bat once. But then he went on to say, since we have to bat, we're just going to make the best of it.
Yeah, that would have been a better ploy to, split the whole game in two for them.
Gets on top of one and gets an easy single out to deep cover. Pittman on the boundary. One more to Joshua De Silva.
No, that's Hines.
That Hines. Hines has put on something on his hand. Oh, he has some skins on. That has his hands look the same color as Joshua De Silva's natural tone. So that's why I keep mixing him up. I didn't realize that he has some skins on now on his arm. Easy as Sunday morning, they call it, the way that Joshua De Silva just deliberately picks up those singles.
Yeah, well, Graves will need to go a bit fuller, forcing him to play a bit straighter rather than, the length of that one, it'd be easy to tuck it around the corner. It's over the stump height. But when it's up in terms of the height of the stump, so LBW is going to come into play. So you got to look to play a bit straighter, then it is going to come up to your fielders who are straight.
Good cricket.
Yeah, good running.
Part of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, good running. Just dropping it into the offside,
Yeah,
knowing that Graves has to do the work to get there. And they just continue to tick the scoreboard over. 423 for 5. Just look at that Joshua De Silva score there. 174.
Yeah, he's been moving up pretty quickly. You know, looking to get to that double century mark then more.
Scored very quickly in the morning session as well. The sun is back out with us. It's trying to make an appearance. Has been on the clouds for most of the day. It wasn't that hot this morning out there for the Leeward Island fielders. But you tend to think that if it gets out from under that cloud cover, it's going to really be baking them. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are making sure that they sun them. One
Should
from Kareem Gore is hit down.
Should be out caught.
And the catch is eventually taken. Looks as if it's
Kofi
James.
Good catch.
Takes the catch. And that's the end of
Hines.
Terrence Hines' innings. So, looking to clear the boundary and hit it down the throat of Kofi James, who is normally a good catcher. Sort of juggled it when it got to him, but eventually
it was on the ropes.
Yeah, he just knocked it up and then took the catch. So we just look. He's inside. Was looking to go over him.
That's good cricket on behalf of Kofi James there.
Yeah, just recognizing that he was
going to go over the ropes.
Going to go over the ropes.
Showed it up and then came back in.
Came back in. Took it again. So good work in the end by Kofi James. Kareem Gore gets his first wicket, and Trinidad and Tobago losing their 6th wicket. They're now 423 for 6.
Yeah, and as I say, first wicket for Kareem Gore. And as you say, then Morgan, that length force them to play the ball down the ground. You don't want batters playing these square shots. You definitely don't have no control of these shots where they're going to go when you start to play square of the wicket. Whether it's going to be on the onside or the offside. You cannot cover those positions very easily, but straight down the ground is a better tactic.
Yeah, the field was well set.
Yeah.
And Kareem Gore just offering him something a little bit different. Just putting something up there for him to think that, you know, I can have a go. And this time holding out to good work in the end by Kofi James. Just having the presence of mind to recognize that he might be going over the rope. Just flicked it up into the air. Settled himself back onto the field and completed the catch. So it has brought out Carey Pierre, left-handed batter for Trinidad. First delivery is played defensively as Gore is looking again to be right up to him. One that is fired into the pads of the left-handed pair.
I think Gore is a bit rushed, looks like to me then. We need to take his time and look to land the ball in the areas we want to land it.
Even the way that he's coming in.
That's what I'm saying. The approaches look pretty hurried.
As soon as he gets the ball, he looks as if he's ready to to move in rather than, you know, settle himself, think about it. He has that rushed approach, and when it looks as if he's a little bit slower,
yeah,
if
he gets a better line, better length.
The balls are much better.
Better, yeah.
Another good delivery.
But at least we're seeing then we're seeing a little bit more attacking fielders in place now. For
yeah,
Pierre.
with a new batter at the crease, you want to give yourself an opportunity to be able to dismiss the person before they get in.
Yeah, well, I would think that Leeward has, you know, missed the boat in terms of using both seamers after lunch. I thought that the plan of the boy should be use one on the spinner, and then you'll have extra depth in your bowling. Now you've got this new batter coming, you'll be able to bring one of the seamers back in to try to, you know, prize another wicket out for you.
So Cephas Cooper made 6. Evan Lewis run out without scoring. Jed Gooley 36. Jason Mohammed 47. Amir Django 83. Joshua De Silva is there, not out, 174. And 44 for Terrence Hines. That's the scorecard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's the line and length. I was telling you about Denimon and Graves, the captain, gave away a single.
Yeah, just not.
Yeah, not feeling it properly.
Feeling it properly. And
yeah, that's the line I think you want to bowl to him. Let him come straight down the ground.
Yeah, but when you bowl a good delivery like that, you have to
back it up with good feeling.
Back it up with good feeling. You can't just be casual. You just casually put his hand down and then allow the ball to go past him. And
maybe it said he's been overconfident.
Yeah. Batters were able to make him pay, though. They took the single.
Yeah, well, as you say, quite a few attacking fielders in position now. You've got a slip, gully. It's going to be backward point. Extra cover mid-off.
Attacking field for Carripier, the delivery outside the line of the off stump. Just about a length ball. P raises the bat, allows it to go through to Carlon Bowen Tuckett. So no doubt the likes of Kofi James and Mikhail Louis and others probably starting to think about how am I going to approach my innings on this pitch here.
Well bowled.
Yeah, good delivery again.
Well bowled.
Outside the line of that off stump. Beating Carripier all ends up.
Yeah,
I haven't seen anything on that pitch to really concern me so far in this game.
Well, again, the quality of the batters then will determine what happens. You know, Carripier, you're down into the tail now for the Trinidad Red Force. I'd rather seen 2 slips than more. Take one of these men out of the covers, let him feel he can drive through covers, and then looking to get him nick off going down the road.
Correct.
Oops. Here we go again.
Edge into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run. Maybe that man that's at conventional cover.
That's what I'm saying. Just roll the field around.
Yeah, just
to the right. Everybody going around.
Just
2 slips, the gully.
2 slips, the gully.
Cover, leave extra cover open. Let him drive.
Extra cover open.
Yeah.
Correct.
With that length and the ball going across him, let's see if he get him nick off going down the road. This man over in front of square to me doesn't make any sense either. If you're bowling, you tell me a man is going to hit you in front of square, it's time for you to give up the ball. Oops.
Edging, going down past the wicketkeeper and Cornwall and that first slip position and running down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, as I said, you know, that if Cornwall is in a conventional first slip position, that would have been a catch.
Yeah,
but you're trying to spread yourself to cover the space.
Yeah, cover the space rather than put the 2 slips in.
Yeah.
He needs to probably stand in a traditional first slip.
The captain needs
position.
to set the field properly. Then more. That's what we need. Not Cornwall setting himself where he wants to set himself. Look at that space.
Outside the line of the off stump once more. No run. End of another over.
Drinks
here on this post-lunch session. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 428 for 6. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
So welcome back to the heritage home of cricket in Antigua and Barbuda, the Antigua Recreation Grounds. The beautiful sight in the view is the background on the northern side of the island, and the man you're seeing in the screen, number 93, Kareem Cornwall. But the man who is more prominent in view is Josh De Silva, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain, who is entrenched on 175, and he must be thinking, seriously, Dave Joseph, beside me, about a double 100.
Yeah, it's definitely on the card set. Another 25 runs, and he's cruising, you know, up to it pretty nicely.
It would be well deserved. He faces Kareem Gore.
Long time we haven't seen a dot ball set. It's well bowled by Gore.
And that's part of De Silva's approach, rotate the strike. And he always tries to rotate the strike if he's not scoring boundaries, and he's not going to force a boundary if it's not there. And then he picks the single so easily.
Yeah, well played. Well weighed, well watched.
So he
waits for his scoring opportunity set.
So he's going well at 176.
76.
And keeps the Leewards out there. Kareem getting into the act. Pittman having some work to do in the deep. So 431 for 6.
Yeah, as Den one I was saying earlier on, Kareem Gore needs to bowl, you know, take his time and approach and bowl, you know, just a trifle slower. Yeah, that ball really sped across the ground with the pace that he bowled it at.
Yes, I guess he's trying to be defensive.
No, but you've got to work out which batter you're going to bowl that pace to. Set.
Yes.
This is a new batter. You've got to give the ball some time.
On a batter of a lower pedigree, no disrespect to Kareem, but he's a low order batter.
See, there we go, slow delivery, but he has to wait and then make up his mind he's going to play and play it properly. You've got short extra cover in position there, looking to take a catch if he doesn't drive properly.
So the over comes to an end. 431 for 6, 107 overs being bowled in the innings. But it's 43 overs that have been bowled in the day. We have, in fact, not quite, that's 37. We have another 57, that's what the board says, overs remaining. The possibility of getting 98 overs in the day. The end of play time is 5:15, but there is a possibility of claiming another 30 minutes, according to our match referee here, Jonathan Blades. And up his shot, because he has a lot of space, acres of space. There is no one close in front of the bat on the onside. So he could have just worked it without any pressure, without any anxiety. And he will just continue to move up now to 177.
Yeah, that's a better ploy set, you know, bowl him straight, let him come down the ground, straight down the ground. Not bowling him short so he could go spank into, you know, backward point for 4 and through the covers for 4, that kind of stuff. You know.
Closer to the body, closer to the stumps.
Yeah, straight at the stumps. Let him play straight.
Kareem here would be required what to play? Just to hold his end and allow the captain to go?
Yeah, he's just in a supporting role. Yeah. See your captain to a double 100 and then you take it from there. Whether they want to continue to bat or, you know, whether you're going to have a declaration. I think they'll be backing themselves with that total to, you know, get Leewards out twice. You know. And if it gets to a bigger total, it's even, you know, a better position for them.
It's not going to be easy for the Leewards. This morning they were not at their best in the field. When they were fighting back after getting 2 quick wickets, a straightforward catch was put down off Kelvin Pittman's bowling by Ken Pennyfeather at mid-on. That was a straightforward one. Did make a second attempt. And then we also saw one put down off Pittman by O'Shane Thomas. I believe he did not pick up the ball until late, but he went for a one-handed catch and then lost his balance before he had scored. And this one goes into the third man boundary for 4. Carey Pierce steering it. Yes, it came from the outer half of the bat, but he was deliberate. It was all along the ground, and there is only one slip and a gully, so 4 runs.
Yeah, well, Denmo and I were discussing, try to get 2 slips in, especially for Carey Pierce. Try to attack him as much as possible. Get a gully in there, and try to see if you can get a wicket. Put a little bit of pressure on the batters here. Maybe get a short extra cover in, or, that kind of stuff, something.
Yeah, something must happen. And it
well,
must
they're
happen
putting in
the
2
field.
slips now. Here we go.
After the thought, after the opportunity.
Yeah.
And that has been something that the Leewards would need to be more focused on. The approach to the field. We saw this morning a very intense period with Pittman and O'Shane Thomas really firing away, and there was no short leg. Few balls around chest area, the batsmen finching on 1 or 2 occasions, but there was no catcher in place. So the question is, do you expect to get wickets by just the batsmen being loose, or if the bowlers hit the stumps? Yes, there were catches missed, we do understand, but I think the issue of pressure, because it came down to building pressure, that actually cost the wicket of Django.
Well, you have an opportunity where you just got a new batter inset, so you should be able to put some pressure on him and try to get him out too.
And yet,
yeah,
you have
if
2 men.
You've got 2 set batsmen, that's a different thing, but you've got a new batter in now, so try and put some pressure on him and get him out. I would like to see, Graves bowl PFU from around the wicket, because it looks to me as if he's getting the ball to hit the seam and leave him. So it's a good thing to angle the ball into him and then get it to leave him. Yeah, you might have a better opportunity there.
So
and you'll have him playing at every delivery because he'll be coming straight at the stumps.
That's right. The Leewards only taken 6 wickets so far in the innings. They have been up against it. They have not done as well as they would have liked. And
yeah, they look a bit flat to set in the field.
No
they're going about. Yeah,
no
they're going about very
motivation,
slowly.
No one calling out.
Yeah, legs look a bit heavy.
They have been in the field for most of the series, so.
Well bowled, Karima. Yeah, that's a nice line.
You'd recall that TNT scored 507 for 5 declared in their first innings at Coolidge. And that was after bowling out the Leeward Islands Hurricane for 131. But on this occasion, they're batting first, and it looks as though nothing would stop them from reaching the 500 mark except a declaration. And I doubt a declaration will come unless Josh De Silva reaches a double century and feels that, okay, we have had enough runs, so they have to earn the wickets here.
I don't even think they're going to play runs. I think they're playing more time set. I think they'll be backing themselves, knowing that for the last 2 games, the Leewards haven't batted for a full day.
Also important is that they're looking at the table, the points table, recognizing that they want to end at the top, because the team that ends at the top of the table after the bilateral series will emerge into the final straight away. And then the second and the third place teams will play each other for a place in the final. And Happy Eagles under a bit of pressure from the Windwards Volcanoes, so the Red Force will definitely want to enhance their position, and they have been doing so. They have picked up batting points, and I'm sure they will be happy to play for an outright win and also pick up bowling points to ensure that they end at the top of the table.
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the cards here. I don't see no reason, why they can't, get the job done. Being the way our Leewards have been playing for the last 2 games, You see Cornwall coming back into the attack again.
Yes, the off spinner, big off spinner. Trying to stretch out, trying to bowl a few warm-up balls before he bowls. Josh De Silva is well set. He has had his highest first-class score and showed good signs in the first game when he got 62, registered a half century, the opening game of the bilateral series. And has joined many of the other players who have scored century and half century so far in the tournament. Stretches and gets another single. Very comfortable he looks, Dave.
Yeah, he was deliberate in the way he played that one, because I thought that delivery was pretty straight, but he was definitely telling himself he's going to get a single. So he actually advanced a bit and, rolled his wrist and got it out into through the offside, down to, the boundary down and long off for a single.
Still just one slip. Carry Pier facing Cornwall for the first time of the innings. And then there is a backward point, cover, an extra cover, all in the conventional positions. Mid on, mid off. Pierre squeezes this one out. This one came back into him. Almost breached his defense. And then on the onside, Shane Thomas at short backward of square. Kareem Gore at short mid wicket. Joel Andrew at mid on. Another good delivery by Cornwall. He's trying to hit the spots.
Yeah, well, I was saying to Denmo earlier, you need to bowl at the stumps. Based on what I'm seeing here, straight.
Over comes to an end. Rakeem Cornwall's 20th over. 438. 438 for 6. Batting 110 overs, that's good batting in first-class cricket.
Yeah, definitely. The Trinidad batters don't look, flustered at all. As I say, 1 or 2 catches might have been put down, but Josh De Silva here is pretty sound and, heading closer and closer to a double century.
All the time in the world for a single. The Leewards have used 7 bowlers. Rakeem Cornwall, Kofi James, the off spinners. Left arm slow bowler Kareem Gore, who is in operation, and 2 fast bowlers, Pittman and Thomas, and then the 2 medium pacers, Graves and Penny Feather. Not a good delivery from Gore. They need a wicket. They need a wicket here. Kofi James and the captain just had a word. You may not have seen that on the screen, so that's why Kofi James has. But he ran from deep mid-off to mid-on. Oh, dropped. Ooh. And it goes for 4. He was charging down the track, and Kareem Gore saw it, but it was just over his head. The ball parried from his palm and went into the long off boundary for 4. Carey P gets a life, but gets 4 runs nevertheless.
Yeah, that should have been taken. Set.
Yes, it should have been.
Should have been taken. Ball on card.
He may have crouched a bit early, Kareem Gore.
Well, you must know the delivery you bowl, Set, and you should be looking to feel based on what you bowl. A delivery that was pitched, straight, it should be coming back at you straight.
That's right. He didn't follow through. didn't follow through. He was at bowl and just, okay, almost going down, and then he recognized it was coming back in a hurry. It's about the 5th chance the Leewards have given. This one has been swept. Well, in fact,
good catch.
He goes. Penny feather.
Under 45, good catch.
The man who has, can we say, has he compensated for his error?
He will never be able to compensate for your
That's
error
what
earlier.
I'm saying, because
Never.
on that occasion, Hines was yet to score when that happened, and Hines was able to move on to share in a very big partnership with Josh De Silva. He was sweeping and taught with the free flow of the bat. Penny feather taking the catch. Wicket number 7 goes down for the Red Force. They are in fact 443 for 7. Pierre going for 9, and it is Josh De Silva, the man who is hoping that someone can just stay around with him. Kareem Gore getting the 2nd wicket.
Yeah, Kareem Gore, made the break that Leewards wanted, and you're just saying again they need another wicket, and he did the job again for Leewards. So good ploy by the captain. As I said, I thought that they should be looking to bowl, spin and a pace, which would have lengthened the bowling attack. But they came out after lunch using 2 seamers, and now they've gone 2 spin.
So, an interesting part of the game, because De Silva will be facing Rakeem Cornwall. Rakeem Cornwall having a word with the umpire. De Silva would be saying that those 20 runs would be important to him. He would be convinced that his team is in a very strong position, but he also has an important landmark that is 20 runs away. How interesting was that situation where Kareem Gore had dropped a catch to his own bowling, and the next ball he had a reward.
Yeah, well, as I say, those bowl and catch should be easily taken. But, in the end, Penny feather, took a brilliant catch on the 45 after, sweeping, after a sweep shot.
Kareem Gore.
Fielded by Kareem Gore again.
Good football skills, ran around like a right winger, curled the ball back and was able to pick it up. So Terence Hines with 44, Amir Django overnight this morning on 69 was able to get up to 83. They're the ones who have batted around Josh De Silva for much of his innings, and De Silva dominating his partnership with Hines, but would need some help from Joshua James, the big man. Joshua James coming in replacing Jaden Seals. Seals has been placed on workload off time, so Jaden, if you're listening, you would be very pleased with your team's performance. Youngster who has come through leaps and bounds through the youth ranks to regional cricket and now in international cricket, on his way to 100. That's Wickets. Has been bowling remarkably well for the West Indies. Joshua James got 1. He didn't know too much about that. He was playing with a straight bat, and the ball took the outer half of the bat. 4 for 7.
Yes, that its scoreboard keeps rolling over, but I'd like to see a bit of pressure being put on Joshua James. Even get a man in front of the bat or something.
Yes, that is important.
Yeah, if you're gonna put some pressure on them to try to get him out, not just having them playing freely. I don't think Joshua James will be able to defend for too long. So you put some pressure on him and let him force him into a rash shot.
So the two Joshuas, but one is James and one is De Silva. De Silva is the one batting. A monumental score of 181. The Red Force captain showing his capacity to defend, his capacity to pace the field, his capacity to rotate strike. And gets a single. He's comfortable with giving Joshua James the strike. Joshua can hit the ball. But you're right, he has just come in and some pressure should be applied.
Yeah,
to get him out and also to keep him on strike. And
right, his timing, nothing can be going great for him. He's just coming. If he wants to hit, let him hit.
And we're still seeing the spread field. Now
That's,
the peel,
that's straight.
not given by umpire Reefer. We would love to see that on replay. That was a loud and confident appeal.
That looked pretty straight.
It's Kareem Gore. This occasion, Joshua James defending. This is what we saw earlier. Wow. That definitely looks straight.
Yeah, dead straight.
There's no question about that. The bat was not even close. The bat was coming way ahead of the pads. That's a close decision, a tough one. 446 for 7. So the Leewards have doubled the number of overs they have bowled in the match today. It's 113 overs. They have not quite doubled it. 113 overs, not 130 overs this morning. They came having bowled 64 yesterday. Joshua James looks a little bit uncertain with his approach in the previous over with Kareem Gore. You didn't get the impression that, you know, he really wanted to score. You got the impression that he just wanted to be in, perhaps to provide support to Captain the Silva. Ooh, just to the right of Kofi James, and he will get
very well played.
Yes, he will get
4. It looks like.
No, Kofi James pulls it up.
Yeah.
Yes, it moved the other way, and he was able to make an adjustment at the last minute and steered
watched it all the way, and then dabbed it down to short to third man.
So, the Silva, the man who is, if he gets there, he will be the second person to get a double 100. Second person to get a double 100 in this season. And brilliant fielding on the part of Graves. That one was played, and Joshua De Silva was running, and Justin Graves was able to get onto it, picked it up one-handed. Didn't have a direct hit, but brilliant fielding.
Yeah, brilliant stuff by Graves.
Just at that. And wow, it would have been close.
Yes, tight one.
But he got in.
It didn't hit.
Joshua James playing his role. All eyes are on Da Silva, the man who is batting his team in a strong position, into a position in which they can't lose. And he's doing as he did on the first day and the second day of the first game of the bilateral series. You see the bowling, O'Shane Thomas 2, Kareem Gore 2, Cornwall 1, and Penny Feather 1. The other was a run out. Unfortunately, Evan Lewis didn't get a chance to be a part of the high scoring. In fact, he has had such an unfortunate situation in the game after being struck on the ankle by an attempted run-out. Second delivery of the game, which came this morning after Django departed, and then he didn't get to add because of that run-out in a mix-up with De Silva. De Silva, though, was not daunted by that, and the loss of those 2 quick wickets. And even when Hines had 2 chances, De Silva has been unblemished so far. Unbeaten on 183. Good fielding once again by the captain. Just rolls and strolls.
Yeah, I see a little uptick in the Silva set. Looks like he's looking to get on with it.
Yes, he wants to get on,
Yeah,
but
it
I
looks
think
like
he should be mindful of his landmark. It's not often a person gets an opportunity to score 200.
Yeah, well, I think he's not actually. It looks like 4. Yeah.
Definitely 4, Joshua James. He was quick on that one, beating Graves in the covers.
Yeah,
and
he looks like he's not no slouch to the bat set.
no, he's a good batter. He's relatively good.
Yeah, he spanked that one beautifully to the covers off his back foot.
But Josh De Silva, he can have a go. He does that with authority, and is batting brilliantly. Ooh, that's a
miss. Set.
Yes, it was a ranking full toss on the legs, down the leg side.
Yeah, he tried to sweep it around, but didn't make proper contact. It would have been easy 4.
He remains on 6.
Shot.
Another, no, it will be stopped by Carty coming around the cover boundary. Only a single. Josh De Silva, 184 from 257 deliveries, 19 fours and a 6. And you make that he has really been on top of his game, and he has dominated the proceedings here. Good over relatively from Kareem Gore. No, we can't say good because he had that ranking full toss after he was struck for 4 by Joshua James. So I'm not quite sure if they would be looking to get another bowler in after this over from Cornwall. The batters are now looking comfortable.
Yeah, both of them look pretty good, pretty decent in defense.
Joshua is very happy with James.
Yeah, he's giving him all free will to play.
I'm saying Joshua will be happy with James, but it's also Joshua James. So De Silva is very happy with James.
Yep.
And that has taken pressure off of him, because with the change of batter, especially in the lower order, and approaching a landmark, it could be a challenge. If there is no confidence in the other batter, good rotation of the strike.
What I'm not sure about, Seth, is how long you'll be able to, defend and stick around. Tail enders always like to have a go. So maybe De Silva will be concerned about that.
That one kept a bit low, trifle low.
Yeah, good bit of feeling by Kareem Gore.
The field is spread. I'm not quite sure if they would expect that Joshua De Silva is going to try and hit a 6 at this stage.
Well, you wouldn't want him to get to it quickly like that, set by boundaries. Let him work for it.
That one was on the middle stump. Kept a little bit low, or at least lower than the usual Cornwall deliveries. And this is the second one we have seen like that in this over. A better delivery. Delaying caused him to look up a bit, but Joshua James was equal to the task. Over completed 460. For 7, David Joseph, your thoughts?
Yeah, we see Cornwall there trying to entice James to go over the top, giving that delivery a little bit of air, but he refused to. So He's still there.
Kareem Gore comes back in. Would you be content with these two? Would you be mixing it up a bit in terms of the bowling?
No, they're bowling pretty well, I would think.
Would you be making any adjustment to the field setting under this circumstance?
Well, for the Silva, I wouldn't change much, but for James, I'd want to see the ball given a bit more air. You know, try to entice him to play, you know, a rush shot.
Well, I know the Silva, as though he's so focused, may not be enticed. Joshua James, yes, you're correct, more likely to offer that opportunity.
That's 4.
Yes, swept it well,
Yeah,
picked it up.
That's a bad line.
Down the leg side, and you see the difference in the batters. Previous over, Joshua James had one that he missed out. It was a full toss. This one was not full, but it was down, going down leg. And you can see the experience and the class of the player. He read it, and he just paddled it around. Down to fine leg for 4.
That's where you don't want to bowl, Kareem Gore. You don't want to bowl it based on your field placement. You want to keep the ball in front of the batter's face.
And that's his 20th 4
force
of
him to
the
play the ball
innings.
straight down the ground.
So he has had 24s and a 6. Comes forward. So after this over, Dave Joseph, then Mo Roberts is going to join you. So Kofi James does the fielding, and Josh De Silva, the man who is large and in charge, will retain the strike, and he is on 190, just 10 away from the possible double 100. He's like that mounting that is strong, that is conspicuous. His inning stands out for this Red Force team, and he must be saying to his partner, Amir Django, who missed out on his 100, I would do it for you, or I'm looking to join you, because Django would have had the 100 in his first game, a double 100, turned that century into a double. Though in first class cricket, we don't register double hundreds. It is part of the score, but it's considered a century. There is no column for double century or triple. It's just a century. Joshua De Silva works this one in the deep cover area. Pittman comes off the boundary and goes up to 191. 191.
Cruising along is Joshua De Silva. Another 9 for him to get to that, landmark, which most batters would love to get to. As you say, he will join his teammate Django, who had scored a double century in the first game, if he gets to that landmark.
Now you see they're making adjustments now with Joshua James on strike. They're bringing in the man off the cover boundary. So there's the point, placing him in a point position. There is a cover. There's a short mid-wicket. There is O'Shane Thomas to the left of the square leg umpire. So at forward of square. And then the men are in the deep. Carty, Captain Graves, and Joel Andrew. Joshua James won't be enticed. He's definitely on a mission. Batting guided by clear instructions. He's going back and he's working this one close to, which is close to the stumps. On the back foot. Still got it in the middle. Oh, goes for a big heave, wrapped on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. We'll get a couple of leg byes here. Spirited one by Kelvin Pittman. So
Yeah, that's Kofi James.
That's Kofi James.
Away from slips, running back.
2 leg byes to complete the over. And Josh De Silva will face. Denmore Roberts will come, Dave, and join you. And then later on, I'll give you some relief.
Gore continues, and first delivery forced back by Joshua De Silva, just trying to walk his way to that double century. Opportunity to get his best ever score, Joshua De Silva, make it a double century. He's had 9 centuries so far in first class cricket. He's batting with Joshua James.
Nicely played down to long on by James. Looking pretty competent. Denmore as a batter.
Yes,
James,
looks the part. He's going to get another run as he was just trying to keep that one out. And again, it came off the bat so well that it got past Kareem Gore and out to that mid-on position for a run. He says Joshua James, a Tobagonian cricketer. He's had 380. 3 runs, 383.
Shot.
Strong in that area. We've seen him that offside, especially when he gets to free his arms on that off stump. He plays that shot very, very well. End of another Kareem Gore over, 472 for 7, 2 for 58 off 16 Kareem Gore. 193 is Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, not a bad over by Gore there, keeping the batsman on the check. You know.
So Joshua James, he's had 13 first class matches, 16 at List A and 6 T20s. In his 13 matches at first class, he's got 26 wickets at a very good economy rate of 2.92. So
we get a bowling change here, Denmore. Looks like Kofi James is going to come into the attack. I don't know what's wrong with Cornwall, but he's been taken out.
Yeah, Cornwall was getting ready to bowl, and then we see the captain just making a change almost belatedly. Sometimes a little bit of indecisiveness in terms of the captaincy. We saw this morning as well that when O'Shane Thomas came on to bowl, he looked as if he wasn't ready. Looked as if he was just told the last minute that you're it.
Yeah, really, I've got to be a little bit more professional than that as a captain.
And then he was.
You should be able to give your bowlers some notice ahead of time so they could get themselves ready.
Yeah, because Cornwall was clearly not in the loop there. But Kofi James it is. Starts with one down leg side to James. James was just looking to nudge it, not making contact. He's striking him on the pad and on the peel from
that's
Kofi
heading down
James.
leg.
That looks like it was going down leg from the start. .472 for 7. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force probably just looking to get somewhere in the region of 500 or more. Joshua De Silva would love to get to his double century, and then I just tend to think that once he gets to that double century, he's going to be a little bit more positive.
Yeah, well, it's just going to be a matter of trying to push it on.
He's just
get a
hoping
bigger
that
total as possible after that.
That James can stay with him
to that point,
to
and
that
then they
point,
take it from there.
and then they take it from there. Because I watch the way that James is approaching things, and I believe if Joshua De Silva had already gone to 200, a lot of these balls that he's pushing back would have been looking to go over the top. Is he driving again? Plays that shot very well. Gets it out to Joel Andrew at long off.
Yeah, he looks pretty confident then more as a batter.
He averages 19.1 in first class. He's at a 50. His highest score being 58. Joshua James. Joshua De Silva has decided that he's going to try and walk to this double century. He moves on to 194. He takes the strike. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 474 for 7. Just look at the bowling card. There the wickets shade around. 2 for O'Shane Thomas. Gore is going to continue. Flighted, and James gets the Silva, gets an easy single. It's 195th run. Joshua De Silva. Now faced 272 deliveries. Josh De Silva for his 195.
Yeah, that one kept a bit low there then more. Sliding down pretty low to James. Ooh.
Striking him on the pad. An appeal. Not out, says the umpire. James was just looking to be a little bit expansive on that occasion. Let's see how that one looks on the replay. Flighted. Going past the bat here. He's out, caught behind. So eventually, catch taken by Carlon Bowen Tuckett. It was pretty close to the edge. James looks as if he just nudged it, but Bowen Tuckett made a little bit of a hash of it. It bubbled up into the air, but he was eventually able to hold on to it And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing the 8th wicket, now 275 for 8.
Well bowled by Gore. Then, as we said, when he bowls it, with a much, more compact approach, he gets results.
So 475 for 8 after 120.5 overs. They're going to take a drinks break. We too will take a short break and we will be right back. So we're back here and the sunshine is back with us. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would have just lost their 8th wicket, that of Joshua James and Joshua De Silva. 5 runs away from a double century, but he now has wickets falling at regular intervals around him. He might be getting a little bit nervous. But Kareem Gore is going to continue to the new batter, who is Anderson Phillip, who has come out to join Joshua De Silva. Phillip played an important role in that second game. Gets one outside the line of the off stop, pushes the leg at it, allows it to go by.
Well left.
No run. End of the over, 475 for 8, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That's their main scorers and their batting card. 3 wickets so far for Kareem Gore, 3 for 59 of his 17 overs. We just look at the last wicket there, just the edge of the bat found, and eventually catch taken by Carlon Bowen Tuckett. Wicket keeper that I think that has some work to do, especially with his wicket keeping. It's not been ultra effective behind the stumps. Still think he can be a lot tighter, a lot more work done on making sure that his wicket keeping skills are up to par. Kofi James continues. 196 now for captain Josh De Silva.
Well, Denmo, it's obvious that De Silva has some confidence in his tail. He's not afraid to give them the
Like
the
I said,
brunt
in
of the
the
bowling.
last game, Philip batted well. Batted for well over 3 hours.
Well, that's great. Good stuff.
So Da Silva would probably be saying that I have no fear.
Ooh.
Philip came in at the end of the day when Trinidad was in a little spot of bother. He saw out the afternoon. Then he came back in the morning session and batted for quite a while.
Wow.
He is hitting this one out to the mid-wicket region, but it falls short of Mikhail Louis out on that boundary. Is that Louis?
I don't think De Silva is happy about that shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Yeah, he's saying something to
When
to
I'm
Philip
on
there.
196, and I would think that that's an irresponsible shot because he could have held out to that mid-wicket fielder. And I think what that shot could have done as well is that it could have put Joshua De Silva under the type of pressure that he might have to try and play a rash
Yeah,
shot
he's
to
going to
get
have
to
a
that
chat with
double
him.
century.
He's going to have a chat with Philip now.
Right thing to do. Joshua
Yeah.
De Silva goes up by 1. 197. Total under 478 for 8. He's just gone to Philip and says, listen, just see me home. Nothing rash, please.
Yeah, well, he'll need to do just that, and then they can take it from there. That should be the plan here on Denmo.
He's getting one down to that short fine leg position. There is the big guy posted there, no run. Leaving one outside the line of the off stump. Good judgment on the part of Philip, Anderson Philip. The end of the over has come up. At the end of it, 478 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 122 overs bowled so far. We still have another 42 overs remaining in the day's play. So quite a bit of play still left.
Yeah, with De Silva needing 3 more to get to his double century.
Silva faces up now. He's driving pleasantly, gets a single 198 for Joshua De Silva. Again, showing the confidence in Philip, taking that single first delivery. Good reading of that delivery outside the off stump by Philip, just picking it up early and pushing the pad and allowing it to go by.
Yeah, I'm having a look here at something then more in terms of Carl and Boyan. Point Tuckett.
Ed nudged away. They come back for 2. Carl and Boyan Tuckett having to give chase. There's no fielder in that short fine leg region.
Have a look at his stance then more when he goes down. He looks, pretty angered. Should have been, more straight on. He's coming from behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of as if he's looking more into the extra cover region than
He
straight
should
down
be
the
looking
pitch.
straight at the pitch, down the pitch, where the bowler is coming from.
Saw a little flaw as well in his keeping to the faster bowlers. He just had his gloves on his knee and never really goes down. Sort of stays halfway up. Outside the off stump, from Gore, allowed to go by to end another of Gore's over. This is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force scorecard. Starts for quite a number of players. Jed Gooley, Jason Mohammed, Amir Django, all of them. Django got a half century, but Mohammed falling short. And Gooley getting an enterprising 36. His boundary started 36. But at this level, he would want more than middle 30s. He would have to start to get the scores if he's going to be in the conversation at any point. James continues. One that is worked away, nudged down on the onside by Captain Joshua Da Silva. He remains on 198. Flighted delivery, and he's driving but straight to the field at extra cover. Probably would want to have placed that a little better. Joshua Da Silva maybe a little bit to the left of Kareem Gore. Here is backing away and trying to run one down to third man. So he's a little bit nervous now. We spoke about the nervous 90s. He's now in the nervous 190s. He's on 198. And looking to get that double century.
And Philip has gone down to give him, a bit of confidence.
Yeah, Philip has gone down and said, I got your back there, mate.
Yeah, come on, keep going.
He's now driving, getting his 199th run. Just getting it out to that short mid-off region. Kareem Gore can't prevent the possibility of a run. So he's on 199. Joshua Da Silva, 482 for 8. His heart must be beating fast out there.
Not really. He's been easy. He's just easy picking here then more. The feels wildly spread. All you've got to do is to wait on that delivery that, you can stroke it into the gap or nudge it around the corner, for just that single that's needed to get a double century.
Kofi James with just one more delivery to go. And Philip negotiates it well. So Joshua Da Silva will be on strike as he is on 199, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force total continues on 482 for 8.
Yeah, Captain Da Silva is just going to look to tap it around somewhere, tap it somewhere for your single and get to a double 100, and then let's see what they do from there on then more.
We'll see what the approach is if and when he gets to that double 100. We'll look and see what his approach will be. His colleagues all gather in that dressing room. They're all huddled together, just waiting for him to get that single to celebrate that double century, which would be his best score at the first class level. And yesterday he joked about Amir Django having 2 double centuries. So Raheem Cornwall has moved from slip into that short catching position.
Short mid-off.
Yep. Almost in line with the crease on that practice track. So they're just looking to apply a little bit of pressure on Joshua Da Silva, just letting him wait a little more. Kareem Gore also wants the man out at long off to come in as well. Gore, left arm around the wicket. Good gamesmanship. He's just allowing Joshua Da Silva to wait. Silva drops it and takes off and gets the run. 200 for Joshua Da Silva. He jumps in the air and punches the air. Signals now to his dressing room with both arms. Joshua Da Silva, take a bow. 200 not out.
Yeah, excellent knock by Da Silva. There, Denmo. Think he, as he said, he's in unblemished, haven't given the chance, and he is, stuck to his guns, and he really cracked the double 100 here in the Leewards.
Yeah, well played by Joshua Da Silva. His 200 runs. come in here. He's 200 not out of 280 deliveries. He had 24s and 1-6 in his knock so far. Joshua De Silva getting to that double century mark. Well played.
Excellent stuff by De Silva.
So Kareem Gore continues to Anderson Phillip. And Phillip is just looking to be positive. So we'll look and see if there's a change in the approach now of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Phillip is trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Those deliveries from Kareem Gore, but hitting it straight to the fielder. Gore looking for his 4th wicket. Phillip is going to get a single there as he get that one out to the long on region. So one more to him. And Joshua James is very, very happy with
De Silva.
De Silva, correction, was very, very happy. That's the moment. Yep, that's the moment. Punches the ear, chomps up into the ear. And he's now swinging one over the mid-wicket region, so he is the no-nonsense mood now.
Yeah, he's going to get on with it.
He's going to get on with it. So it was pitched up to him by Kareem Gore, and he just went with it over that mid-wicket region and picks up a maximum, a boundary, 6 runs to Joshua De Silva. Takes his personal score to 206. 490 for 8, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He's swinging again. This time it goes all along the ground, out to the fielder, out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. And they come through for a run. So it looks as if Joshua De Silva is now going to be a little bit more positive against the Leeward Islands bowling. 491 for 8 at the end of that over.
I would think he's going to look to be more aggressive than more, not positive. He's been pretty positive. You can get a positive single to then more.
Yeah. Aggressive is what I really wanted to say on that occasion. Yeah, I think that
he stepped up the ante here.
Just step it up a little bit.
Yep.
I'm going to be looking. I think that he's probably going to look to go after Kofi James as well in this over. Maybe try to get up to that 500 mark and then give them an opportunity maybe to bowl at the Leewards even today. But he's playing one nicely into the leg side, into the mid-wicket region, takes off and gets an easy single.
Yeah, pretty easy single into the onside here for De Silva again. Brings Phillip into strike. Let's see what Phillip does after Joshua has gotten to his landmark. He had showed, real intent early on when he came in to be aggressive, then more so. Let's see if he can pick up that role again after the landmark has been made.
Yeah, he played a shot that almost stopped Joshua De Silva's heart when he was trying to heave one over the mid-wicket region. He's just backing away. He wasn't ready as Kofi James came in. That ball is the signal by the umpire. He was just settling into his stance when Kofi James began to move in. James, almost like Gore, doesn't wait a long time to get into his stride. As soon as he gets the ball, he just almost turns and looks to begin to move in. Down the leg side, looking to bang it away, not making contact, hitting the pads of Carlon Bowen Tuckett. And no run. Anderson Phillip would have thought that he missed out there because that was a poor delivery from Kofi James. Better delivery from James right up to Phillip, just pushing it back on the offside. Can't score. Trying to work one into the Onside is Anderson Phillip. No run. 492 for 8. One delivery to go in over 126. And again, just finding a fielder there, Anderson Phillip. 492 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago. Just look at the Leeward Islands bowling card. Pittman, expensive in his 15 overs. Penny Feather, 13 for 72 as well, a little bit on the expensive side. And Penny Feather. Seth calls his bowling brackish medium. You ever heard of that type of bowling?
Yeah, we've heard those, description all the time. It depends on your pace that you're bowling at. You're going to get those description coming out. Shot down the ground.
Coming down and driving is Joshua Da Silva. Gets another run. Goes on to 208. Who's going to make runs for the Leeward Islands in this game? Dave Joseph?
Well, you've got a lot of batters. They need to get some runs under the belt. Somebody need to put up their hands.
Opportunity for Kofi James, who's come into the squad.
Yeah, somebody has got to put up their hand then, even more than one player.
Kyle Louis started to look good in the second innings of the last match. Clipped away. He's going to get runs here.
At least 3.
Gets 1, gets 2. Should come back for a 3rd. Gets it pretty easily. Andrew belatedly giving chase after Carlon Bowen Tuckett had taken off to try and give chase. Andrew moving from in that mid-wicket region.
As I said then, the Leeward's batting was going to be of concern to me in this season. I've watched a few of them playing in the local league, and none of them really, came out on top. So I knew there was going to be a batting problem for the Leewards.
Yeah, they were not impressive. Some folks said that I was a little bit harsh when I suggested that the Leeward's players, especially in the domestic league, should have been dominating.
I don't think that was, harsh on your part then, Mo. I think that's exactly what I was looking to see too. I was listening every day, watching them, listening to the news to hear the names come up on top, but we have never seen that or heard that.
Yeah, they've not distinguished themselves in the local league here. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, many of the Leeward Islands players this year participated in the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day league. Another run for Anderson Phillip. Another run for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So they're approaching 500. They're now 498 for 8 after 127 overs. Just look at that score there for Joshua Da Silva. He's still there. That's a not out score. 210 runs off 286 deliveries. So
yeah, I think they will be looking to go to tea then more.
Well, tea is at 3:10.
Yeah, there's a couple of minutes more, it looks like. 20 minutes.
According to my watch,
half an hour.
We have, you can say 15 and 10, 25 minutes more. For the tea, maybe the Trinidad and Tobago side would be looking to go into that tea interval well in excess of 500 and then make an assessment from there whether or not they're going to make a declaration or they're going to continue. I think once Joshua Da Silva is still at the crease, he might want to continue and try and make as many runs as possible just to maybe bump up his average and put his name firmly back in the minds of the selectors, the scouts, as they're called these days.
Yeah, well, I think that his name is, you know, on the tip of their tongues by now, Denmore. So it's just a matter of, you know,
and
to
Jack
try.
Matthew yesterday was suggesting that West Indies is looking for a captain. Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting point he has made there, and I like your statement, wow, because that's what I said too.
I thought they just had that one sorted out a couple of months back.
Well, Seth Burton is not of the opinion that Ruston Chase, based on performance and the performance of the team, has done enough to maintain that placement, that position as captain. And we'll see what happens when the decision is made. We have international cricket coming up pretty soon. Should have Sri Lanka around in the summer.
Well, then I'll tell you that captaincy is not something that rains out of the sky. Yeah, they should be doing some work with him to get him up to speed, because that was a huge decision they made the other day. They had, what, 3 or 4 people been in the ring?
Yeah.
And then he came out on top.
Came out on top.
So I
think they said they used a special process of assessment. The name is escaping me at the moment, but always a discussion point in West Indies cricket, the captaincy and the performance of the team, and I think all of us want the team to do well. Kofi James continues to bowl to Philip. Joshua De Silva, though, his name always comes up in the discussion when we speak about captaincy.
Well, based on what I've seen from him in this it's a bilateral series here, he's been, you know, a very good leader. And he has runs behind his belt now, but to go and change from what the decision you made a couple of months ago, I'm not too sure about that then more.
Last delivery outside the line of Phillips' reach, and it's 500 for 8. So the 500 has come up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and as you look at their card, Joshua De Silva still there, not out on 211. And I'm just looking at Amir Django's stats, because yesterday Joshua De Silva said something to me that was pretty interesting. He says Amir Django has 2 centuries, both of them being double centuries.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. They have a little bit of competition going on within the team.
Yeah, he's not
Everybody's trying to get some runs, get the most runs.
He said that he's not yet had 100 in the sense of just 100. He says every time he's gotten to 3 figures, he's gone on to a double, and he wanted 1, and he's gotten 1 now, facing Kareem Gore. He's driving on the bounce, back to go, no run.
Yeah, I'd love to see a bit of flight on the ball now, then more.
500 for 8.
Just on around off stump, see what he does. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of flight there from Kareem Gore, and equal to the task is Joshua De Silva, playing it back along the pitch, almost posing for the camera on that occasion. Again, playing it defensively in the approved manner that you yourself and others would say, that when you're playing a defensive shot, you're not looking any runs more often than not.
Yeah, as you see, then more De Silva is playing around in his crease, you know, trying to entice Gore to change his line, but Gore stuck to his guns.
And that's important, that you don't let batters control you. Gets one that Gore's arm just pulled that one down, and he was able to bang it away for a single. Brings Philip, who is on 9 into strike. He's faced 27 deliveries rather quickly. Here, Anderson Philip. Gets another single. Pleasantly driving that one up to mid-on. And they always say that if you cannot drive, you can bat. End of another over, 502 for 8. Take a look at the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard. The funny thing is Evan Lewis there, he was struck on the ankle before he faced a delivery and went off the field injured yesterday. And when he came back on today, before he was able to score a run, he was run out.
Yeah, well,
he's had a
goes like that sometimes.
Yeah, one of those type of games that he just seemed not to be able to get a break. And it was a funny situation because Joshua Da Silva rushed through for the first one and looked as if he wanted to come back to get his century. But Louis was quickly onto the ball, and Evan Lewis was coming back almost past the point of no return when Joshua Da Silva held his hand up.
Whoa. Yeah, we call that the traffic police.
Yeah, wasn't even in the frame when he was run out by the wicket keeper. But the thing about it is that Joshua Da Silva has since scored 113 more runs since that incident.
Mm-hmm.
So when he goes in, he can say, buddy, I'll give you the 13, I'll take the 200.
And it might be a little bit more.
Might
get a little bit more.
Yeah. Let's watch as he faces from Kofi James.
I don't know if you picked up that just now, Denmo. I picked up just now that the Silva was actually set in the field for the Leewards. You were saying to Pittman, you need to go out on the boundary.
Yeah, all a part of the gamesmanship. Because he's played that shot on the offside very well.
Yeah, but the line will determine if he plays that shot, Denmo. The line and the length will determine if that shot comes into play.
He just played it pleasantly up on the onside out to the long on fielder in Penny Feather and gets another easy run.
Yeah.
So he continues to motor on 213 runs, 504 for 8. The Trinidad and Tobago red 4. So they're 3 runs short of 507 for 5 they made in the first game, which was too much for the Leeward Islands. Too many runs for the Leeward Islands to manage. Leeward Islands making small scores in both innings there.
Well, as we said earlier on, Denmo, the batting for the Leewards was going to be of some concerns based on the fact they have none of the batters have really dominated the local competition here, which should be of a lower standard than this one they're playing at. So I knew that there was going to be some concerns and some difficulties for the Leewards batters. And it's all showing up now. Let's hope they can get it together for this game.
Well, they have, like I said, they have 1 or 2 more opportunities in this tournament to come out and even get their names in the minds of the scouts.
Yeah, definitely.
So we tend to think that several spots are up for grab in terms of that West Indies team that is going to be selected for Test cricket. Gore's delivery is driven hard, but good diving effort there to knock it down and limited it to just a single.
By the captain, Graves?
Yeah, because I felt that if that had gotten past Graves, it would have been a certain 4. But he was able to just knock it in the mid-off region where it allowed O'Shane Thomas to field. A little bit of flight, a little bit of spin there from Gore.
Yeah, I think you need to adjust his line, especially bowling to the Silva.
This one is hiked away over the mid-wicket region for 4. So it was right up to Philip, and he just helped it over a straightish mid-wicket region. One bounce into the boundary for 4.
That's a big shot by Philip. He picked his spot well. There's no man in that area, and he heisted it over mid-wicket, as I said, for, you know, an easy 4.
He's getting this one off the inner portion of the bat, getting it into that mid-wicket region, straightish mid-wicket. Joel Andrew is there, no run. Something similar to what he wanted to do when he almost stopped Joshua De Silva's heart. Driving back along the pitch. Gore to field his own bowling. Anytime Gore has been offline, though, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters have made him pay.
Yeah, well, you should. Yeah, he has been the wicket-taking bowler for the Leeward, so he don't know if his employer plan to try to get him out of the attack.
So he's had 22 overs, and he's taken 3 for 84. 2 for 70 from O'Shane Thomas's 14 overs. And Kenneth Pennyfeather has bowled 13. 1 for 72. Leeward Islands trying to get in as many of the overs as possible. 33 remaining as we approach the tea interval. And we're told that the scheduled close of play today is at 5:15, and if necessary and the overs need to be completed, they have the additional 30 minutes. It takes us up to 5:45. So quite a bit of cricket still to be played.
Once the light is good,
once the light is good. Da Silva hits one up in the air.
Look at this.
It's coming down here, and the fielder coming all the way from the long off position and taking it, and Joel Andrew, who's standing at that from the long on. Joel Andrew, who was standing at that long off position, didn't even move.
That's crazy.
Strange.
The ball was struck up in the air to the long off position, and Joel Andrew did not even move.
Yeah, Cameron Pennyfeather was chasing all the way from mid-on, and he
from long
on got all the way across, and Joel Andrew, what, 10 meters away, didn't even move.
Wow.
Not sure what happened there.
Maybe he didn't pick it up.
Probably he did not, because the way that he didn't move, he probably didn't pick it up.
He could not have.
Maybe he thought that it was
on the outside.
Yep. Kofi James is still trying. That would have been important wicket of Joshua De Silva. He moves on to 215. So, a little bit of poor cricket by Leewards at times.
No, that's very poor cricket that time here then on behalf of Joel Andrew. You should be very alert.
Yeah, it's the second time for the day we've seen something like that, because at one time Joel Andrew was standing in the square leg position and the ball came down to a long leg position, and the wicket keeper gave chase, and he just stood there. He didn't move. This one is played away into the onside for another run. So De Silva just continues to tick the scoreboard over. He moves to 216, 512 for 8. So a bigger score than they scored in the first encounter of this bilateral series. Philip is driving, and it brings up the end of another Kofi James over.
Yeah, he's stroking the ball pretty well, Denmore. Around, looks, as I say, he looks pretty competent as a batter.
He does look good, and he showed that ability earlier in the series, and if folks are wondering what is Denmore speaking about that bilateral series, the 4-day competition this year is played in a different format. in bilateral series, meaning Leeward Islands played against the Trinidad and Tobago. This is the third of the 3 4-day matches. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And of course, Barbados Pride, they are taking on Jamaica Scorpions. Again, just a little bit of indecisiveness from the captain. We saw Kareem Gore looking to continue, and then looks as if they're going to be having another bowling change.
Pennyfeather looks like he's going to come into the attack.
So Pennyfeather now just having a little bit of a chat with captain, with the captain, Graves. Again, for the second time in quick succession, Dave, we've seen Captain Graves not decisive in his bowling changes, not probably communicating well with the other folks out there.
Yeah, it puts your bowlers at, disadvantage when you haven't given them a chance to roll their arms over and get warm and get ready to come. Get their minds focused onto what they want to do, what lines they want to bowl, what lengths. You've got to give them an opportunity earlier than this, then more. Not just to call them out of the blue and say, oh, come on, it's your turn to bowl.
Yeah,
that should be given at least, 3-4 overs time so they can get a chance to get warm. Roll your arms over.
Let's see how Pennyfeather goes. Looking to pull is Joshua De Silva, who's probably just cramping up a little bit. See him there with a little bit of a limp, just trying to stretch it out. He's been out there for quite a while. .513 for 8. Again, the Leeward's just a little bit sloppy, indecisive in the field. Captain is making a change to the field. And we'll just move a little bit slow in his movement. Louis. Swing and a miss by Philip to a short over-length delivery outside the off stump from Pennyfeather. Your thoughts on Pennyfeather? What has he looked like?
Well, it's been first time I'm seeing him. I say his pace is not rapid. So I'll be assuming that he's going to be a batting all-rounder then what it looks like to me.
Well, let's hope that's the case. I know in domestic cricket here, he's batted at number 3 for CMW New Winthrop Lions. One that is driven out into the offside field, no run. 513 for 8, 513 for 8. Joshua Da Silva is on 217 not out. Anderson Phillip is now on 16. Driven superbly back over the head of Pennyfeather, pitched up, no pace, and going through with the shot was Anderson Phillip. He picks up 4.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot by Phillip. Straight down the ground, for 4. Pennyfeather, as you said, doesn't have the kind of pace. So he would be a bowler that you think you'd want to bowl him. You'd want to bowl a line a little bit, slightly wide of the off stump, but we've got to push the field back. But we see the field going back now, in Kofi going back to long on.
517 for 8. Better delivery outside that off stump. Taken on the bounce by Carlan Bowen Tuckett. No run. So Phillip gets quickly onto 20 or 44 deliveries. His captain Joshua Da Silva is there on 217 of 300 deliveries. Short delivery outside at off stump. Still no real pace from Pennyfeather. He's at the end of his over. He's had 1 for 77 off his 14 overs. That's the main contributors for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, I would think that Pennyfeather, with his pace, he should be looking to bowl a line, not straight on the stumps. A bit, wide off the off stump. He's got deep extra cover on the boundaries as a third man. And I'd push the long half back. So if they want to go over the top, let him go over long half through the covers. That should be a better line of attack for him, rather than trying to bowl that slow with the pace and with the 2 men up. Kofi will continue.
And the Silva continues to get the singles at will. Heading into tea. Tea comes up by my watch in the next 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to go to tea. Then more, and then, then they'll make a plan from there, I'm thinking.
Philip, who's growing in confidence, plays with a very straight bat as well.
Yeah, well, he looked pretty confident from the start. The Silva had to pull him on the check. I think the Silva's actually asked him to hold on for me till I get that double century.
Yeah, they're just clipping it there. And since that double century, he's played some expansive shots.
Ooh.
One down the leg side again. Again, just trying to whip it away. Kofi James. He's going to get a run here as it beats the tumbling
captain in Graves.
And Graves looks a man that looks as if he's worked hard over a long period. Kofi James just still wanting his fielder in the exact spot that he wants him. This one is driven nice and firmly out to long off. This time Joel Andrew fields and they get a single. That's T here on day 2 of this regional 4-day encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricane at T. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a commanding position, 520 for 8. Joshua Da Silva goes in at T, 219 not out. Anderson Phillip, 19 not out. And so at the break, Trinidad and Tobago in command, 520 for 8. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll have more cricket action.
Tiga Recreation Grounds, the players are coming back out after tea, and it's still the Leeward Islands, and you'd see they have toiled hard without much success. Look at this. Josh De Silva, the man of the hour, the man of the moment. Hines, Terence Hines, hammering one out of the ground. Josh De Silva on the way to his 100, and then later on a double 100. But it is Hines as well, milking the bowling. A huge 6. In fact, that one, after that 6 was pedaled back by Kofi James for Carrie Peer joining the party after Hines. And then another catch for Pennyfed, a bit belatedly, because they did put down 2 in that session before Hines had gotten off the mark. And the situation is that the Red Force will resume on 520 for 8. The man of the moment, Josh De Silva, the captain of the Red Force, is on 219. Denmore Roberts is beside me. Denmore, one man has scored so many runs.
Yeah, he has scored many runs, but what is important too is partnership. He scored 132 in that partnership with Hines. That might have just changed the game. And again, the Leeward Islands would have ruled that drop chance, because it was an easy chance when Hines, before Hines had even scored, he knocked one to mid-off.
So we're back.
Go is going to continue after the tea interval. Immediately, Joshua De Silva gets his 220th run.
And apart from that partnership with Hines, remember he started today with Django, and they also put on 100 partnership, 119. So he has been a player who has batted around his teammates for his runs. Anderson Phillip faces. He too continuing to add to his tea time score of 21.
So what's the plan here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? They're probably just trying to see how many more they can get.
Yes, it is the bat.
Maybe they are thinking that 2 days will be enough to bowl out the Leewards twice.
This one out to James, is it? He takes a comfortable catch. So Josh De Silva goes for a mammoth 220. What an innings from the Trinidad and Tobago captain.
Yeah, and I was just asking what would be the plan. And it looks as if Josh De Silva just wanted to get a few more runs. Looks as if they've also declared.
Yes, and the Philip is walking off with him.
So Philip is walking off with Josh De Silva. He just probably wanted to get a few more, maybe see if he could get closer to 250.
Kareem Henry coming in to take that catch. So the innings closes on what, 522 for 9 from 134.3 overs. Josh De Silva, a monumental and consequential 220.
Yeah, 220 is a big score. I think that he was probably just hoping that he could maybe get a few more boundaries, get maybe 30 more runs to get him up to 250 and put the score, a really big score on the board here for the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands will have to bat long and bat well. 522 is a significant score made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we're going to see what the approach is for the Leeward Islands batters when they come out to bat. But if we just take a look at the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard for those who are just joining us, Cephas Cooper was caught Graves off O'Shane Thomas for 6. Evan Lewis run out. Mikael Louis without scoring. Chet Gooley was caught Pittman off Penny Feather for 36. Jason Mohammed caught Kareem Gore of O'Shane Thomas for 47. Amir Django caught O'Shane Thomas of Raheem Cornwall for 83. Joshua De Silva, the last man to go, he was out, caught off the bowling of Kareem Gore, and he made 220. Terence Hines, he was caught James of Gore for 44. Carrie Peer caught Pennyfeather of Gore for 14. Joshua James was caught sub Carlin Bowen Tuckett of Kareem Gore for 15. And the official scorecard have it that it's Anderson Phillip that was out, but I think it was Joshua De Silva. I think we were correct that it was Joshua De Silva who was the last man out for 220. O'Shane Thomas, 14 overs, no maiden, 70 runs, 2 wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 15 overs, no maiden, 87 runs, no wicket. Justin Graves, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 68 runs, no wicket. Cameron Pennyfeather, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 77 runs, 1 wicket. Kareem Gore, 22.3 overs, 2 maidens, 86 runs, 4 wickets. Raheem Cornwall, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 53 runs, 1 wicket. And Kofi James, 23 overs, no maiden, 64 runs, no wicket. Which means that when the Leeward Islands batters come back out to bat in about 7 or 8 minutes or so, they're going to need to chase down 521 for 9 declared, made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's going to be a mammoth task, but an opportunity for Leeward Islands batters to look to get in set and probably get their names in terms of runs on the board.
Yes, you would have watched and you would have seen excellent batting from the entire Red Force team, we can say, from start to finish, and all that has been sealed with that outstanding 220 from Josh De Silva. You are in the field for an entire day plus, and then you would have seen that. Then you have an opportunity to bat on a placid pitch. What are you going to do with that opportunity? The truth is, yes, Trinidad and Tobago, they may be without Jaden Steele, but they do have competent bowlers, and Sir Philip will definitely lead that pack. But apart from that, you have to do the batting, and there would be no excuse. Leewards, yes, they're likely to be without Jamal Hamilton. He has a bruised bone on the left finger, I was told officially by the physio, so I'm just giving you specifically the layman terms. I'm not going into the clinical term, but it's the bone itself has been bruised at the top, so it's just a matter of time and healing. Whether he will bat, that's a decision that I was not at that time privy to, because the innings was still in play, and I think those decisions may be made later. But the Leeward Islands, though, when we look at it, they had a team. They did make some adjustments to the team. Kofi James comes in as an opener. Also in the team for the previous game, Kareem Gore came into the team, had a half century. So you have some of the players who were not initially selected, have now been selected, and then may look to grasp some of these opportunities. Also, Mackay Louis, because he himself, a West Indian player, he would have seen other openers getting, in fact, the openers have been amongst the runs of the top 5 or top 6 batters. There are 4 openers, among the top 6. So when you look at it, he himself must be saying, I at least need to keep my name in people's mouths. So opportunities are there. Young Joel Anjo also in that batting lineup. He has also been starved of runs and really would need to get going. So opportunities are there. And the way will remain in the day's play. And we know we may go up to 5:15, but if possible it may be pushed to 5:45. Last evening we went up to 6.
Yep.
So what
and
is
the light held, so we were able to get up to that cutoff point. So 25 overs for the Leeward Islands to face this afternoon. We're going to see how they approach it. We're going to just take a short break though, and then when we come back, we're going to have the start of the Leeward Islands reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's mammoth 522 for 9 declared. We're back here at historic Antigua Recreation Grounds, the venue for this third round CWI 4-day encounter bilateral series between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the first of the three. The second match abandoned as a draw, but Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting majority of the points from that one. And here, asked to bat first in this encounter by the Leeward Islands, who won the toss yesterday, and they put on a big score of 522 for 9 declared. And with 25 overs left in the day's play, it's an opportunity for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to try and make inroads into the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they have sent out Mikhail Louis and Kofi James to open the batting. James is the first time we're going to see him in this tournament. Louis just taking his guard, and he has the way of using the bail to make the mark for his guard, but it's a very hard pitch, so I'm sure that he's going to have a little bit of a struggle to make his guard. See him satisfied with the farming that he has done. Seth Burton is alongside me. Seth Burton, what is the approach from the Leeward Islands team this afternoon?
I think they need to be circumspect, but in a positive way. Scoring opportunities you have to take, but you can't be careless. For Trinidad and Tobago, Amir Django is doing the wicket-keeping duties. He's behind the stumps for the first time of the season, of the bilateral series of the 3 matches. And Josh, the captain, Josh De Silva, after that.
Yeah, it looks as if
200.
It looks like it's Brian Charles that's setting the field out there.
Yes, he led the team out on the field. Anderson Phillip is the man. Dropped. Is it? Maybe. May have taken the pad. There was a yell. But that one was heading down the leg side, Denmore Roberts. And
early on, we see an aggressive shot being played by Mikhail Louis.
May have taken
Maybe
the pad.
just the pad, yeah. Just looks as if it clipped the pad on the way through.
But a big dive by Django. Wasn't taking the chance. Didn't collect. The ball was angling down the leg side, and that may have induced Louis into an aggressive stroke. Kofi James comes down. They have had a chat. 3 slips. Gully. Backward point. Cover. Leaves it alone. That's the right thing to do. Good change of line from Anderson Phillip. The first one was going down. The next one was outside off, going away a little bit.
Phillip has always looked very, very upbeat when he is bowling, and he has continued here in this match. The first few deliveries that we have seen from him, he's sprinting in, looking to attack the Leeward Islands batters. It's going to be important how Louis and Kofi James approach this innings.
Good delivery. But Louis is in control. That one was on body line. And it's just a matter of not just survival, but it's just a matter of claiming individual responsibility, the way in which Josh De Silva did, the way in which Amir Django did. And the Leewards would have to look at that approach.
They're just having a look over there in the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room area. See Joshua De Silva sitting there. He had a little bit of a limp, almost as if he was cramping up towards the end of his innings. So he's not on.
Not a good delivery from Phillip. A bit of shape away from the right-hander.
And good thing that when you have somebody like Amir Django in your squad that you can just call upon to keep wicket.
Precisely. And don't have to worry about the competency or the difference between either both are tidy wicket keepers. Josh De Silva showing a lot of improvement with his wicket keeping, because a few seasons ago recognized his wicket keeping had fallen off. But now he has looked a renewed man, both with bat and glove. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Wicket number 1. Mackay Louis being out, hitting a ball in the sky, and it stayed up, went up miles in the air, and he gives his wicket away. Leeward Islands losing a wicket without a run being scored by a heave. He had an opportunity, Denmore Roberts. He could have played through the line, but for some reason may have been running out of patience after just 4 deliveries. And then look at his downfall.
Played straight, played up the V. He tried that. Remember, he had that almighty heave, the very first ball that he faced. Trinidad and Tobago went up momentarily, but Django didn't gather the ball behind the stumps. And this is what? 5th ball of the over.
Joshua James taking a wonderful catch, covering a lot of ground. The ball went up so high that he could have ran from a short mid-off position and back over the bowler's head, claiming the catch. And it is almost a contrast of a team that is solid, confident, and determined, and then a start that is jittery.
Poor cricket on that occasion there by the Leeward Islands batter. And I said it at the start, what is going to be the approach of the Leeward Islands batters when it comes to the way that they approach the game today? And just the way that Mackay Louis got himself out says to me that probably the Leeward Islands didn't think about it, maybe didn't discuss it as thoroughly as they needed to in the dressing room, how were they going to go about the innings today. And Kareem Gore, who likes to score, we're going to see how he approaches this innings as well. He has to come out and look to be solid.
Well, he covers up well, gets the face of the bat onto that one. Over comes to an end. If you're looking at the scoreboard and you've just come, it's not laughable, it's real solid cricket. Of 522 for 9, TNT Red Force, Josh De Silva double. Amir Django half, and the Leewards really, I don't want to say real, I should withdraw that, but the Leewards really having a false start here.
Not the kind of way you would want to see the Leeward Islands opening batter go. And it's going to be important to see what kind of approach Kofi James takes. He likes to also be very aggressive, Kofi James, and no doubt you would want him to be positive, but not too loose, not to be playing too many loose shots at this early stage of his innings. So let's see what his approach is going to be. Think a couple of overs, maybe just play it up the V, get a hang of it, feel the ball onto your bat before you really start to go for the spectacular.
Joshua James getting his first ball. Kofi James showing that he wants to start defending.
Nice solid sound that coming off of the bat of Kofi James.
He has not played for the Leewards since 2024. He has not had a lot of games for them in terms of first-class cricket, but he's a fixture in the shortened version.
He's driving again.
Well, you know, if the ball is there to be driven, he will drive it. It was a good drive, not placed the way he should have. So Anderson Phillip was able to feel, not cleanly because it was driven hard, but if you're in the slot, he will hit. But if you're hitting along the ground, no one is going to catch it. The problem with Louis' shot, he was really looking to hike that, and he was looking towards the onside. And that ball just went high up in the air.
Striking him on the pad is a loud appeal, and he's giving him leg before. Kofi James goes, and Leeward Islands losing their second wicket without a run on the board. Kofi James goes back without scoring.
This is unbelievable, Denmore. We would look at it. It looked as though he was trying to back away to play an attacking stroke. The ball striking him on the front foot At the same time, you can't see the angle. It may have looked as though it was going down, but the angle is difficult to determine. The umpire is in the best position. We are not. But he was trying to be aggressive there, trying to play inside out, trying to play towards the offside, and all the slip cordon went up. And the Leeward Islands are down, 2 down without a run being scored. And out comes Casey Carty.
Again, the approach, Seth Burton, the approach, trying to be aggressive when
for what reason?
When it's not necessary. Get in, play. So I just said it. Play a couple of overs up the V. Kofi James there, the one before, he drove it. I didn't think that it was necessary at this stage to be driving, especially when you're already a man down. You could just ease it into the offside. You probably disagreed with me. You said if it was there to be driven, drive it. Then the next delivery, again going for an expansive shot. Maybe given out because of the shot that he played more so than anything else.
And
but the Leeward Islands now find themselves in trouble. They have not scored a run, and two of both openers are back in the pavilion.
Well, last have you seen that? Have to do some search on that. Joshua James, outside the off stump on this occasion, did not attack the stumps. He's in his first game as well, replacing, well, because of Jaden Seal's exit. Jai Paul would have come into the squad, but Joshua James, the man tipped with partner in Anderson.
Kofi James, I just looked up his stats before this. He's had 8 games, 14 innings, 321 runs with a high score of 107. So he has 100 at this level.
Once again struck on the pad, but this one going down the leg side, and we have
no ball as well.
So Joshua James seemingly to be having the same challenge that O'Shane Thomas has. Quite a challenge for these big fast bowlers.
In this modern game, no balls should almost be a thing of the past.
And especially for players who also play T20 cricket, or even if you go in the ODI team, that's an infringement. One that a player would have a bite at the cherry the next ball. We call it a free hit. And if they have a free hit, they can hit you anywhere without being out, unless they run out. So that should have brought a measure of discipline to bowlers. So they get off the mark. Well, they got off the mark with the no ball previously, but the batter has gotten off the mark. Carty getting off the mark with that one tucked around the corner.
I was telling Dave Joseph earlier, while we were on together, that I believe this is an opportunity for Casey Carty to come in and try to get his name back in the fray, get a big score for himself, look to get in and stay in and bat well in this innings. I even said to Dave that I'm backing Casey Carty to do well in this innings. Kareem Gore too has to try and make a name for himself.
Gore gets off the mark as well. They usually say to begin is the way to start.
He's not off the mark because it signaled leg by, so he probably just took it maybe on the thigh pad region.
Okay,
so the umpire is now signaling leg bys.
He's yet to start, but the score moves to 3. 3 for 2. 3 for 2. It was 1 for 0. Then it was 2 for 0. Then it's 3 for 2, a wicket each for Joshua James, who just completed that over. And the man who has been amongst the wicket, Anderson Phillip, his 10th wicket of the tournament. Good delivery going away. Kareem Gore, you mentioned, that sort of player. He's trying to get his thoughts together. You see the wind, the flag, the West Indies cricket board flag and that beautiful flag
He
of
has to,
Antigua
he has
Barbuda
to try
flying.
and take away that natural instinct that he has of, especially with those deliveries outside line of the off stump, to flash at them, to play at them, and play a tighter innings. It might be a little bit unorthodox in the sense that away from his natural game, but I would love to see him fight a lot more, cut out some of the loose shots.
He's not tempted. You see consistency there from Anderson Phillip, getting the ball to shape away. You saw that in the first innings. It's almost a mark standard. Himself and Jaden Seals in the first game at Coolidge. They just stuck to a spot, almost a stock line just outside the off stump and shaping away. They got more swing. Well, in fact, they were bowling in tandem for most of it. And you just saw that quality of bowling.
Who is going to get off the mark, no?
He's anxious to come back for the second. Needs to recognize he's not running with Kofi James. That Kofi James is already back in the pavilion, and you don't want a third player back in the pavilion. After sitting out there for a day and a half and watching runs being piled up, the question is, how can you come and then get yourself in tangles like these?
So Louis and James would be back in the pavilion right now, ruin missed opportunities.
Must be depressing.
Would be. So I don't think that too many of the colleagues would be actually speaking to them at this time inside that dressing room.
It's the way in which they got out. Would always be the argument. You want to get along with it so much. As you did recognize Louis' first stroke was aggressive intent, and then this one is just in the air for miles. So his intention was to start that way. And then Kofi James really literally trying to play inside out. This is not a limited overs game.
Carty's going to get some runs here. Good stop by the fielder, just giving the chase all the way down, and Kareem Gore almost coming back there in. If that one had hit, might have been a lot closer than we thought. Gore was coming back for the third.
Had it been a direct return without bouncing, had it been straight into the gloves of Django, he would have been gone. It comes in, and he's not there.
Yeah.
Had it been a direct hit or a stronger return direct to Django?
A little bit risky there from Kareem Gore coming back for that third run. And is it necessary at this stage?
That's my point, and I hinted at it when he was attempting a second the previous ball.
It's a 4-day game, Seth.
You're
not
behind
not a
by
limited over
500 runs. You have 2 days to play.
They're still behind by what, 512? What's the rush?
And this is Phillip getting it to skid through.
Yeah, I mean, Django looks a little bit rusty behind.
Well, he has not done it for a little while, so.
Yeah, that's about the third or fourth
That
ball
he has
we see
dropped.
dropping out of the gloves.
Perhaps he's also not expecting the ball to be carrying as much. He can just take a few steps back, because Phillip is really getting the ball to come through. Good pace, even though you say it's really like a placid concrete pitch here. When you bend your back, we saw it with the Leeward's two pacers, you do get a good response.
Yeah, but that's the nature of a good pitch. Ball coming onto the bat, and also something in it for the batters, something in it for the bowlers.
A sorry-looking scorecard.
Yeah, let's look at that sorry sight up there. Both openers going without scoring. 5 and 3 deliveries.
So Phillip has shown good signs. His 2 overs, his first over, he did get a wicket, the wicket of Mikhail Louis for duck, caught by Joshua James. And then his second over, still bowling with good pace, getting good movement, measure of accuracy. Let's see what Joshua James does in his second.
Again, just that one left the bat in the air. Just a little bit of apprehension there from Casey Carty. Maybe just playing a little bit early on that one. He has to pick up the pace of Joshua James. Not as quick as we've seen from Anderson Phillip or when we saw Jaden Seals throughout this series. But he's a big boy in Joshua James. Says that he's a Tobagonian.
And in the first game, I was saying there were guys who came out of Tobago in the past. I remember Clint York, the cousin of Dwight York. They also had a guy, a fast bowler guy by the name of Garnett. I think he used to be backing up with Tony Gray and Ian Bishop sometime in the 80s or the late 80s, 90s. Well, in the 90s. And you had Lincoln Roberts. There are a few others who would have come out of Tobago.
Just losing his line there, Joshua James. He would be happy having a wicket in his first over, getting that important wicket of Kofi James. James, who was brought back into the Leeward Islands squad to replace Kadeem Henry. Probably would feel a little bit disappointed being given out by umpire.
It's one of those decisions that could have gone either way. You know, he was sort of, as I mentioned, trying to hit inside the line. The angle of the delivery may have suggested that, but he may have been pitched between wicket and wicket in the umpire's opinion, though it may have been sliding down. So it's, you know, what you have said, umpire's call.
I think too that it hit him on the back leg. That too could have been.
No, I think it was the front leg, if you would have reviewed it. But
probably
because
have
he
a
was
look at
backing out.
We'll probably have a look at it again if possible, that wicket of Kofi James.
Because he was backing away. So it looked as though may have been back leg, but it looked as though it was the front leg because the back leg was placed there. So, but the truth is we don't have any pitch maps or Hawkeye to discern it. But the intent was clear that he just wanted to be aggressive. A good quick single. And we see Josh De Silva is looking to come on to continue his wicket-keeping duties. He's making his walk onto the field, and Amir Django will go to take off the gloves and the pads to return to the field. So that will mean that the Silva coming out after his outstanding innings the leader of the Trinidad and Tobago team comes out, goes behind the stumps after 4 overs. He
probably just took an opportunity to
get a fresh.
Get a fresh, maybe even get a little bit of a
massage.
massage.
Yes, has to preserve the body.
And I know that he would want to be a part of the action, being the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Certainly. The Leeward's not having a good season at all, having 500 runs being scored off them.
Ricky Jaipal is the player who is on as the substitute fielder, while Ame Django goes and takes off the keeping gear.
And he had been there in Josh De Silva's absence. So you can see all that had been communicated, because Jai Paul remained and Django left to change while clear lines of communication. That's a good one, but a no ball. It was angling into the booth of Casey Carty. Dug it out well, but
Carty is going to be important today for the Leeward Islands. It's going to be important the way that he bats. And the Leeward Islands would have probably taken some of the advice that we have given, that he's come ahead of Joel Andrew in this batting lineup today.
so how do you approach a game like this? You're saying 522 runs on the board. You're 12 for 2. You have another 21 overs remaining. A lot of things maybe in the batter's mind, but they just have to play the ball on its merit.
Just play everything on merit. Be patient. Understand that it's a 4-day game, so there is no need to be in a rush.
That had a lot of pace on it. Carty was rushed into playing that stroke, hitting high on the bat. Handle of the bat, he examines it. And this is Philip getting his pace up.
You know that he's going to be running in all afternoon.
Yes.
He's coming from that northern end that has the illusion of coming downhill here at ARG. So I'm sure he's going to be trying to work up his pace. And that's the end that we've seen the better support for the bowlers.
Yes, especially the fast bowlers. Niall Smith exploited the surface in their game against Guyana Happy Eagles when they played against the Windward Islands Volcano, and he had 5.
We also saw
coming from that end.
We also saw even today some of the quicker deliveries that we saw from O'Shane Thomas.
That's right.
Coming from when he was bowling from that direction.
Yes. With the flow of the wind and with the rhythm coming off. And Anderson Phillip has had a good season bowling in tandem with Jaden Seals. Seals taking a pause.
Continues to make it difficult for Kareem Gore to score. Gore is there, he's on 1. 8 is Casey Carty, 13 for 2.
The question is, Jamal Hamilton, I'm not sure he will bat, but the news is that he has had a bruised left thumb bone, while wicket keeping had an injury. Another Anderson Phillip over comes to an end. The Leeward Islands tottering 13 for 2, and believe you me, if you have just joined us, it's a 13-1 partnership because the first 2 batters went without a run being scored. Anderson Phillip getting the wicket of Mikhail Louis, caught playing a lofted drive, attempting to play an on drive, but the ball went high in the air.
The leading edge probably, it went
yes, high. And the bowler, well, over the bowler's head, and Joshua James sprinted around, took it nicely, and then Joshua James getting the wicket of Kofi James, adjudged LBW by umpire Butler. And Kofi James again was looking to play inside out, play a lofted drive. You're right, Carty needs to play a long innings.
Yeah, Carty's going to be key.
He has been starved of runs so far in his showings for the season.
Because when we look at the Leeward Islands batting to come, Joel Andrew and Justin Graves.
That's it.
And then
with the injury to Hamilton.
With the injury to Hamilton, maybe Ken Pennyfeather and Rakeem Cornwall. So this is going to be an important partnership.
So after Joel Andrew, it's the all-rounders. And then the lower half. It must be disappointing for the Leeward Islands staff. Also for the two batters, particularly Louis, who would have already had showings at the international level.
Louis and Carty have had.
But at least Carty's still there. I'm just noting the openers. So Carty has an opportunity to revive the thoughts and to really put paid to any doubt of his class and capacity as a batter.
Coming off the edge and going on the bounce down into that slip region of Carty's bat. No run.
But cricket is a tough game. You have to dig yourself out of a hole. I remembered one test match here, West Indies versus India. And the top three went, it was West Indies versus India. The West Indies were reeling at 3 for 1, literally.
Here's a loud appeal.
That's definitely
Not
off
out,
the
says
side
the
pad.
Umpire.
Or off the waist. Let's check it on it. Yes, definitely off the waist. But Josh De Silva would have been happy to go up. And when I say 3 wickets down for 1 run, the Gordon Greenwich, I think, was away because his daughter was sick, and then so the top three, Viv, Hines, and was it Richardson, all back in the pavilion, and then Larry Gomes stood up there with Clive Lloyd, and they batted top 100 partnership. And then later in the inning, Jeffrey Dujan and the like, they came up with some runs, and at the end of the day, what looked like the West Indies sliding, it resulted in a West Indies reformation. Batting, but
Well,
the youngsters may not know that.
Leewards are going to need something like that between Kareem Gore and Casey Carty. Currently, they're 13 for 2 after 6 overs.
And the youngsters must know these things. Strong mahogany trees around the ground.
I wonder, though, Seth, if the young players these days, if they review some
stories like those
of the game.
And these are some of the things that drive the impulse.
Runs here for Kareem Gore, getting 2 runs. Delivery that he just pushes out into that offside field past square cover. Rushes back for 2.
Gore, he was the one who batted pretty well in the first innings in the second game at Seville. And it was his first game. And if he batted that well, he should be able to repeat it. Jeez. He was having an elaborate attempted cut shot, hitting the ball in the ground.
Again, these are the kind of deliveries that he's going to have to just resist. It's his natural game to go after those, but assessing the situation, assessing what is happening. 13 runs, 2 wickets 15 runs,
Cut
correction, 2 wickets down. Cut out that cut shot.
Those high-risk strokes.
That ball could have gone back onto his stumps on that occasion.
That's right.
So,
we have seen Joel Andrew being dismissed that way against Seals at Coolidge.
So maybe when he gets those, at least at this stage, just leave them alone. Just move the bat out of the way, allow them to go by.
And especially with 3 slips and a gully lurking. But he's not going to leave
that
it.
one for 4.
Yes, you would have to convert those because that one was slower and that one was wider. He gave it the treatment that it deserved. The other one was more full pitched and was quicker. So he had less time to make that decision. And he really cracked that. Looked like a batsman of class and a batsman who has courage. And he will know that, yes, he would have to stamp his authority. But at the same time, if you model the Josh De Silva innings, that's one that you would want to look at as you approach a game like this. Oh,
He's
lovely.
driving beautifully. Down the ground, 4 more runs.
Lovely. Just down the ground, just easing forward the full face of the bat and leaning more towards the onside. And Anderson Phillip has been roughed up a bit by Kareem Gore. Second successive 4 in the over. Oh, he just played that well. And runs are there if you're prepared to work them, if you're prepared to do the right thing. You don't need to be hitting in the air or hoiking or playing across the line or playing outside the line. You just need to go with the flow.
I think this is what I'm talking about, Seth, that just wait.
Phillip, an effort delivery, but strained down the leg side. You can see there is intensity because Kareem Gore also wanted to score off that, and nothing was wrong with it. It was going down for him to have decided to go after it. It was down the leg side. It would not have been an LBW opportunity. The only thing in the risk could be an edge, but the ball was a full pitch delivery, and heading down the leg side. And everyone wants to squirt that ball heading away from the pad. Oh, lovely again. We would call it in the V to the right of the man, Jason Mohammed, who didn't even dive but just started to chase and realized that it was into the boundary for 4. 3 4s coming from that over Kareem Gore, starting to open up.
Yeah, but that one was a good shot. It was on short of a length, and he just punched it up past that mid-off region. The good thing about that shot is that he's playing it up into the V. And so he came through with a straight bat. It was on the ground. And even though there was a man at that mid-off position, he timed it well enough and he hit it powerfully enough and away from him. And all Jason Mohammed had to do was just to chase to retrieve. But 3 good shots we've seen from Kareem Gore in this over. And he should now be saying to himself, okay, I'm feeling good, I'm in. I'm not going to do anything irresponsible.
Precisely. Can't be playing based on the scorecard because they're waiting at 495 runs behind, so he has to be playing ball. See ball, play ball. You know he always looks for the quick single, so Carty will need to wake up.
Yeah, Carty was just a little bit late in taking off, but Kareem Gore was confident that that was an easy single, which it was. Calling through Casey Carty. I just had a look, though, at Joshua James's run. It's not one that sprints in like we were seeing from Phillip on the other end. Sort of labors in Joshua James. Starts with a walk and then almost just a jog as he goes in.
Yes, Anderson Phillip is very nimble.
No ball called on that occasion.
So of the the opening bowlers in the championship, we have just seen that perennial no ball problem. of these two teams. You don't see that from Jaden Seals. There may be the odd one. You would have seen maybe the odd one from Pittman, but the other bowlers, they have struggled with these no balls. Oh, again, classic. Kareem Gore. Striking boundaries from both ends. He was on top of that Denmore.
Yeah, it was short and asked to be hit, and he gave it the treatment. Banged in by Joshua James and hit hard over the top of the cover region. Just about one bounce into that boundary out there at cover, and 4 more runs to Kareem Gore.
It went like a bullet. And if there are runs to be had, they should be had, but they must be calculated.
He has to get in, stay in, get his head into the game. You see him trying to concentrate, see him walking away every now and then, just probably speaking to himself and saying, look, I get in, let me not give it away.
That's right. You were speaking about a lumbering run-up, not a lot of, well, the rhythm is okay, but
a lot of
not
his
a lot
effort,
of intensity.
A lot of his effort comes right
at the delivery.
delivery.
No momentum to push him. Oh, he plays at that, and that could have gotten him in trouble. He missed it completely. He was
he needs to cut that shot out. Especially that one was too close to him for him to be playing that shot. Especially still early in his innings. Yes, he would have scored a number of boundaries so far, 4 boundaries. I think if my count is correct, but that one was a little bit too close for that shot.
Agreed. And it was also rising well. Joshua James was getting good lift from that. This time he covers up well. Did not opt for aggression. So he scored 3 boundaries in the previous over from Anderson Phillip, and they were all classic drives. 2, well, 1 a cut shot and the other 2 down the ground, 1 straight on the onside, the other 1 more in the V on the offside. Those were along the ground. His 4 against Joshua James, it was really a savage cut shot, so he needs not to be aerial. But he gets on top of that one, another one. 2 cover point, Kareem Gore. He's flowing now. And he's flowing well. He's on 23 from 22 balls, but must be reminded that this is not ODI or T20. Nevertheless, he's really taking action. That was the first in the over.
He got on top of it and played it well.
37 for 2, 37-1 partnership between these two. Carty is on 9 from 22, Gore 23 from 22. As Denmore mentioned, Kareem Gore, a boundary filled inning so far, but he must be saying, I have just started.
Yeah, he should be. That should be his mentality right now. That I've played some good shots so far, but I still have a lot of work to do. I'm only on 23 out of the 100 that I want to get in this game.
Or out of the 200.
Could be.
Haven't seen Joshua De Silva.
Haven't seen Joshua De Silva.
What Joshua De Silva did, he has set a model. It was a chanceless innings.
Yeah, up until he got out, we can't remember.
Him given a chance.
Maybe, I think there was just one when he played a cut shot and Kareem Gore went
and
low
that
down
was hard.
to his left, and we've never seen the evidence that to suggest that it was a genuine chance.
Right. But it was a classic innings of playing on the ground, picking the gap, carving the boundaries when... Oh, lovely fielding. Evan Lewis.
Good to see Lewis out in the field, able to field. He's had a rough time so far in this match. Injured, the second ball of the day, and then coming back, and before he was even able to score a run, getting run out. So Good to see that he's putting in the effort, especially close in that gully region. That's a key position.
Good feeling by Terence Hines. It was worked off the pads by Carty in a manner in which he had intent. He wanted to get it between the mid-on and the mid-wicket fielders, but Hines had good anticipation. He was able to get onto that one. So both players must be batting, must be looking to close up shop in terms of wickets. 16 overs remains in the day's play after this one. Classic shot. His intent looked as though he wanted to go towards the cover, but with the power, with the timing, the ball seemed to have taken the outer part of the bottom of the bat and went down to backward point, but it was all along the ground.
Yes, that's a good shot by Casey Carty. And then he threw the bat at it outside the line of the off stump. But what was good about the stroke was that it was all along the ground. The shot was on the ground all the way, and it raced. It went into the gap. He would feel good about that shot there.
And this one too. Another 4 out to extra cover. And this is Phillip just over pitching and on the volley. Look at this. Oh, classic elbow cocked. The ball.
These are the kind of strokes that we want to see Casey Carty play a lot more assured about the way that he's going about his innings. And we've seen that a lot of runs scored in that extra cover region for the day, especially when fast bowlers have overpitched. So it seems to be a very good wicket. The ball seems to be coming onto the bat a lot more than maybe we've seen even up at Coolidge. So good opportunity for batters to get runs.
The better delivery from Phillip, and Carty was able to block it and play it into the offside. Speaking about pitches, it's amazing after 17 years that this still remains one of the best pitches.
Well, the square has always been there.
It has been well laid.
It has been well laid and covered mostly with grass.
Yeah, and even the outfield, we know in his use for carnival and other things, it used to be used. In fact, it had been overused for football after it was retired as a test venue. But I won't tell you my opinion about that, but I would just say to you, the surface can be a test match surface, and perhaps just some little repairs on the outfield. You could still have ARG out of retirement.
You know, my opinion is different to yours, Seth.
I know.
I am one that believes that I believe in all the nostalgia that we have when it comes to ARG, but I think we have a nice, beautiful Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Right, but
that should be our main focus when it comes to
international
cricket.
And I buy that.
And I personally don't have a problem with the football being played here at the Antigua Recreation Ground either. I think that this ground should have multi-use.
Well, I don't have a problem with football being played. I didn't say that, but I'm speaking about prospects of even a return. Because when
I think that we need in Antigua and Barbuda is a cultural village. Somewhere that
separate to here.
Somewhere separate to here.
Well,
that way we take the carnival and the culture so that we don't have the situation. Because what is going to happen in the next few months is that we're going to have all these trailers and stuff driving in. And then we're going to undo the beauty that we're seeing here today. And so we need in some way to find a cultural space that we build that we do a purpose-built facility to host our carnival.
Agreed. I'll discard the cultural discussion for later. But in terms of the sporting ones, I've never had an issue, even both venues, football being played on both.
But I feel though, Seth, I said it earlier, I think that we need a revamp of the seating
Well,
especially
that has to be done.
In the Andy Roberts and the Richie Richardson stand, they have some nice solid base in terms of concrete for seating. They just need to get new seats.
Oh, just out of the grasp of the diving Anderson Phillip into the boundary for 4. Another 4 to Kareem Gore.
Yeah, but that one left the bat in the air and carried a very long way. He has to be careful with that one because that could have easily gone to hand.
I think
of Anderson Phillip.
He was clearly going for the drive. The ball may have hung up on him a bit going towards the pad, and he played a bit early. But fortunately for him, it was well placed, but a gallant effort from Anderson Phillip. So with the ARG, I have no problem. In fact, we have witnessed when we had CFU finals, that's football,
yes,
Caribbean, we have had both at the stadium
yep.
and both at the ARG at the same time when we have 8 teams. So I've never had a problem with it. What I have a challenge with is the overuse of it. In the days gone by, there were only certain days in which football used to be played in the Premier Division. And that was mapped out because there were days for recovery, days for the reviving of the field, the pitch. But then it was just used on an ongoing
I would agree with
basis.
That. I would agree with
that. It just destroys the infrastructure in terms of the eco-infrastructure here, the soil. So that is the concern that I think every facility. In fact, I have seen in the Caribbean, even Queen's Park had been used for international game, USA versus Trinidad. Sabina may have been used, international game, Jamaican football. So it's not an issue with football and cricket.
I've been to the National Stadium in Jamaica for football, USA versus Jamaica.
Right, so
I was present.
That's the point I'm making. So it is not about football not being played, but it's about how it's been overused in certain respects. And at the end of the day, the infrastructure is here because you have a problem with Seville. Here beckons. It bailed us out in 2009, and 17 years later, it stands up better than the pitch there.
But it shouldn't be though, Seth, because we have a full-time staff at Seville. We have full-time staff here at the ARG. And I think that
consistency.
What we need to do is have a plan as to how we want the folks that work at these facilities on a daily basis to keep the facility. We have to develop what type of standards do we want for the facility, and as a country, we need to decide what is it that we're going to use ARG for or the stadium for, and what sort of condition we want the people who come out to those events to be operating under. And until we have that clear in our minds, then we're going to be having this type of discussion.
Well, we have seen spin coming on for the first time in this innings. Carey Pear is coming from the northern end.
And I think it's because of the positive way that Casey Carty and Kareem Gore have looked against the medium pace or the pace today. And Anderson Phillip roughed up a little bit. So 50 has come up for the Leeward Islands, the 50 partnership between Kareem Gore and Casey Carty.
Gore smothers the spin.
We haven't seen much spin in especially in the second match up at the stadium. We didn't see much spin, maybe about 2 or 3 overs in total of spin in that match. Here is the strike on the pad. Is an appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Carey Pear looks at the umpire. Perhaps needs some indication from. Let's look at it. From umpire Leslie Reefer. Oh, it looked close, but it hit the bat. I think
probably
it played,
probably just an inside edge.
Yes.
But Kareem Gore has to play those balls with the bat.
Yes.
Keep the pad out of play.
From where I stood, it was adjacent, but the bat may have made the difference. And umpire Leslie Reefer has hawk eyes, and
tends to get LBW a lot, Kareem Gore, especially when he's playing spin, because he has a tendency of putting that bat inside of the pad and almost hiding it, and playing the ball with the pad more so than the bat. And he's been given out leg before quite a number of times, especially in domestic cricket, something that I think that he has to work on.
Carey Peer, one who would have had the opportunity of playing 2 test matches for the West Indies, comes to the end of his first over and the 11th of the innings. The Leeward Islands replying to 522 for 9 declared by the Red Force. The Hurricanes 51 for 2. Josh De Silva, the man who set the trail blazing, who is saying that I am the first to have scored a double 100 at the ARG after it was retired from Test cricket.
Yeah.
So he's in the record books.
Yeah, he's going to have that.
So he can say I have something with Brian Lara.
Yes, of course.
Brian Lara had the highest and then had the highest after in terms of test scores. And now I have the highest after the ground has been retired.
I would even argue that when I came back to play here at ARG, it was the same pitch that Brian Lara made it the 400 on.
Precisely. So he can, you know, I think that needs to be documented. Somebody in the Trinidad Express, the Guardian, do they still have the Newsday, Jason?
Well, they do listen to us a whole lot. We know that for sure.
He has blessed the ARG with brilliance. You know, when Django had his double century at the stadium, he went to the side and he kissed the surface. We didn't see Josh De Silva kiss the surface like Brian Lara did, but he ran.
Yeah, he was very excited. He was very excited about
teammates halfway back, and he jumped up and he looked in the air. Maybe say thanks to the Almighty and
I
raised the bat.
was saying earlier that he said to me yesterday that Django has yet to have 100 because the 2 centuries that he has are both double centuries. And he then pointed out to me that he would love to join him in that double century
column, but he has a century.
Yeah, but he has centuries.
Yes,
but he was saying that the 200s that Django has about double centuries.
So he has had a century.
So he hasn't had like a single century. But
Josh is a man of fun. Oh, lovely shot, Kareem Gore. Classic Kareem Gore style. He was he was sort of moving forward, and when he thought he looked as though he was cramped, then he just eased it away off the back foot. What a player. Look at him.
He plays that shot very well off the back
toes,
foot.
man.
He got up on his toes just now to get to the height of that one and placed it well.
I speak about, when I speak about qualitative issues, that's what I speak about, because then more, I know it's about quantities. You got to score runs. But when you look at a player and see how he scores those runs, you impact your appreciation for it.
I personally feel that he was unlucky, that he got an opportunity over in Nepal. He played in a game, didn't get to bat, and just seemingly not ever have been considered again. I think that that is something that needs to be sorted out.
But he's a class act. I would tell you something. I go over to Ball Beef playing field, home of the Liberta Sports Club, or the Liberta Black Hawks, where Kenny Benjamin presides as president. And Carnival Monday, when most young people would be downtown dancing, he's in the nets and his father is bowling to him. Yeah, I said, Kareem, it's unthinkable. For Carnival Monday, a youngster is in the net, and then you see quality. When you look at him, you see quality.
We're having just hold up in play here. I see the umpire signaling something. I'm not certain what is the issue. So we're just going to have a hold up in play. Maybe just they're going to just have a drinks break at this time. So 4:39 in the afternoon, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, a 56 for 2, 56-run partnership between Kareem Gore and Casey Carty. As the players refresh themselves, we too will take a short break. We'll be right back with more cricket action from Antigua.
Recreation grounds is being dusted a little bit, and a little prodding at the southern end.
The southern end, just where the bowlers are landing.
So being banged down, perhaps a little disconcerting for maybe the bowler who would be coming to the right hand over the wicket. We have two right-handers.
But as I had a look at that pitch this morning, it was so hard.
Solid as a rock.
That the indentations that were coming from the bowlers' footmarks were little to non-existent. So maybe just a little bit of wear and tear as the day has gone on. We see Musai Thomas, it looks like, that he's just there just trying to.
And he says Musai Thomas, but his name is Daryl Thomas. If you would know, one of the fast bowlers from Antigua Barbuda in the days of Leeward Islands tournament, and he was also a very, I would say, an all-rounder who can really throw, who could have thrown the willow around.
And as we speak about that, we were asking, where are the fast bowlers right now? That should be.
Well, there was a dearth of them
from the Leeward Islands
in yesteryear, because in the years we always have to speak about the good old years.
The system, though, might have not done well for some of them. We remember.
Is it the system or the lack of system?
Well, maybe the lack thereof. But we had this young fast bowler from Bowlands.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
At the under 15
level.
The
pace, and
you know, he showed good pace and
time tongue,
and he's still playing, but not as effective as before.
Maybe the enthusiasm level, because the structure has not done him well.
We're back to live action, and Kareem Gore is playing defensively to Joshua James, who continues. He's in his 6th over, 24 runs coming off of his bowling so far, but he's gotten the wicket. He got the wicket of Kofi James, given out leg before off the bowling of Joshua James.
Kareem Gore is really looking solid, not just his offside play and his dominance down the ground.
He has to continue.
Oh.
Here is he again, playing that shot through the covers for 4. Same shot, same result. Short of a length, and he's on that back foot and punching, and that looks beautiful.
It is catching, eye-catching. And I spoke to you in the break about trademark shots, and the issue is there are a lot of people who drive, there are a lot of people who cut. But in the days gone by, there were trademark players, the square drive, the square cut. I'm not calling like Viv Richards and Brian Lara, so excuse me. But you remember those from Gordon Greenwich and Richie Richardson. He now has a different version, but those shots are not easy. They look easy, but they are not easy. Look at the length of the bowler, but look at the transition of the weight.
He's going to get a run here, as that one just popped up a little bit.
Yes, that was one in the dark. The first.
Here, when he's able to get it into the onside field, runs through for another run, so takes his personal tally. We'll get that in a short while, but just looking at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling so far, look at 5.8 at the top there for Anderson Phillips. So he's since been taken out of the attack. Carrie Peer is in. Kareem Gore takes his personal tally on to 37. And Casey Carty is there with him on 18. They've put on 61 for the 3rd wicket. Because yes, you're hearing correctly, Leeward Islands losing 2 wickets without a run on the board. Mikhail Louis and Kofi James, both openers. This is Peer, and Gore again is driving hard, but there is cover down on that long on boundary.
Smart move by Captain Josh De Silva, deciding to bring out the long on, because we have had, even though he has a huge lead,
all the way down there,
he wants to cut down on those boundaries, and now with Carty facing, he has brought Hines in. Ooh.
And Carty's out stumped.
Ooh.
What a poor way to get out. Just jumping down the track and having another mighty swing and missing. And Joshua Da Silva just flicks the bails off. Casey Carty loses his cool, loses his wicket. Leeward Islands losing their 3rd wicket. Look at this. Just losing it. Just jumping down the track, not even getting anywhere close to that one. And easiest of stumping chances for Joshua Da Silva. We just have a look at it again, Seth. What happened there? What happened there with Casey Carty just losing his cool?
It's inexplicable. In a game like this, the situation, as I say, you play situation, you cannot explain that. You cannot explain that when the issue is that they're not rushing to chase runs. And a batter
You're batting for
who is
time.
a batter of an international scope, of an international experience,
Yeah,
that he runs down the track.
that's a poor way to get out.
The first delivery from after the break, we know what happens usually after the break.
Yeah,
from the spinner, that is.
Yep, that's the time when batters are very vulnerable. And Casey Carty is back. 62 for 3, the Leeward Islands. And what a really poor way to get out for a top batter. That's not the type of way that you would tell any youngster to watch. A batter of Casey Carty's caliber just jumping down the track to a nothing ball from a spinner, just running past it and getting himself out unnecessarily at this stage and putting his team in further trouble. They're now 62 for 3, and it brings Joel Andrew out to the crease. Andrew starts with a defensive shot.
Here is another young man. I remember telling the story that I saw him at 10 years old. And it was not hard ball. I was so impressed that I took a video clip of him at the Powell's Cricket Ground, which is just about 100 or 200 meters away from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. And I treasured that video for a while. I lost sight of it due to, I didn't back it up. And I saw that young man and I spoke about him. I remember speaking at the Parish League presentation. So Viv was there and my late great friend King Frankai, and I made some points on him.
Andrew trying to get his first run, playing a scoring shot, trying to pace the infield. Can't do so, so he remains on naught, and the Leeward Islands on 62 for 3. Gore is not out on 38. Casey Carty throwing his hand away, I thought, for 18. Mikhail Louis and Kofi James both back in the pavilion without scoring. So the Leeward Islands 62 for 3, 522 for 9 declared, made by Trinidad and Tobago, and that's when the captain Joshua Da Silva was last out.
So back to the Joel, it was delightful when you saw him in the under-19, in fact on 2 occasions, and also him going on to make the West Indies in limited overs game. I think he has such a future ahead of him, and it's good to see something that you predict coming true, but he needs a lot of help. When I look at him, he has the capacity.
I was going to say that he has to
quality.
Has to get in the hands of very good handlers, so we can manage that talent very well.
Anderson Phillip is back.
Ooh, yeah, going past the edge there of Kareem Gore.
A peach of delivery. What I like about him, whereas we speak about the difference between the ends, he comes in with the same energy level running up that hill.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
as
what
when
end
he comes down the hill.
Doesn't matter what end he's bowling from.
Immediately.
Same energy, same way that he runs in and gives his all for his team.
Joshua James was bowling from this end, and his first delivery, the first delivery from Anderson Phillip from this end, immediately you saw the step up in terms of the energy, aggressive to the wicket and the pace coming off.
Gore gets
the bat hard.
Another quick delivery, and he's playing defensively into the offside field, no run.
You know, a cricketer is a cricketer because Anderson Phillip, you see him in the field and the ball is going and he's rolling over, he's diving over. And that same enthusiasm he brings into his bowling. He has been around for a little while, has gotten a few look-ins. But I think he is one of those who will maybe on the fringe, but should be kept around.
Gore is going to get runs here, just steering this one out into the offside field. They have a man on that deep cover boundary, so just a single to Kareem Gore. We just say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening to us. Somebody's just sending us a message, and he says it's refreshing to listen to Liberta commentators talking about Liberta players at ARG. And he says much respect to you, Seth Burton.
I'm not
from
sure
a
who that is.
501348, an overseas number.
And they're not telling us the name.
They're not telling us who they are, but
and we're here for everybody. It's beyond
folks are
Liberta.
listening, and we just ask that you share the WhatsApp, share the YouTube channel and whatever you're listening to it on.
Joel Andrew, that youngster, as I told you the story, when I looked at him, he was driving. He was cutting, almost like what you see Kareem Gore at that age. And when I made the statement and I said I think it would be good for him to be in the hands of Richie Richardson, Viv Richards or someone, because he was cutting like Gordon Greenidge and pulling and hooking like Viv Richards at that age. It was tape ball and it was win ball. And as I said the first time he came around, I asked, what little boy you're bringing? But that boy is serious. And I predicted he would have made the West Indies team. But now he needs to get up from the challenges that he's facing. Oh, and he goes.
And he's caught at first slip. A little wider delivery from Phillip and drew Joel Andrew into the shot. The ball peeled off the outer edge and flew to Carey Peer at that first slip position. He took the catch gleefully, and Joel Andrew walks back into the pavilion, caught at slip off the bowling of Phillip.
Again, aggressive intent. The feet not moving to the ball. It was, yes, outside the off stump to be hit. But he really threw his bat at it. You didn't see much movement, just the bending of the knees and driving, and that one came off the shoulder of the bat. The Leeward Islands in trouble, the trouble that they started with 2 wickets before scoring. They have now gotten into a rut, losing 2 wickets with the score on 63.
And I tell you, we must give some credit to Carey Peer with that catch there, because that one
it flew off
really
the edge.
Flew. If we probably look at it again, at how it came to Carey Peer, it flew very quickly to him. Let's just have a look.
And Anderson Phillip, the energy that the ball gets from him in a flash.
But it really flew to Carey Peer, and he had to almost as if he was taking evasive action. But
yes,
that ball came to him very quickly.
That was a good catch.
And he was able to hold on to it.
Some players, it may have struck them in the chin.
Yeah, when he noticed that that one was still in his arm, he threw it up so quickly and threw it away. But excellent work by Carey Peer there. Joel Andrew goes back, and his struggles continue. He goes back without scoring. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're in dire straits now. They are 63 for 4 in over number 14, chasing 522 for 9, declared made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And I must say that that little moment of madness, we can call it, from Casey Carty,
yes, that started the spiral.
At that spinner, at that moment.
That created a challenge, a change.
This what is happening here.
Justin Graves, the captain, comes into face. And
Graves has looked very calm, though, about when he comes out to bat most times. He's not played or looked very flustered. But I find, though, that he is vulnerable very early on.
Well, at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, when they were rattled, they were in a challenging position at 61 for 5, when himself and I think it was Rakeem Cornwall were at the crease. When they came to bat, I just want to say, they looked totally different than the other players. whether it was experience, whether it was another level. But they, the Trinidadian Pacers were coming in. But these guys had it look so usual, so easy, so calm. And I think the junior players need to take something out of their book.
So Kareem Gore having a wicket. 3 runs coming off of his bowling so far. He's to his 3rd over. And the person that would send us the message is Ronald Challenger, your former neighbor.
Oh, Ronald. Wow, it's a long time I haven't seen Ronald.
Ronald in a long time.
Since his our youthful days.
Yeah, went to school with Ronald at All Saints Secondary. Yes. Good to hear from you, Ronald. This is Kareem Gore bowling to Kareem Gore and Gore.
In fact, his uncles are Aaron and Morris.
Yes.
Would have played cricket for Liberta, and I would have also played win ball with them for Trent Bridge.
Ronald will argue that he played too.
Yes, he played. Everybody played in those days. And Morris, I remember, in fact, Morris is a good colleague of mine up to now. He's a senior teacher. I won't tell you all the secrets, but there were some days when All Saints School was so good. I only spent two years there, and I felt Morris should have given me a play. And Quentin Clark in football felt that we should have been playing, but Morris's view, y'all are too small. Give the bigger guys a chance, and then I left. That was the and then. And I saw Quentin Clark prospering with football on the national level. And I'm going to also say something, and then my teammate, my classmate, Kenneth Brown, after I left, went on to play for the West Indies on the 19 team. I think he and Ridley Jacobs were the ones from Antigua in that same team with Jimmy and Lara, etc., etc. So Morris Challenger was a real master.
My geography teacher at All Saints Secondary.
Well, he was more than that to me. He was geography teacher and also form teacher.
Yes.
And he was the sports master.
Certainly.
You may have had the PE teacher, but Morris has got a coach, whether it's football or cricket. And when he says you're playing or you're not playing, you better respect. If you want to grumble somewhere else. That's the level of respect that we had for those guys.
Continues here, and he's looking for another wicket pair. And covering up again, and just trying to get in is Justin Graves. And just that 1/2 century Graves got in that 2nd inning.
So we look at this scoreboard and we see 3 ducks, or naught, or 0, whatever you want to call it. We call it duck. It's not a good indication for the Leeward side. And Casey Carty, the one who got double figures, apart from the exhibition that we've seen from Kareem Gore, he was the one, in my view, who played the most indiscreet shot. Because although you may criticize Jeremiah Louis for the one that went in the air, it was good pace, he was angling, it could have been a lofted drive, but it said may have taken the leading edge and went high in the air. There was clearly power. No excuse for him. Joel Andrew, he had a waff at it. As you mentioned, it went hard, but Casey Carty, that certainly was a naughty move.
Outside the line of the off stump, as Philip starts a new over. And he's bowling to Kareem Gore. Gore is now on 40 or 46 deliveries.
Kareem
got 57 in the 1st innings up at the stadium. Up at the stadium in the 2nd match. Didn't play in the 1st game
at Coolidge, that's right.
Coolidge,
which was a mistake, which was an error
decision
by the Leeward Islands.
By the Leeward Islands. Here is he striking him on the pad.
That's definitely going down.
Angled down the leg side.
And he was on the front foot out on, and the ball was angling. It did hit the pad firm.
Yeah.
Clearly. But that's the excitement you get when a player is really showing a touch of class and is an exhibition, and he's beating you as a fast bowler. You would appeal. In fact, the whole team would go out for any little mishap.
You could even see, even afterwards, Joshua De Silva was probably just indicating
that it was going down. All part of the excitement. What you're seeing of Kareem Gore is an exhibition of real class batting.
Gore is driving, but they have cover now out on that square cover boundary. So just a single. Looks like it's Gooley who is down there in that position.
Jed Gooley, the belligerent number 3 batter for the Red Force.
I was making the point earlier that with all his belligerence, he needs to get some solid scores if he's going to become a part of the discussion in terms of selection. Here is one that's bringing Graves forward and just inside edge onto the pad as that one went into the leg side. Kareem Gore is just going to just have a word with his captain, probably just saying it's probably coming on a little faster than you expect.
In the second innings at Coolidge, Justin Graves, the captain, scored a half century. That half century was while the team was dismissed for 98, and the poor run of form with the Leeward's batters.
Yeah, he was the only one that really looked any way a good player in that one.
That's a good one from Anderson Phillip.
In that first game, the Leewards opted to go with Daniel Durham and Nathan Edward, leaving out Kareem Gore. A lot of folks were quite surprised that.
Well, why it was shocking to me is that Kareem Gore had just come off of 150 in the trials or the preparatory match.
Because Joel Andrew made a double century.
So both should be playing. It's not either or. And I think we keep making these mistakes about either or. And I want you to check something on Anderson Phillip. I speak about the energy that he brings in. Much of his pace is through momentum. And look at the follow through. So he's a guy who would retain a level of fitness. He's a guy who obviously is fit, though slim in body. He's made for this sort of hard work and fast bowling, has good ethics.
I think he works hard, and a lot of folks would criticize sometimes when he's been given his opportunity, but I think that
takes time.
I think that hard work should be repaid.
Yes.
The type of work that we see that he has been putting in, and what we have seen in this bilateral series, for me, I think that he deserves the opportunity at the next level.
And it comes back to when we were talking about the qualitative aspect of assessing. When I mentioned that, that Wes Hall said to me some time ago, that desire, you know, was part of his desire was part of the rubric that he sets. And that must be both visible and expressed. And when you look at the play like Anderson Phillip,
all I want, though, Seth, is that the rubric is clear and consistent for everyone.
That's right, across the table. You can see a lethargic player, a casual player. You can see one that plays with intensity and puts out his all.
Because if we look at the rubric that you're talking about, based on what we would have seen in this game so far, even though Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are on top, when we looked at the performance of Kareem Gore in the field, 4 wickets with the ball coming in at a time when his team was not being penetrative. His overall,
that's right,
the way that he looks always looking as if he's in the game, the effort that he has put out.
And that's the point. So you're looking at it's holistic, you know, and you may say, I want to see that kind of player, you know, in the team. Yes, the quantities must speak, but at the same time, there are certain things that you give and you take. And as you say, that must be clearly articulated.
Kareem continues to plug away. Just 5 runs coming from his almost 4 overs. He's had 3.5 overs. we've just been informed by match referee Jonathan Blades that tomorrow morning is an early start, 9:30 a.m. start. So for those of you who are tuning in on the Facebook, on the WhatsApp, YouTube channel, on the YouTube channel, 9:30 start tomorrow morning here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. So they're trying to make up some of the time that was lost. We were aiming for a 9:30 start this morning. Started a little later, 15 minutes later than
some pitch suspicions.
Just a little bit of hesitance by the umpires, and they saw some spots on the pitch that made them a little bit apprehensive. And so tomorrow we have another 9:30 start to try and make the time up. 98 overs they're aiming for today. Philip continues to run in, continues to plug away, trying to dislodge Kareem Gore, who is on 42 of 52 deliveries, 66 for 4 the Leeward Islands so far.
And you were speaking about context, and you were speaking about situation when I mentioned that he comes in a game situation, one opener going for duck, another one is by him for duck. It is 2 wickets down without a run on the board. Then he's able to transfer the pressure back on the opponent. Then 2 other players are being lost. The question is, how long can he survive? Can he survive the day?
Getting a delivery that is driving from Philip, but this time it's knocked down in the cover region, no run. Mikael Louis, not. Kofi James, not. Kareem Gore, 42. Casey Carty, 18. Joel Andrew, not. And Justin Graves is there, not out. He's yet to score as well. That's the scorecard. So just 2 players, Kareem Gore and Casey Carty, troubling the scorers in terms of runs so far for the Leeward Islands of the 6 folks that we've seen at the crease so far in their innings. Good delivery from Philip. That one touchdown just outside the line of the off. So had a little bit of shape as well, like what we saw to Joel Andrew. The one for Joel Andrew was a little bit wider. Joel Andrew's eyes lit up and he threw the bat at it. Really flew to first slip, and I must commend Carey Peer for being able to hold on to that one, because it came to him very quickly and he had to use that reverse cup. That ball was heading towards his chin area, and he was able to hold on to it, and that was the end of Joel Andrew. Philip.
Change of line here.
Yeah,
and that Kareem Gore could adapt.
Nice stroke again, just playing it into that onside field, getting it to the right of Joshua James, getting off the strike, getting a single, something that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did very well in their innings, rotate the strike. Remember in that partnership between Hines and Joshua da Silva, they literally took the singles at will.
And also in that partnership with Da Silva and Django. That was also a feature. Both became 100 partnerships, century partnerships. So that's part of the game. And when you balance again with the player, you must be able to score on both sides of the pitch at ease if you're going to be a top-class quality player. Josh Da Silva displayed that today. You're seeing glimpses of it from Kareem Gore. Strong on both sides.
Captain Justin Graves gets his first run. Yorker length delivery that he's just working into the leg side. He's off the mark with a single. Total has gone on to 68 for 4 in 18 over. 18 of the 25 that we were told that were left. And so it looks as if we're going to have just a little bit of overtime set. Well, according to remaining, it says 8 overs remaining.
Well, we went up to 6 yesterday.
One that is pounded into the pitch. Kareem Gore just rocks back, allows it to go by. End of another over. Extra 6. Overs 18, 68 for 4. And just a shot there of the old scoreboard set.
Yes.
Was
I guess it has to be
here.
preserved. By the way, in our discussion about the Antigua Recreation Grounds, I would tell you, I don't like to say it, but I would also note, because we were arguing about it or discussing its use. I remember about over 15 years ago, I was asked to, and I did present a proposal in terms of its use and revival. So when I speak, I'm not trying to speak off key. And preservation was critical. It being a heritage site was also part of it. And I won't tell you all the details. I'm just giving you a peek preview.
Kareem Gore faces up as Caribbean continues. I've seen other proposals. I remember a few years ago I was a part of a judging panel for the NOC when they were doing some training, and Colin James, a journalist that is here with us, his proposal had a lot to do with the renovation, upkeep and use of the ARG as well, and he had some novel ideas in his presentation. So there have been people around that have spoken about, but I think what we need in Antigua and Barbuda is actually the will, somebody that actually wants it done to get it done.
I don't think it's the will, because there's so many who want it done. I think, it becomes
when I say
where
the will,
should come
because
from.
we've seen.
I think it needs.
Remember that they had a committee headed by Hilroy Humphreys that is supposed to be.
I won't even go there.
Looking at ARG.
With the fact that there are things, and I really don't even want to touch the local.
The reason I'm saying so, Seth, is because we've had a lot of discussion, and there are a lot of folks that are happy and celebrating now that we've had first-class cricket back at ARG. But to put what is needed in place has been hard.
So at that time, to put it in
back.
perspective, I think it was Mervyn Richards, the brother of Sir Viv. He was Minister of Sport for a period.
Yes, he was Minister of Sport for a very short period, yeah.
Commission or ask me, and that was before. In fact, I reluctantly obliged to those guys at the Ministry of Sport. We sat, we discussed, and he said the discussion is not enough. I need to see documents, and it was not easy.
End of another Caribbean over. Seth, I will come back to the discussion at the end of it. 68 for 4. The Leeward Islands, 522 for 9. Look at that score there from Joshua De Silva, 220 of 304 deliveries.
Well, it is in fact the highest score in the 2026 West Indies 4-day championship at this stage. The highest individual score, eclipsing Amir Jangu's 203 not out. And it is in fact Josh De Silva's highest first-class score.
Yeah, before this he had a higher score of 152. So Guyana Happy Eagles, they're playing the Windward Islands up at Coolidge. So we'll give you an update in a short while.
The aggression of Anderson Phillip.
Yeah.
Feel that one and his follow through. And he's showing the presence of mind that if you're going to come out of the crease, I would fight back. He's enjoying his game. You really like to see a cricketer that tells you that.
So the Guyana Happy Eagles, they made 242 in their first innings. They bowled out the Windward Islands Volcanoes for 223.
Close score.
And they're 23 for 2 in their second innings. Matthew Nandu, again, making naught. Kevlin Anderson is also back in the pavilion for 5. Tevin Imlach is not out on naught, and Taj Narayan Shandapal is on 14 or 52 deliveries. So 23 for 2, the Guyana Happy Eagles in that one. And the Jamaica Scorpions, replying to Barbados' 439. They are 125 for 5.
Wow.
125 for 5. John Campbell, Kirk McKenzie, Brandon King, Javel Glenn, and Brad Barnes all back in the pavilion.
Wow.
Romain Morris is not out on 17. He's the wicketkeeper batsman. And Abhijay Mansingh is not out on 5 for the Jamaica Scorpions there. 126 for 5. So you're up to date. And again, Kareem Gore is pressing this one out into the cover region. He's going to get 2 because there is a man on the square cover boundary. Has had to run 20 yards or so. Evan Lewis.
Good run for him.
2 runs to Kareem Gore.
Well, that Happy Eagles game is quite interesting. Just what a marginal lead for the Guyana Happy Eagles on first innings. And with 2 of those batters out, a lot now, maybe now the value of Tej Narayan Chandapol will be seen because he can grind out and grind out.
I like the fact that he can grind, but I would just love to see him turn a lot of those dot balls into singles. Yorker length delivery.
A fast one.
Yeah, Kareem Gore getting the bat down and getting a single out into the square leg region. But a good Yorker attempt there from Anderson Phillip.
So tomorrow the discussion about Tej Narayan Chandapol and the other openers will be a discussion. We'll suspend that for today because that's an interesting discussion I think that is brewing regionally.
Yeah, I'll give you the opportunity to research and to prepare over the
No, I only
overnight.
have to blink. I only have to blink. There is a book. Well, I'm not going to let me not get into that. But there's a book that tells you that you can blink, and your first blink is really a true answer towards a solution. Instinctive. Wow.
Short delivery pulled away by Graves.
Not in
really
control.
in control.
Not convincing at all. That was a dangerous shot to be attempted because the ball, I believe, had more pace than he anticipated.
Yeah,
Rushed
it came
him a bit.
onto him quickly.
He should have been looking to hit that down, but fortunately, Gooley coming off of the back of the square boundary was too far out.
Just looking set, and I'm seeing the folks. Soon time for me to look to get on in position for that end of the day interview that we do here.
And Philip, I don't want to tell our listener that you may well be interviewing the same person like yesterday.
The possibility is very strong because yesterday we interviewed him on a century, and today we might be just speaking to him on him getting a double century and his team
I'm being transparent.
In full control.
That's my fault.
Yeah. So maybe in an overall 2 I'll start to prepare myself to get in position. I don't want Jason to be looking at me with those eyes like if he's worried.
And especially that the time has exceeded the first 5:15 option given as the closing time. So we're into the last half an hour possible, but only 5 overs remaining. So if the spinners are going to bowl, it may come through quicker.
Yeah, and Carey Peer.
In terms of time.
Carey Peer.
But we are not going beyond 5:45 today. The directive of the match official, the match referee, who is Jonathan Blades.
And we must commend him. He's been very forthcoming with information. He's kept us right up to date with the information that we need, so we are aware of all what is happening.
He's from the word go at Coolidge, and now he has been instrumental. He's one of the persons who understand how to be their brother's keeper. He listens to everything. He updates at every moment. And he leaves no room for speculation. So you have all of the information.
So you would think that now maybe the captain of the Leeward Islands is probably looking to shut up shop, Seth?
Certainly.
At this stage.
Would Carey P allow him to do that?
Just maybe just trying to see off Carey Pier for the afternoon and try to get into the pavilion unscathed any further, and they look to come back tomorrow. Himself and Kareem Gore would hope that they can survive into the third day of this match and then look to build an innings, because both have the ability to bat and to survive and bat long.
Look at it. Let's look at this now. Now that they're bowling Trinidad and Tobago, the slip is there, the forward short leg is there. Recognize that even though it's Graves, he's a new batter in. Contrast
something that
when the Leeward Islands were batting.
For. Yep.
New batters are coming in and the field remains ultra defensive.
Difference in style in terms of the leadership and the approach from the captains. We saw that the Leeward Islands captain was ultra defensive and has a sort of a defensive mind frame. End of the over though, 21 overs, bowl of the 25 that we were told we were going to get this afternoon. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 72 for 4. Kareem Gore is on 46, and Justin Graves, he's not out on 2.
Very good. Batting by Kareem Gore, but he's batting in a situation in which his team needs him to continue to bat, because the other 4 batters who have gotten out, they have really not done what the team expected. Kareem Gore has had 8 fours.
And he's looked good with his 8 fours. It's not been
no chance.
A scratchy innings. It's been a dominant batting display by Kareem Gore. He's really looked good, especially with those scoring shots. He's, as you said, he played some trademark type shots through
some eye drops
offside.
now are being applied to his eyes. So I'm not quite sure. The physio is out there with him. He's the number 2 kneeling there.
Yeah, just getting some treatment. Not sure what is going on, but he would want to be able to continue and would want to be in the best physical condition to end the day's play. But I'm going to leave you set shortly and get in position so that we can bring you the end of day interview.
Well, I wish you all the best.
Folks are not missing any cricket at this time.
Because if Josh is going to be the same as Django when he got his double century, he may want to go in and then have another fresh and keep you for another 20 minutes. Don't tell him I said that. So, good luck. I had that situation up at Coolidge, so it is your time. So, I know you want to wrap it up. So, the news is that the Leeward Islands Hurricane, if it's at all news, it won't be news for those who have been following, but those who have not been following, the Red Force scoring 522 for 9 on the back of 220 from Josh De Silva and 83 from Amir Django, who missed out on his second 100 of the season. Josh De Silva getting his first and getting his highest run, and now we are seeing a change. Brian Charles will come in for his first over of the day. The off spinner down the leg side, worked away by Kareem Gore. It will go into the boundary for 4. It is 4 runs. He glanced it. Immediately we see Brian Charles getting turned. The ball pitching about middle, and it really deviated. And all the chase that Amir Django has done could not stop that. Kareem Gore gets his 50. And his 50 comes up from 62 deliveries and 9 fours from Kareem Gore. So Kareem Gore getting his second half century in only his second match and his 3rd innings. Now they have brought in a forward short leg, a leg slip after that, and you see the plan. Brian Charles going down the leg side to tempt him to glance the ball. This time he pulls, full-blooded shot, 4 runs. Past Django at the short back of the square position. It's a boundary-studded innings by Kareem Gore. Short delivery though. Just hammered it down. And Kareem Gore also would have one of few players who would have played international for both teams. He also played for the USA, had a look in. Was contracted by the USA for a time. This time he goes and he pulls it, but Anderson Phillip is there. The ball going through his legs, but not trickling over the ropes. And like Hayden Wall Jr. would have had USA contract. In fact, Hayden Wall Jr. would have played a couple of matches for the USA before resorting to the Leeward Islands and the West Indies team. Brian Charles. Back up the track by Justin Graves. Graves on 2 from 25 deliveries. Shown the patience, has batted more balls than 3 of the batters who have been dismissed for duck. Showing that with patience you can at least provide some support. So this today has been a full day's play of cricket. At the start, we were told about the potential changes and the possible 98 overs. We have already seen 94 of those. This will be the 95th. Justin Graves covers up from Carey Pier. Carey Pier, the man who drew Carty out of his crease, looking for a second. Really had a delivery that had Carty coming down the track, premeditating a stroke, and was stumped by Josh De Silva. Carey Pier want to keep his name in thought. Gudakesh Moti at the start of this was the bowler with the most wickets, had 16. And Jaden Seals also among those at the top of the leaderboard for the bowlers. So Pierre also would like to keep his name on in the thoughts of the selectors, having had his look in of 2 test matches previously. Justin Graves covers up. Five dot balls so far in this over. And the maiden over by Carey Pier, completing the maiden here. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 82 for 4 from 23 overs, and they have a real huge hill to climb. Cars leaving St. John's, just at the back of the ARG or the REC, the Antigua Recreation Grounds, on the southern side here. And Brian Charles will be operating from the southern end. His second over, his first course 10. Kareem Gore smashes this one out to extra cover for 4. Gore in full flight. What a shot. Really showing the other Leeward's batters how to play. It has all been a responsible knock. Knock of class he must be thinking beyond today. But remember, it's a step-by-step journey. 2 overs remaining after this. He must first survive this over. Good delivery from Brian Charles, a better one. Kareem Gore defending tightly. Rehearsing a stroke, perhaps suggesting he could have gone into the onside. He goes down the track, but checks the shot nicely. And single out to Joshua James. And Gore moves into the 60s. 60 from 68 deliveries. The score up to 87 for 4. Brian Charles will bowl to Justin Graves. Big stride out from the Leeward Islands captain. And he gets the single. Gets off strike, and as they look towards the end of the day, the Red Force would say we have had a good day. Kareem Gore goes down the track and he drives this one hard back to Brian Charles, who stops it partially. And Terence Hines doing the cleanup job. The over comes to an end. Anderson Phillip, 2 for 37. And a wicket each for Joshua James and Carey Peer. Brian Charles not having a wicket, only having 2 overs. And the parking lot is full, the place that replaced the double-decker stand here at the Rec. And we just have 1 over remaining. So if you're not seeing on the screen as yet, you would remember Josh De Silva has been the man of the day. 220. 24s. In that knock. Batted with confidence. He was overnight on 72, batting with Amir Django. Django was on 69. Django got up to 83. But Josh De Silva continued to bat. He really displayed every thing in the arsenal. He really gave us some wonderful extra cover drives, some drives down the ground, some cut shots, pull shots, lofted drives, everything in the book to get his best score in first-class cricket. 220 when he was the last man out. The declaration came from his team. And Terence Hines scored 44. Kareem Gore, the man who is batting, had 4 wickets for the Leewards. 2 for O'Shane Thomas. And Leeward's bowling was just not as penetrative as the Red Force that you've seen, and that is play. On this, the second day, the Red Force declaring on 522 for 9. Josh De Silva, the man with 220. Kareem Gore taking 4 for 89 and then goes in overnight on 60 not out. Captain Justin Graves on 4. And it has been a long day in the field for the Leeward Islands Volcano, yet their batters did not stick to it. In fact, after that imposing score, they're going on 84 for 4, trailing by 434 runs. Captain Graves on 4, Gore on 60. And the men who are walking off, Terence Hines and Carey Peer, but that man with the gloves and the helmet, Joshua De Silva, he leads his team off with pride. He has really done well and would be happy with the output of his team. And as we prepare for the player of the day, Josh De Silva was the player of the day yesterday when he was on 72 not out. And he's wide up and will be the player of the day. Once again, you may say, yes, Kareem Gore took 4 for 89 and has 60. His innings is yet to be completed. But Josh De Silva, he batted and batted and batted and placed his team in a very strong position, one in which they cannot lose. And Denmore Roberts is waiting on De Silva at the far end.
And we've been able to grab Joshua De Silva after the end of day number 2 of this all-important third round clash. Joshua De Silva, today was a day for you. You got to your very first double century. Talk us through that emotion.
I mean, words can't really describe it. It's a sweet feeling. Just thanks to the Almighty above, to my parents, everyone who supports me all the time. So, yeah, it's an emotional day for sure because I've wanted to take off that landmark for a good while. So, yeah, really happy I could cross it.
And then your team came back out after and put the Leeward Islands under pressure immediately. How are you feeling about the performance overall of the team today?
Yeah, really proud of the boys. To get 4 wickets on that track in such quick time was tremendous. I think we started well, but we bowled a few bad balls. There's no margin for error on this wicket, so it's about putting the balls in consistent areas for a long period of time and let them make the mistakes. So I think we were a little impatient at times, but we bowled good balls in between that got the wickets.
And going forward in this match, what is your expectation?
Just a bit of the same. Just stick to the basics, stick to the consistency that we're accustomed to, and try our best to get those wickets. It won't be easy. It's going to be a toil for sure, but I mean, once we do the right things for a long period of time, we'll get the results.
And your personal, you were limping towards the end of your innings. Are you physically okay?
Yeah, all good. Just a bit of cramp. I sweat so much that the fluid can't stay in the body. So, yeah, just a bit of cramp, but I'll be fine.
We hope you get some rest overnight and see you in the morning.
Thank you.
So there we have it. Just out.
So you've heard that interview, Josh De Silva scoring 148 runs today. And you would see how it started. Django, carrying on from his 69 overnight. O'Shane Thomas, Josh De Silva on the drive. Played many of those. Django got to 83, but then he wanted more. Rakeem Cornwall flighting and a catch taken by O'Shane Thomas. De Silva pulling Pitman. Savage shot. And then another one. It's really on the go. Hoiking this one. The 6. Terence Hines got into the act. Also part of 100 partnership with De Silva. Pulling over the Richie Rich stand. Pitman had some moments. But Josh De Silva, in fact, playing with Terence Hines, batting well. Justin Graves couldn't stop the flow because this was immaculately played out to point. But then Terence Hines, Kofi James, did a nice little back pedaling and getting that catch to take him out. Oh, Kareem Gore could not hold on to his bowling court of Carey Peer. He got a 4, but Gore stuck to it. And he swept one straight to Penny Feather. Then Kareem Gore gets another, one of his 4 wickets. And then he sealed it off. And getting 4 wickets for 89, Kareem Gore. Josh De Silva playing out in the end. And a good catch. The Red 4 started bowling. And then the Leewards really the Hurricane being suppressed. Second wicket down, Kofi James. The first was Louis. And then the man on the hunt, Anderson Phillip, was struck about a bit by Kareem Gore. Casey Carty joining the act. Pleasant drives by the Hurricanes. Oh, this was special. All along the ground by Carty. Oh, look at Kareem Gore. Trademark. Square drive on the toes. They brought the spin on, and then Casey Carty lost it completely. Went down the track and was stumped by the Silva. Anderson Phillip came back. And oh, Joel Andrew gives Carey P a stunner. Great catch. But as we closed it out, Kareem Gore kept hunting for fours. And he had 9 fours to be not out on 60. Leeward Islands Hurricanes go in on 88 for 4, still trailing by 434 runs with 6 wickets in hand. We will join you tomorrow at 9:25 as we have an early start to day 3.